The old man stood in the middle of a ruined city, looking at the corpses and ruins everywhere, yet he threw his head back and laughed out loud. Because in that moment his wife and children were dead, his wealth, his career, all were buried in the heap of desolation. But contrary to the scene before his eyes, his heart at this time held no sorrow, only extreme excitement. The cause of that weird emotion was that he had finally confirmed one thing: cultivators truly exist in this world. To understand why he was so obsessed, one must know that even though he was just a mortal, he had lived through 2 lives. In his first life he failed his exams, gave up the path of becoming an official, and returned to open a small shop. Living a peaceful life from then on, he was a minor rich man with a cozy family and a fulfilling life. Yet it was not until the moment he closed his eyes and breathed his last that he received a strange opportunity. Huan Zhen. This thing was like a destiny simulation machine that brought him back to the starting point of his life. Entering his second life, he put all his effort into his studies. Although he didn't rank as the top scholar, he still became an official. Thanks to the modern knowledge he carried within him, he quickly won the emperor's favor. His career path was wide open. But just when he thought his destiny had completely changed, disaster unexpectedly struck. His affair with the empress in the cold palace was exposed, the emperor was assassinated, and the young crown prince ascended the throne. As for him, he was appointed as the Grand Preceptor, holding power that could sway the world. From then on, relying on the peak power in his hands, he turned the world upside down just to search for traces of cultivators. But even though he searched throughout the human world, he still could not find the path to immortality. Just when his faith was nearly exhausted at his most desperate moment, heaven gave him one more chance. The Huan Zhen system started once again, bringing him back to the starting point, and from that moment on, wealth in his eyes held no meaning, and power was nothing but fleeting, because in this life he has only one single goal: to step onto the path of cultivation, seeking immortality and defying the heavens. Welcome back to BALA Manhua Recaps. Now let's follow the journey of this madman who dared to cast away all glory, to gamble 10,000 lifetimes on a path to immortality against the heavens. Let's begin. The story begins in the Great Zan Kingdom, at the Grand Preceptor's mansion in Xuanjing. At this moment someone was pouring fine wine into a large goblet. A beautiful woman smiled and said, "Grand Preceptor, please." Seated at the head of the table was an old man with white hair and a long beard. Below the dais someone respectfully presented a tray of fruit. "Grand Preceptor, please enjoy." Before him knelt countless officials chanting in unison, "We wish the Grand Preceptor fortune and longevity as vast as the heavens." Li Fan, the Grand Preceptor, thought to himself, 50 years. I went from having nothing to being the Grand Preceptor, holding the reins of power over the world. The turbulent changes within those years would be enough to fill a novel of millions of words. Recalling when I, Li Fan, first crossed into this world, I was nothing but a poor scholar. Life being as it is, what more could I ask for? At this time, many beauties were dancing in the hall, and maidservants respectfully poured wine for the officials. Suddenly, someone rushed in panic, shouting, Grand Preceptor, an auspicious omen has descended from the heavens. It seems to be flying straight toward our mansion." Everyone was shocked, and Li Fan was no exception. He stepped outside and looked up at the sky, muttering to himself, "This is..." At that moment 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle high in the clouds. One side was a sea of towering flames, the other a streak of surging purple chi. One of them roared, "Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far." Below, Li Fan looked up, his face filled with astonishment. Seeing those 2 figures suspended in the air, Li Fan couldn't help but cry out. Cultivators, several maidservants knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. "It's an auspicious omen." The messenger who had just run in also scrambled to his knees. The gods have manifested." In his heart, however, Li Fan thought, how is this possible? The sword cultivator in the sky pointed at the other and said, "Ko Hong, do you think I would let you go just because you fled to this land of immortality's end? Hand over the manual you obtained that day, or I shall never rest until you are dead." The burly man opposite him must be the Ko Hong the sword cultivator mentioned. He clenched his fists and said, "Ridiculous, it is precisely because I lacked a core formation method that I have been trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years. Now that my time is running out and I am about to turn into withered bones, I finally obtained a core formation technique. How could I possibly hand it over?" The sword cultivator spoke again. "Indeed, when it comes to the golden core of the great Tao, there is only room for one. There are many core formation methods in this world, but there are even more cultivators trapped at foundation establishment. Since that is the case, how could I let you go when faced with the path to longevity?" Having said that, he pointed his sword at Ko Hong again. Ko Hong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, how pathetic. You and I have been brothers for 100 years. Yet today we face each other with blades for a single sliver of survival. I know I am no match for you, and I fear I cannot escape this disaster today. But down there are so many mortals. I wonder if you can withstand a concentration of immortal Miasma of this magnitude." the sword cultivator, was aggressive, a massive phantom of a giant sword manifesting behind him, radiating a powerful pressure. He shouted, "Kohong!" He pointed his sword at him, though a flicker of worry crossed his face. "What are you trying to do?" On the other side, Kohong condensed the phantom of a golden dragon to strike at the sword cultivator, shouting with a trace of desperation, "If you cannot block this miasma, perhaps I might yet find a chance to survive." At that moment, the golden dragon phantom and the giant sword phantom collided violently. The resulting pressure was suffocating. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted at the point of impact. The pressure ripped outward, blanketing a vast area. From a distance, the terrifying power of these two moves clashing looked like a nuclear blast. Li Fan and the crowd looked up in horror. Sensing the impending doom, Li Fan screamed in his heart, "It's over!" Immediately following, every building in the vicinity was completely leveled by the pressure of the collision, and Li Fan's body was buried under the rubble. He was at death's door, blood gushing continuously. Seeing that everyone else around him had perished, he was overcome with grief. Cough, cough. "My wife, my children." Watching the fires still spreading, his body trembled as he crawled outward inch by inch. By now, the inferno had engulfed everything. The sight before him broke his heart, a landscape of devastation filled with mangled corpses and collapsed structures. After this catastrophe, few of the common people would likely survive. He slumped to the ground, all of this because of the sudden descent of those two cultivators. His body shook violently, and then he laughed toward the sky. "Ha ha ha, why are there cultivators in this world? From the moment I entered politics, I used my power to search for any trace of the immortal path. After I became the Imperial Preceptor, I searched the entire world, from the frozen sea in the north to the great ocean in the south, from the abyss of emptiness in the east to the linked mountains in the west. In the entire Great Zon there was not the slightest sign of immortals. Just when I had given up, just when I had grown old. Those two, are they the immortals?" He looked at the sky and asked himself, where is the path to immortality? It was truly a cruel joke of fate. At that moment he held his fingers in a hand seal and ancient characters began to transform. He said solemnly, "When the true is false, the false is true. Energy recharge complete. Do you wish to virtualize the current scene and return to the starting point?" He stood in the center of an array surrounded by images of things he had seen and events he had experienced. He spoke, "Huan Zhen, true reversion. This is the name I gave to this treasure. Its function is to turn the false into the true and the true into the false, transforming everything I have truly experienced into a virtual experience, allowing me to return to a set point in time, which is when I first crossed into this world. In fact, this is already my second life in the Great Zon Kingdom. In my first life, though I had great ambitions, I was just a mortal. I wanted to be the top scholar but failed the exams multiple times. After turning 30, I finally gave up on the idea of being an official, did a bit of business, became a wealthy man, and then married and had children, living a mediocre life until the end. It wasn't until I was on my deathbed that I awakened the treasure Huan Zhen, which allowed me to flourish in this second life. Because once the Huan Zhen system is fully charged, it allows me to restart this life and return to the starting point. But I cannot restart immediately right now, because in this life I still have important things to do." Li Fan sat down to write something, then ordered, "Pass my secret command. Order the garrison camp outside the city to enter Xuanjing immediately to maintain order after the disaster." The soldiers beside him took the order and replied, "Yes." Most of Xuanjing's buildings had been destroyed. With Li Fan's trusted garrison camp taking over Xuanjing, they could not only rapidly push for post-disaster reconstruction, but more importantly, I can preside over the rear operations from the military camp while secretly sending people to investigate the whereabouts of those two cultivators. A month later, the ruins of Xuanjing finally regained a hint of life. Several months later, the city had finally recovered some of its former atmosphere. Then someone came to report again. Reporting to the Grand Preceptor, there is still no news of those two cultivators. Li Fan thought to himself, I shouldn't have held on to hope anyway. Since that's the case, there's nothing left for me to miss in this life. He immediately summoned the system again and called out. The Huan Zhen system appeared and asked, "Do you wish to virtualize the current scene and return to the starting point?" Li Fan replied, "Yes." Immediately, countless ancient characters began to flow. Li Fan stood in the center and waited as his body began to change, turning from an old man back to middle age, then back to a youth. The images of this life continued to surface, swirling around him. He reached out, trying to touch the images of the cultivators, and said, "Dao Xuanzi Kohang, 50 years from now I will still be waiting for you in Xuanjing. Huan Zhen, restart the new life." Returning to the first year of the anchor point. Very well. Instantly, Li Fan's body began to move, entering a teleportation space. Wealth and status are but fleeting clouds to me. In the next life I shall seek the immortals. The system began to summarize Li Fan's process in this life. Year 1 of the anchor. You were ecstatic and performed some strange behaviors, nearly being forced to drink talisman water by a village witch. Half a year later, you took the provincial exam. Although your score was at the bottom, around 30th place, you ultimately succeeded in becoming a Juran, bringing honor to your ancestors. Year 2. You took the metropolitan exam and passed. You performed excellently in the palace exam, ranking in the second tier and being granted the title of Jinshi Presented Scholar. You maneuvered through various circles in Xuanjing and secured the position of County Magistrate of Wenzhong in Jiangnan. Year 3. You began to cultivate trusted aids and successfully developed gunpowder and fire god rifles. Year 5. Refugees gathered in rebellion against the Prince of Langya's estate. You led troops to save the prince's entire family. The prince was deeply grateful to you. Year 6. You were promoted to prefect of Zhanghe Prefecture and married the daughter of the Vice Minister of Rights. Year 7. Your wife gave birth to a son for you. Year 10. The consort of the Prince of Langya gave birth to a son. You went in person to offer congratulations and presented a meticulously prepared lavish gift. Year 15. The emperor passed away, and the Prince of Langya ascended the throne, taking the era name Xuanjing. Emperor Xuanjing summoned you to the capital, promoted you to Vice Minister of War, and ordered you to lead troops to suppress a rebellion. Year 18. You wiped out the rebel forces. Emperor Xuanjing reclaimed your military power and promoted you to Minister of War with the added title of Grand Preceptor to the Crown Prince. Year 20. The Empress was suddenly embroiled in a witchcraft case. Emperor Xuanjing was furious and banished her to the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince secretly asked you for help and you resolutely agreed. After investigation and verification, you found the person who had framed the Empress and cleared her name, though Emperor Xuanjing did not release her from the Cold Palace. Year 25. You received secret word that someone had reported you for visiting the Empress in the Cold Palace. That same year, Emperor Xuanjing was assassinated on his way back to the capital. The officials invited the Empress out of the Cold Palace, and the Crown Prince succeeded the throne, taking the era name Kangning. Year 26, you were bestowed the title of Grand Preceptor and became a Grand Secretary of the Inner Cabinet, reaching the pinnacle of a courtier's power. You used this opportunity to form factions for personal gain and eliminate rivals, establishing your own power base in the imperial court. Year 30, the people of the world knew of the Grand Preceptor but not the Emperor. Year 31, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and gave birth to a son for you. Year 38, Emperor Kangning died in depression. Year 40, the Empress Dowager passed away due to illness. Year 45, your wife passed away. Year 46, your eldest son passed away due to illness. Year 50, 2 immortals arrived from the abyss of emptiness in the east and destroyed Xuanjing. You narrowly escaped with your life. Simulation ended. You may choose one of the following items to save. 1. An item obtained during this simulation. 2. Your own cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The memories of a person closely related to you in this simulation. These memories can be inherited by that person. Forfeit the above options to increase the energy recharge progress. Li Fan pondered, is it turning truth into void? Or is all of this just a simulation? Is it only because it's too real that it creates an illusion? Or, once a certain level is reached, is there no longer a boundary between truth and falsehood? Whatever, let's look at these 4 options first. The first and second options are meaningless for now. If I had stepped onto the path of cultivation, they would be absolutely useful. Unfortunately, I was just a mortal in my previous life. As for the third option, no one knows what that person would become after gaining decades of memories. To be safe, that leaves only the fourth option. The Huan Zhen virtualization process requires energy. When I suffer a fatal injury, Huan Zhen will consume energy to automatically protect me. This is why I was able to escape death several times in my previous life. Therefore, the fourth option is the most reliable choice. It will speed up the energy replenishment. Ding name, Li Fan, realm mortal. Physical age 2086, mental age 166 10561, recharge progress, virtualization 30. Li Fan thought to himself, 3 lives 166 years. So I have lived this long. Looking at the upper limit of my mental age, I remember it was only 900 something in my last life, and now it has increased to over 10,000. After carrying too many memories, one's mental endurance reaches a critical point. If the burden is too heavy, it will crush the soul. This is the torment of time. But the mental age limit will increase significantly as mental endurance grows. As long as I step onto the path of cultivation, none of this will be a problem. My goal for this life is to learn the secrets of immortality from those 2 cultivators. 50 years from now they will descend upon Xuanjing. Even if I am plotting against them from the shadows, I might not be without a chance. Perhaps what I can rely on besides gunpowder and cannons is the immortal Miasma he mentioned. 50 years. I cannot wait in vain. Since he came from the abyss of emptiness in the east, I can send people deep into the abyss to investigate. What I fear most in life is having no goal. In my previous life there were many times I woke up in the Empress Dowager's bed in the middle of the night, feeling a wave of emptiness and confusion. I had already reached the peak of what a mortal could achieve. I could go no further. Another life would be the same. Power and pleasure become tasteless after being repeated many times. Perhaps after some cycle in the future I would proactively choose to end my life. But the appearance of those 2 cultivators has shown me a brand new possibility. It is as if I have seen a strange new world beckoning to me with temptation. I want to cultivate. I want immortality. No one shall stand in my way. He reached out his hand and smiled. Dao Xuanzi Kohang, see you in 50 years with the experience of 2 lifetimes section. Everything proceeded exceptionally smoothly. I once again participated in the imperial examinations, but with decades of experience holding the highest power in the court, the essays I wrote were naturally far superior to those of my previous life. I placed first in the provincial, metropolitan and palace exams, achieving the rare feat of being a Triple Crown winner, and my name became famous throughout the land. Afterward, I still chose to serve as an official in Wen County. Although many in the imperial court were puzzled and felt it was a waste of talent, they ultimately approved my request. Relying on my immense reputation and my intimate knowledge of the temperaments of every official in the county, I quickly purged Wen County of corruption and began to promote and train the trusted aides from my previous life. In Anchor Year 4 I searched in secret and found someone who could serve as a body double for the Prince of Langya, training him as a trusted confidant. In Anchor Year 5, I ordered my subordinates to disguise themselves as refugees and storm the Prince of Langya's estate. On the surface I led troops to the rescue, but in reality I coordinated from within to slaughter the prince's entire family, allowing the body double to take his place. From then on I controlled the Langya estate from the shadows. At this time the one Li Fan held in his arms was the granddaughter of the Grand Secretary. In Anchor Year 9 the wedding between the Prince of Langya the body double and the Grand Secretary's granddaughter took place as scheduled. Late that night I broke into the bridal chamber and consummated the marriage with the Princess of Langya. In Anchor Year 10 the princess gave birth to a son. The bloodline was of course mine. In Anchor Year 15 the emperor passed away. After obtaining the final imperial edict for succession, I quickly entered the capital with my trusted aides. Once the Prince of Langya ascended the throne I planted my followers throughout the court with the secret cooperation of the Grand Secretary, the head of the inner cabinet. I seized control of the overall situation with ease. In Anchor Year 20 after installing my son as the emperor, I conferred upon myself the title of Grand Preceptor and stepped from the shadows to the forefront. Having once again gained absolute power over the world, the gears of development in the Great Zan Kingdom did not stop. Instead they accelerated under my will. In Anchor Year 35 within the Grand Preceptor's mansion, Li Fan stood in the courtyard and asked, "So the thick fog over the abyss of emptiness clears for half a day every 15 years? The person kneeling on the ground reported. Reporting to the Grand Preceptor, it is indeed so. Our immortal vanguard camp was ordered to station near the abyss and observe day and night, and we finally made a discovery a few days ago. After the fog dispersed, light continued to radiate from the bottom of the abyss. Using telescopes to observe, we discovered reflections. Although the scenes everyone saw were different, they all contained endless chains of 10,000 mountains and magnificent bizarre architecture. We could even see towering cities on the plains, bustling with life and a population of no less than 1 million. Auspicious lights encircled the skies above the cities, with various divine birds and exotic beasts flying among them. Li Fan said, "As expected, it seems they truly come from the abyss of emptiness." He then asked, "Have you found a way to descend to the bottom?" The man replied, "Your subordinate is incompetent. We have tried various methods, but as soon as we descend to a certain depth, we are shredded by sudden astral winds. Those winds are extremely fierce. Even our army's sturdiest armor cannot withstand them for long." Upon hearing this, Li Fan sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. "It seems I must still wait for you." Anchor Year 50 Xuanjing of the Great Zan Kingdom. Night fell. At this moment 2 figures appeared once more. It was Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong. Ko Hong roared in fury, "Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far." Just then, countless cannonballs whistled upward from below, catching the two by surprise. It was clear at a glance that this was Li Fan's handiwork. Ko Hong immediately deployed his true chi to protect his body and block the shells, thinking angrily, "Who dares to launch a sneak attack?" Below, countless fully armed soldiers were firing rifles at the two. Ko Hong was bewildered, frowning at the projectiles flying toward him. He reached out and snatched a rifle from a soldier's hand, marveling after observing it. Interesting. Using ingenious structures to replace formations, and the explosive force of mortal materials to replace spiritual energy. To think that after thousands of years, this group of mortals exiled to the land of immortality's end could develop such exquisite items. Unfortunately, such things only work in a place where the heavenly Tao is fragmented. Outside the land of immortality's end, they are nothing but useless scrap metal. He spoke furiously. "Mortals dare to raise a hand against us cultivators. I originally felt a sliver of pity, but now it seems you are seeking your own deaths." Taoist art. Fire dragon's roar. A golden dragon phantom manifested and dove downward. The fire dragon swept through the city, destroying everything in its path. The entire city was engulfed in flames, reduced to ruins. Suddenly, Ko Hong discovered something that shocked him. He gritted his teeth and thought, "What is going on? My fire dragon's roar is certainly not something mortals can withstand. Why are so many people still alive?" Beside him, Dao Xuanzi picked up a projectile from the ground and said, "These hidden weapons have been soaked in mortal blood, after being tainted by the immortal miasma. The power of your Taoist arts has weakened. We were ambushed the moment we arrived. The opponent was clearly prepared and even utilized the miasma. This place is eerie. We should not linger." Ko Hong agreed. Suddenly, Li Fan's voice echoed through the city. "Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong, if you two dare to leave today, The news of you obtaining the core formation manual will spread throughout the entire cultivation world by tomorrow." The two stopped dead in their tracks. Dao Xuanzi looked at Ko Hong thinking, how is this possible? Only the two of us know about obtaining the core formation technique. How was the news leaked? Who is it? At that moment another massive volley of cannonballs was fired at them. Ko Hong roared in rage, "You seek death." Flames erupted around his body. Beside him, Dao Xuanzi sensed something was wrong and shouted a warning, "Not good, Ko Hong, get out of the way." But it was too late. The shells burst open, filled entirely with blood water that rained down like a crimson deluge, drenching everything below. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi fell from the sky. Soldiers immediately rushed forward and surrounded them. A soldier shouted, "O immortals, the Grand Preceptor has ordered that if you surrender without resistance, your lives may be spared." Dao Xuanzi's face was grim as he sneered, "Hey, surrender?" His body shook and the spatial ring on Ko Hong's body flew toward him. The dying Ko Hong said with great effort, "Take my storage ring." As soon as he spoke, his body perished and his Dao vanished. The phantom of the golden dragon flickered above Xuanjing. Then with Ko Hong's death, the golden dragon phantom gradually turned into a piece of withered wood. At that moment a voice seemed to resonate. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Ko Hong, 305 years of cultivation, fused with the rare item Dragon Thief Branch to establish his Dao Foundation. Besieged by thousands of mortals in the land of Immortality's end, unfortunately wounded by the immortal Miasma, losing his cultivation and exhausting his lifespan. Today his body perishes and his Dao vanishes, returning his essence to the heavens. A soldier shouted again, "Immortal Dao Xuanzi, the Grand Preceptor has no intention of a mutual destruction. If you cease your resistance, the Grand Preceptor guarantees your safety." From a distance, Li Fan observed quietly, thinking, when Ko Hong died just now a strange voice seemed to ring in the sky. But that is no longer important. The plan for slaying the immortal in this life has failed. He hadn't expected the immortal Miasma to be so lethal to cultivators. Dao Xuanzi slowly stood up. "I do not know who you are nor what your purpose is. Today my brother and I fell into a trap and our lives are forfeit. We have nothing to say to that. But I refuse to accept this. Hiding behind mortals, even using a base substance like the immortal Miasma that all cultivators despise. My brother Ko Hong died at the hands of someone like you, and I feel his life was wasted." Dao Xuanzi's body slowly rose into the air, and he continued, "You have already seen my brother's Foundation Establishment relic. Now I invite you all to witness mine." Dao Xuanzi formed a hand seal and shouted sharply, "By the wonders of heaven and earth, I build the foundation of my Dao. My Dao foundation is named Dao Zan." As soon as he spoke, a giant sword descended from the heavens. He continued, "I have a single blade. I invite you all to behold it." He then manipulated the giant sword to strike. The terrifying pressure nearly wiped the entire city from existence. Li Fan shouted, "Huan Zhen, end this simulation." Li Fan clutched his chest, his heart still racing with lingering fear. Is this the power of a peak Foundation Establishment cultivator? Without the immortal Miasma, even if I reincarnated 100 times and calculated every celestial secret, I could hardly pose a threat to them. Recalling Ko Hong, he lamented, "I didn't expect the immortal Miasma to directly cause Ko Hong's death. I thought their talk of being brothers for 100 years was just a casual remark, but it seems their bond was extraordinary." He stroked his chin and thought, when under attack, Dao Xuanzi had warned Ko Hong, and Ko Hong, knowing he couldn't escape death, had proactively given the core formation technique to Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi, seeing Ko Hong die to a plot, disregarded his own path to survival to unleash a suicidal strike. All of this proved their friendship truly surpassed that of ordinary men. Li Fan recalled Dao Xuanzi's words again. "Indeed, regarding the golden core of the great Dao, there is only room for one. While there are many core formation methods, there are even more cultivators trapped at Foundation Establishment." Li Fan thought to himself, the golden core of the great Dao has room for only one. The technique cannot be shared. If even brothers are like this, what must the cultivation world outside be like? He smiled and whispered to himself, "No matter how dangerous the path ahead, I will not waver. Besides, with Huan Zhen's help, as long as I am sufficiently cautious, no predicament can stop me. Last time I chose to attack both of them at once. Perhaps this time I can try to win one over. This time my mental age only increased by a few decades. It seems I'm approaching the limit. Counting my life before transmigrating, this is already the 5th lifetime. The path to immortality is so difficult. I hope these 50 years will not be wasted." At this moment the system displayed, name Li Fan, realm mortal. Physical age 2086. Mental age 216180. Energy recharge virtualization 30. The scene shifted to anchor year 35, the abyss of emptiness. Having experienced the last simulation, I knew the thick fog over the abyss cleared every 15 years. I came to the abyss today to see it with my own eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a massive amount of white mist erupted from the abyss, like an inverted waterfall surging into the clouds. These gale-force winds lasted for over half an hour before the fog dispersed. I took out my telescope and looked toward the bottom of the abyss. According to reports, everyone sees something different at the bottom. Through the telescope, Li Fan peered deep down. Before his eyes, 4 large characters carved into the rock appeared. The immortal Dao is dead. Below was a landscape of ruins with swords and blades scattered everywhere. Seeing this desolate sight, Li Fan's body couldn't help but tremble. The immortal Dao is dead. What catastrophe occurred here? What exactly happened to the entire cultivation world? Anchor year 50 Xuanjing City. Ko Hong spoke those same words. Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far. At this point, projectiles were once again fired into the sky, startling the two. A voice rang out, Ko Hong, you brat, by the order of the immortal Dao Xuanzi, we have been waiting here for a long time. Ko Hong used his spiritual energy to form a shield against the projectiles. He thought in shock, how is this possible? Could Dao Xuanzi have anticipated that I would flee here? Then he noticed something wrong and screamed in terror. Immortal mortal Miasma, he roared in fury. Dao Xuanzi, you are truly despicable. On the other side, Dao Xuanzi was also bewildered, thinking, what is with these mortals? Why are they attacking Ko Hong in my name? And they even used the immortal mortal Miasma. He spoke up, this place is quite strange. Ko Hong, I did not command these mortals. The voice from below rang out again. Immortal Dao Xuanzi, why are you going back on your word? Was it not agreed that if we helped you intercept and kill Ko Hong here to seize his core formation technique, you would lead my people out of this land of immortality's end? Hearing this, Ko Hong was consumed by rage. You still claim it wasn't you? Besides the two of us, who else in this world knows about the core formation technique? Dao Xuanzi thought to himself. This person actually knows about the core formation technique. He immediately used his divine sense to probe downward. The voice came again. You must know that for the immortal mortal miasma you asked for, we have already incited public outrage. Now the people's resentment is boiling. If you cannot fulfill your promise to lead us away, I fear my clan will soon be buried here. Tracking the sound with his divine sense, Dao Xuanzi charged toward the source, thinking, got you. He shouted in a fury, shameless brat, shut your mouth. He attacked the source of the sound without hesitation. The rocks and earth there were shattered by the power, however. He soon discovered that the one speaking was merely an object, not a person. The voice from the loudspeaker rang out again. Does the immortal now wish to silence us? Dao Xuanzi gritted his teeth in rage. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? How can this person be so cautious? With a flick of his finger, the radio was turned to dust above him. Ko Hong grew even more furious. Dao Xuanzi, we have known each other for 100 years. I never expected I would misjudge you. Isn't it the core formation technique you want? How dare you use such underhanded tactics? Hearing his former brother's accusations, Dao Xuanzi felt wronged to the extreme, his expression turning terrifyingly grim. Ko Hong said no more and immediately summoned his flames to strike at Dao Xuanzi. I'm tired of running. If you have the skill, come and take it. Taoist art, fire dragon's roar. A golden dragon manifested, breathing intense flames at Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi stood calmly, then let out a helpless sigh. A long sword leapt into his hand as deep purple chi erupted fiercely, launching a counterattack against Ko Hong. The golden dragon and the giant sword collided violently once again, the shockwaves reducing everything around them to rubble. The voice rang out again. Dao Xuanzi is fickle and vengeful. If he wins, none of us will survive. All soldiers, hear my command. Assist immortal Ko Hong in dealing with Dao Xuanzi. Hearing this, Ko Hong burst into laughter. Evil doing brings its own end. The ancients did not lie to me. Dao Xuanzi, I never expected that for all your self-righteousness you would act so dishonorably. Now you face the backlash. Dao Xuanzi was so enraged his lungs felt ready to burst and he roared with suppressed fury. Utterly foolish, Ko Hong ignored him and said, You clever bastard, why are you now deserted by everyone? You've been outsmarted by your own cunning. I just happened to comprehend a new Taoist art recently. It's perfect for sending you on your way. With that, he unleashed Taoist art, Dragon Trap. In an instant his flames poured down, transforming into a massive cage that locked Dao Xuanzi firmly within. Dao Xuanzi was no ordinary opponent. He summoned purple lightning, struck out with all his might and shouted, Break for me! The azure giant sword followed his movement and instantly shattered the cage, soaring straight into the clouds. Under Ko Hong's astonished gaze, Dao Xuanzi, high in the sky, stopped holding back. He formed hand seals to cast a spell, and the Dao Zon manifestation giant sword emerged from the void once again, diving toward Ko Hong's position. Ko Hong laughed wildly. Let us see then, is your Dao Zon superior or is my dragon thief branch a cut above? Having said that, he also unleashed a dragon transformation art. Sword and dragon entangled and collided once more, the sound of the impact deafening. At that moment the voice rang out again, Immortal Ko Hong, we shall lend you a hand. Immediately following, countless cannonballs were fired at Dao Xuanzi. By now, Dao Xuanzi had no way to evade. Immortal mortal miasma erupted from the bursting shells, drenching Dao Xuanzi's entire body. He let out a cry of agony and indignation. In the blink of an eye, Ko Hong's dragon thief branch instantly pierced through his chest. Only then did Ko Hong realize what had happened, exclaiming, Oh no! In an instant the dragon thief branch spread rapidly, completely entangling Dao Xuanzi's body, as the chi and blood within him were absorbed and dissipated by the branch. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Dao Xuanzi, 2011 years of cultivation. Fused with the rare item Dao Zon Manifestation to establish his Dao Foundation. Besieged by mortals in the land of immortality's end, he ultimately died at the hands of Foundation Establishment Cultivator Ko Hong. Today his body perishes and his Dao vanishes, returning his essence to the heavens. Instantly, the giant sword in midair turned to ash and vanished. Below, Li Fan thought to himself, that voice again. It had appeared when Ko Hong died before as well. At this time Ko Hong returned to the ground, his powerful body drenched in sweat, gasping for breath from the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. He looked at the recently deceased Dao Xuanzi and muttered, Dao Xuanzi, Li Fan stepped forward from the rear and bowed respectfully. I am Li Fan, greetings Immortal, I hope the Immortal will show great mercy and save the lives of the thousands in my clan. Kohong glanced at him sideways and asked suspiciously, that voice that echoed everywhere just now, that was you, wasn't it? A mere mortal dares to interfere in a battle between us cultivators, Li Fan replied solemnly. It was merely seeking a sliver of survival as I said before, if the Immortal had lost, my clansmen would surely have faced certain death. Kohong nodded after hearing this. Seeking a sliver of survival indeed, the world is difficult, who among us is not struggling for that one chance at life? Li Fan spoke up. Earlier Immortal Dao Xuanzi promised me, Kohong interrupted with a cold knowing snort. Dao Xuanzi has always been a man of his word in public for the last 100 years. I never expected that in practice he would be so utterly bottomless as to deceive even a mortal. The immortal extinguishing array is incredibly perilous. Even I would have to expend considerable effort to leave. How could he possibly take mortals with him? Li Fan was stunned and blurted out, What, even you don't know the way to leave this place? Kohong replied calmly, Exactly. A dead silence fell over the area. Li Fan said, This is no place for conversation. Immortal, please follow me. Inside an underground shelter, Li Fan and Kohong sat opposite each other. Li Fan asked, regarding what the Immortal said earlier about being unable to take mortals out of this land of immortality's end, is that the truth? Kohong immediately affirmed, You are but a mere mortal. What reason would I have to deceive you? Perhaps a golden core cultivator could protect a mortal while passing through that immortal extinguishing array, but with only a foundation establishment cultivation it is absolutely impossible. Li Fan, still holding on to a shred of hope, asked, Is there truly no hope for us mortals to leave this world? Kohong replied without hesitation. To leave this land of immortality's end, one must cross the immortal extinguishing array. It is impossible for a mortal body to pass through. Besides, you already have one foot in the grave. Why are you so obsessed with leaving? Is it not good to be a mortal emperor? Li Fan replied, If my descendants could achieve the foundation establishment realm like the immortal, wouldn't it then be possible to leave? Hearing this, Kohong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. Setting aside the fact that this place has no spiritual energy and cultivation is impossible, the eternal severance of immortal and mortal alone is enough. The mortals here are covered in miasma, how could they ever cultivate the immortal path? I advise you to give up. If you mortals wish to cultivate, your only hope is to go to the outside world to reshape your bodies and wash away the miasma. Otherwise, even if the great Tao of longevity were laid out before you, you could only look at it but never touch it. Li Fan fell silent, his body trembling slightly. The eternal severance of immortal and mortal, if that's the case, is there truly no way? Kohong laughed loudly. Indeed there is no way. Li Fan stood up to leave. If the immortal has no other commands I shall take my leave. As Kohong watched Li Fan's departing back, a sudden inexplicable alarm went off in his heart. Sensing that something was wrong, immediately following a mist of blood splashed toward him, Kohong cried out in terror, Immortal mortal miasma, you? Li Fan stepped out of the secret room. Only Kohong's miserable wails remained inside the secret room. Li Fan spoke with a wooden expression, Since immortals and mortals are irreconcilable, how could I, a mere mortal, dare to fully trust your words? According to Kohong's confession, this place was called the Land of Immortality's End. All of this originated from a world-shaking upheaval in the ancient cultivation world thousands of years ago. Initially, cultivators didn't care about the plagues among the common people. Until the first cultivator was infected, the plague subsequently mutated and strengthened, beginning to spread among cultivators. And the path of transmission was the very spiritual energy that cultivators relied on for survival. The plague spread rapidly across the entire cultivation world through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When a cultivator caught this disease, at best, their cultivation would regress and their realm would drop. At worst, they would lose all their power overnight, becoming no different from a mortal, followed by their body perishing and their Tao vanishing as their essence returned to the heavens. In their desperation, the cultivators vented their rage on the mortals who were the source of the plague, initiating a massive slaughter. But before long, the massacre was forcibly terminated. The plague did not dissipate with the death of the mortals. Instead, it was as if it had lost its shackles, expanding wildly along with the spiritual energy. This instead led to the deaths of even more cultivators. However, waiting for death was never the way of the cultivators. On one hand, a group of cultivators began to research a cure for this plague. On the other hand, the cultivators proposed a massive great migration plan. Bearing eternal infamy, they exiled all mortals in the cultivation world to these tiny spiritless worlds such as fragmented pocket dimensions, and used arrays to completely isolate them, preventing these mortals from ever returning. Originally, there were no more mortals in the cultivation world, but not every descendant of two cultivators possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Over time, a large number of mortals were born again within the cultivation world, and within the bodies of these mortals lurked the shadow of that plague. This plague possessed a specific lethality toward cultivators. If a mortal descendant wished to cultivate, they first had to purge the plague within their body. Over time, this plague became synonymous with the distinction between immortal and mortal. Thus, people named it the immortal mortal miasma. As Li Fan held the confession, he read that to prevent the return of the immortal mortal Miasma, the cultivators established a pact. They would avoid going to the places where mortals were exiled as much as possible. Over time, these places became lands of Immortality's End. After reading, Li Fan thought to himself, I don't know how many lands of Immortality's End there are, and very few cultivators are willing to risk entering such places. It was a stroke of extreme luck that I encountered too. As a mortal, my lifespan is limited. Even if I can continuously simulate reincarnations, it is only within the scope of my lifespan that I can meet them again. I am 70 years old this year, and the upper limit of my physical age is 86. In the remaining 16 years it is basically impossible to encounter other cultivators. Am I truly destined to only repeat a mortal's life over and over again? After waiting for nearly 30 years, how can I be satisfied with this? Is there really no way? Suddenly he sensed something unusual and blurted out, Wait a moment. He turned and questioned the imprisoned Kohong. During the Great Migration, how did the mortals reach the land of Immortality's End? Covered in wounds, Kohong spoke with confusion. You still haven't given up? Even if you knew, what could you do? 70 years old and you still want to cultivate. Li Fan said, Now that you've lost your cultivation, if you could return to the cultivation world, could you continue to cultivate? Kohong was startled and asked back, What? Li Fan continued, If you can help me find a way to the cultivation world, I might take you with me when the time comes. Kohong roared in anger. You treacherous villain, you still want to deceive me, Li Fan said calmly. Whether it is truth or a lie, it is a hope nonetheless. Are you willing to give up this chance at life and wait for death in this tiny place? Kohong fell into silence, let out a long sigh, and replied, If I'm not mistaken, the vessels used to move mortals back then should have been Dharma treasures like flying ships or shuttles. In the ancient period, the cultivation world was numerous and the major sects were prosperous. Such transport treasures were very common. Unfortunately, after the great upheaval of heaven and earth, every cultivator in the world was only looking out for themselves and began to act in solitude, making flying ships and shuttles rare. Li Fan asked doubtfully, Does the great upheaval of heaven and earth refer to that bizarre plague? Kohong replied, The immortal mortal miasma was bizarre, but it could not shake the foundation of cultivators. The reason the miasma could run rampant was that most of the cultivators under heaven died in a great catastrophe. That's right. The golden core of the great Tao. There is room for me but no other. Although there are many methods for core formation in the world, there are far more cultivators trapped at the foundation establishment stage at this point. Li Fan remembered the scene he saw when the mist cleared. The immortal Tao is dead, he frowned and asked, Could the great catastrophe of heaven and earth be that immortal techniques cannot be practiced by more than one person? Kohong nodded and answered, Exactly. Immortal techniques cannot be practiced together. It is rumored that in ancient times no such restriction existed. In those days the major sects opened their doors wide, recruiting disciples to teach them skills. Cultivators had masters to guide them. They could ask for advice when they hit a bottleneck and even discuss the sect's techniques with their fellow disciples. The entire cultivation world was magnificent and full of vitality, until one day the cultivation efficiency of the practitioners dropped significantly. At that moment, a line of text appeared before the practitioners. Foundation Establishment Cultivation Method, 9 Young Armored Script. Current practitioners, 968 inches. While cultivating, there would be a vague sense of how many people in the entire cultivation world were practicing the same method at the same time. They discovered that the more people practicing a certain technique simultaneously, the lower the cultivation efficiency of that technique became. Countless cultivators found their progress stalled, and as their lifespans reached their limits, the murderous intent in their hearts could no longer be suppressed. Disciples, masters, senior and junior brothers. The fellow disciples of yesterday instantly became mortal enemies. A catastrophe swept through the entire cultivation world as long as someone practiced the same method as me. They were blocking my path to the Tao. It was a battle to the death. Even rogue cultivators who fled into deep mountains or secret realms to take refuge were not spared, because people practicing the same technique could sense each other's locations. Li Fan asked again, If immortal techniques cannot be shared, how do current cultivators practice? And what is the state of the current cultivation world? Kohong sighed deeply. In the current cultivation world, if one wants to cultivate, there are only a few choices. First is to join the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. The Alliance is a loose organization formed by many cultivators, where one can exchange contribution points for the Alliance's techniques and resources. Within the Alliance, contribution points can be obtained by accepting and completing tasks or through trading with others. The second is the Council of 5 Elders. The Council is an organization founded by 5 top-tier powerhouses and possesses immense influence. As long as one has the aptitude for cultivation, they can join voluntarily and choose a technique. The price is that they must sign a soul contract to pledge loyalty to the Council for a certain period of time. After hearing this, Li Fan stroked his long beard and thought, From your description, why do I feel this cultivation world is? Techniques aren't exactly rare either, Kohong sneered. That's because most techniques obtained through various means are fragmented and incomplete. Many of these have been recompiled by major factions in recent years, and reaching the great perfection of chi condensation is their absolute limit. specifically for Qi Condensation Great Perfection, fragments of the Purple Clouds Manual, for Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, fragments of the 9 Revolutions Grand Award Manual, and for Golden Core Great Perfection, fragments of the Great Yin Manual. To build a Dao foundation further, one must switch to a higher tier technique. The same applies to levels beyond foundation establishment. After reflecting again, Li Fan asked, switching techniques, if one has to start over and replace their technique every time they break through to a new realm, wouldn't all previous efforts be in vain? Ko Hong replied, not necessarily. All practitioners must study fragments of the supreme primordial origin true scripture. This scripture isn't a cultivation method per se, but rather a secret art. Its function is to allow a practitioner to disperse their own cultivation level at will without significant loss. After dispersing their power and retraining in a different technique, they can rapidly reclaim their original realm. Li Fan was deeply puzzled. Such a miraculous method existing felt almost too convenient. It seemed these fragments appeared at just the right time, for only in this way could the world's practitioners accept the constant cycle of switching techniques. Ko Hong sighed, his face filled with sorrow. But even so, what of it? A true manual is hard to find. Dao Xuanzi died without ever knowing that the reason I stole the treasure and fled was not just because it was a core formation technique, but because it was a true manual that points directly to the nascent soul realm. Li Fan was shaken to his core. A nascent soul true manual. Afterward, Ko Hong introduced him to some common knowledge of the cultivation world. For instance, how a cultivator's death triggers a celestial phenomenon within a certain range. Finally, the conversation returned to the main point. Ko Hong continued, I once heard a rumor that for thousands of years mortals from the land of Immortality's end have been secretly returning to the cultivation world, though most are just folk rumors without any concrete proof. Li Fan then said, there is no smoke without fire. Sometimes rumors are indeed facts as long as there is a sliver of hope. I will not give up. Upon hearing this, Ko Hong muttered, I really don't know where an old man with one foot in the grave like you gets so much energy. Then Li Fan spoke, as long as you help me find a way to the cultivation world, I will not only release you and let you return with me, but I will also return everything belonging to you and Dao Xuanzi, including that nascent soul true manual. Hearing this, Ko Hong was indeed excited. Are you serious? Li Fan replied calmly. Naturally. Ko Hong nodded. Very well, in that case I shall do my utmost to assist you. Thus with Ko Hong's help I scoured the world's historical records, hoping to find any fragments of recorded history or clues related to the Great Migration of old. Simultaneously I deployed the army to excavate ancient tombs, attempting to find any meager traces within them. Although there were widespread complaints among the populace, and officials submitted petitions for restraint daily, I forcibly suppressed them all. Regrettably, the era of the Great Migration was far too distant and the remaining lifespan of this life was too short. After 16 years in the secret chamber, Li Fan slowly walked down the steps, his pace halting as he thought. Now that my end is near, I have still gained nothing. This body is so aged it is like a candle in the wind, liable to go out at any moment. Before this life ends, I must first verify the new items in this storage ring. Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter. A nascent soul realm technique. Current practitioners 0. Li Fan thought secretly, a nascent soul technique. Unfortunately, I am but a mortal after all. I don't even have divine sense. I am sitting on a mountain of treasure but cannot enjoy it. As for Dao Xuanzi's sword, according to Ko Hong, once a cultivator's body perishes and their Dao vanishes, their foundation establishment wonders also lose their creative vitality. Suddenly he discovered something, his eyes widening in shock. At that moment the system appeared again. Item capable of replenishing energy detected. Broken Dao Zan sword damaged. Proceed with energy recharge? Yes, no. Li Fan immediately replied yes. The broken sword subsequently vanished and the system displayed recharge progress. Anchor point progress 1. Current number of anchor points 1. Li Fan pondered. According to the information from Huan Zhen, once the anchor recharge reached 100, a second anchor point will be unlocked. In the future, when choosing to return through virtualization, I can freely choose to restart from any anchor point. If I can truly open a second anchor point, things will be much more convenient. Although unique treasures of heaven and earth are hard to find, the cultivation world is vast and boundless. There must be many such wonders. He clenched his fist, determined. As long as I can leave this land of immortality's end and jump out of this cage, aside from these spirit stones, there's nothing else of value in the ring. He then put all the items back into the storage ring. It is time to end this life. Huan Zhen, end this simulation. You may choose one of the following items to retain. 1. A personal item from this simulation. 2. Your own cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The simulated memories of a close character from this simulation. These memories can be inherited by said character. 4. Forfeit the above options to speed up the recharge progress. At this time, Li Fan again clicked to retain one item. Looking at the item before him, Li Fan said with some annoyance, damn it. As expected, the items in the storage ring cannot all be retained at once. He let out a long sigh. Then there's no choice but to select this nascent soul technique. Ding name Li Fan, realm mortal. Physical age 2086, mental age 282111109, virtualization recharge progress 0, anchor recharge progress 1, current anchor points 1, locked item heavenly mystery jade ring golden chapter. Although Li Fan was puzzled, locked meant this technique would forever remain within Huan Zhen. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This way more plans could be made. In the previous life, to find a way to the cultivation world, my tomb digging campaign was indeed too shocking. Even with my control over the court, it incited significant opposition. Doing such things right after the government stabilized was indeed unsustainable. But if I start planning now, 20 years might be enough to shift the mindset of the people. Time flowed on and my sixth life began. Under my secret influence, many subtle changes occurred in the world. In Anchor Year 5, the archaic school emerged out of nowhere. This school brought a large number of ancient texts into the capital to present to the emperor. Because the contents were exquisite and rare, they caused a nationwide sensation. The ancient texts were titled Yi, Daoda, Nanhua, Lanyu and Deshui. In Anchor Year 6, the Son of Heaven suddenly fell seriously ill and became bedridden, and the imperial physicians were all at their wits' end. At this time, the archaic school specially offered an immortal pill. The Son of Heaven followed their advice and took the pill. Unexpectedly, it had miraculous effects, and before long the emperor recovered as before. In Anchor Year 11, Zhanghe Prefecture solved a severe tomb robbing case, capturing over 100 members of a gang. The prefect of Zhanghe, Li Fan, did not dare act on his own authority and submitted a petition to have the criminals sent to Xuanjing for the emperor's personal judgment. Over a month later, the imperial decree arrived. The death penalty was waived, commuted to confiscation into slavery to serve in the capital. In Anchor Year 15, the emperor fell ill again and sought immortal pills to prolong his life. Consequently, he deployed 100,000 troops to excavate ancient tombs everywhere in search of traces of immortal pills. Unfortunately, such pills were hard to find. The emperor passed away in regret, but the trend of archaic tomb seeking grew more intense throughout the land. Before his death, the emperor passed the throne to the Prince of Langya. Thus, I once again took secret control of the empire's power. In Anchor Year 23, as ancient tombs were unearthed one after another, the missing history was gradually pieced together. The earliest era found was called the Qi dynasty. I offered a reward to the world. Anyone who could find a Qi dynasty tomb would be titled a marquis. In Anchor Year 25, the tomb of the first Qi emperor Yi Sheng was finally discovered in just a few months. The path to the main burial chamber was cleared. After removing all obstacles, I entered the ancient tomb surrounded by a crowd. The tomb passage was hundreds of meters long with lifelike murals on the walls that remained clear even after thousands of years. Upon reaching the main chamber, the space was 40 to 50 meters high and stretched thousands of meters in length and width. The ceiling seemed to mimic the arrangement of stars, embedded with over 1,000 night-luminescent pearls, with mountains immersed in a sea of clouds. This sea of clouds, generated by unknown means, was fixed within the chamber and did not drift away. It had not dissipated even after thousands of years, and the peaks were connected by small paths. Everyone who walked along was filled with admiration. Li Fan thought to himself, as expected of immortal methods, on the highest mountain sat a simple thatched hut. The farmland outside was desolate. Getting closer, he discovered that the straw of the hut was actually woven from countless golden threads. Li Fan ordered, "You two, go open the door." 2 soldiers replied, "Yes." Li Fan thought privately that this thatched hut was clearly where Yi Xing's coffin resided. After the door was pushed open, Li Fan stepped inside, but he discovered something that made his eyes widen. Before him was a spirit tablet inscribed with "Tomb of Yi Xing, outer disciple of the Taian sect." He thought with a heavy expression. It seems that although this person joined a sect called the Taian sect, he was ultimately just an outer disciple who failed to step onto the path of immortality. He was eventually exiled here by cultivators. Even before death, he did not forget his sect, choosing not to title himself emperor but always viewing himself as an outer disciple of the Taian sect. However, according to Ko Hong, all sects in the world should have perished in the Great Catastrophe before the Great Migration. Now it seemed there must be a hidden story. Perhaps this Yi Xing had been entrusted by the cultivators of the Taian sect to handle the mortal migration in this realm. He just wondered if he could find the flying ship used for the migration this time. Having found no sign of the tomb owner's remains, I ordered a search of the surroundings. A few days later, news arrived. A man reporting to the Grand Preceptor, the archaic battalion discovered records regarding a flying ship in the burial inventory of a nearby chamber. But this tomb was looted long ago, and based on the marks, the theft occurred 1,000 years ago. Li Fan fell silent. It was happening again. He then angrily smashed the nearby artifacts. Again, every time I am shown hope, it turns out to be as unreachable as a reflection in a mirror. After venting, he was breathless with exhaustion. Once he calmed down, he ordered, "Offer a reward to the entire world. Anyone who finds a clue to the immortal ship shall be granted the title of Marquis of 10,000 households." In Anchor Year 35, the man came to report. Li Fan cried out in surprise. "You found an immortal's tomb," the man replied. Reporting to the Grand Preceptor, a few days ago, while a group was excavating a small tomb, they were suddenly injured by an unknown force, suffering heavy casualties. The archaic battalion did not dare be careless and sent people to survey it overnight. Despite many experienced men, they could not budge that small tomb an inch. Li Fan immediately ordered, "Take the immortal miasma and go open that tomb immediately." Subsequently, the immortal miasma was splashed onto the ancient tomb's barrier. Instantly, the protective screen vanished. Li Fan ordered, "Be extremely careful during the excavation. If you find anything resembling a flying ship, report to me immediately." The soldiers replied, "Yes." A moment later, someone came to report. Reporting to the Grand Preceptor, there is indeed an object resembling a flying ship among the burial goods. Li Fan rushed in without hesitation. When he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked. This was a flying ship. Before him was an exquisite little wooden boat. This wooden boat was the very flying ship he had been longing for. Through the information carved on the wall by the tomb owner before his death, I also figured out the sequence of events. It turned out the tomb owner was named Qian Hong. Over 3,000 years ago, he was pursued by enemies and with no other choice, fled into this land of immortality's end. There was no spiritual energy here, and he hadn't brought many spirit stones. Before long, his spirit stones were exhausted. Lacking spirit stones to replenish his spiritual power, his cultivation regressed day by day. He speculated that when mortals were exiled here 1,000 years prior, perhaps a flying ship or two were left behind. Thus he searched far and wide for decades and finally found Yixing's tomb. There was indeed a flying ship in the tomb, but to his despair the core power array within it was damaged. He was not skilled in the art of artifact refining and could not repair it. Therefore Qian Hong ultimately gave up on the idea of leaving the land of immortality's end. The wall now read, "If a cultivator of future generations enters my tomb, please take my bones back to the cultivation world. The relics in this tomb shall serve as your reward," written by Qian Hong. After reading, Li Fan thought, protected by a formation outside, he likely expected the newcomer to be a cultivator. This isn't surprising. Let's see what he left behind first. At that moment the system appeared again. Celestial item, Tomb of the Broken Steel. Li Fan couldn't help but shout excitedly, "A celestial item?" He let out a long sigh. It turned out this was what had been protecting the tomb all along. Unfortunately, Huan Zhen gave no further reaction. A large amount of immortal miasma had just been used to force entry into the tomb. Now, this broken steel had likely been affected by the miasma and turned into a mundane stone. Let's look at the second item then. Selected Huan Zhen, Qi Condensation Realm Technique. Current Practitioners 1. Cloud Water Records, a Foundation Establishment Cultivation Method. Current Practitioners 1. Li Fan was struck with sudden shock. How could someone already be practicing these? Was this a trap? No, over 3,000 years had passed. Forget Foundation Establishment, even a golden core cultivator would have long since turned into a handful of yellow sand. But why did these techniques show they were currently being practiced? Could there be an initial backup? After the Great Catastrophe, many techniques were compiled by major factions like the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals and the Council of 5 Elders, so an original record must exist. The management of these major factions likely saw that no one was practicing the techniques and made them available for others to exchange. In fact, over these 3,000 years, these two techniques might have passed through several generations of owners. He slumped down, his face filled with regret. What terrible luck, truly wretched. He looked at the third item. The Taian orb. Having endured for thousands of years, the Taian orb had finally fallen into my hands. Ding. Taian orb. A tool used by the Taian sect for migrating mortals. The internal formations are damaged. Li Fan let out a long sigh. After a century of bitter waiting, I have finally gotten my wish, although the Taian orb is damaged. There was no need to worry. Qian Hong didn't know how to fix it, and I, Li Fan, didn't know how to fix it, but someone would. At the 50-year anchor point, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi appeared once again. Ko Hong was still saying those same words. "Dao Xuanzi, do not push me too far." Dao Xuanzi spoke. "Ko Hong, do you think I would let you go just because you fled to this land of immortality's end? Hand over the manual you obtained that day, or I shall never rest until you are dead." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Is a mere core formation manual worth you two fighting to the death?" These words caused both men to turn back in astonishment. Ko Hong looked over angrily and shouted sharply, "Who is it? Such bold words." Dao Xuanzi also looked coldly toward the source of the voice. Li Fan pointed toward the house and said loudly, "Why don't you two come down and talk?" Subsequently, the three of them entered the room. Li Fan laughed heartily. "Haha, please," he began to weave a lie. "Years ago, my ancestor said on his deathbed that 2 cultivators might arrive from the east of the abyss of emptiness in later generations. The moment they stepped into the capital would be the opportunity for my clan to leave this place. For thousands of years the clansmen have remained skeptical, but seeing you today it is indeed true." Ko Hong asked suspiciously, "How may I address you?" Li Fan replied with a smile, "This old man is Li Fan." Dao Xuanzi also spoke. "From the meaning of your words, your ancestor predicted our arrival thousands of years ago. And what is the meaning of an opportunity to leave this place?" Li Fan looked at the two with a composed expression. "What, do you not believe me?" Ko Hong said, filled with suspicion. "This matter is far too mystical. We have traveled the cultivation world for centuries and have never heard of any divination technique capable of predicting events 1,000 years into the future." Li Fan then asked, "Have you two ever heard of the Taian sect?" Both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi were stunned. Ko Hong suddenly cried out in shock. Could it be the sect from the ancient era that shook the world with its divination arts? Hearing this, Li Fan breathed a small sigh of relief, relaxed his body, and then said, "This old man's ancestor was indeed a member of the Taian sect back then. Although he joined the Taian sect, he did not care for cultivation and was only obsessed with the arts of divination and omens. That would have been fine, but who could have expected the great upheaval of heaven and earth? All mortals had to be migrated, and my ancestor only had a cultivation level of early-stage chi condensation. Though no one would have forced him if he were unwilling, my ancestor saw the panic of the clansmen and volunteered to take charge of the mortal migration affairs, subsequently remaining here with the clan." After hearing this, Dao Xuanzi said, "So that is how it is. I wonder why this fellow Taoist has stopped us." Li Fan continued his fabrication. "No cultivator has been seen here for 1,000 years. Seeing you two today, I knew you were the ones my ancestor predicted on his deathbed. The opportunity to help my clan escape our predicament. Currently, you two wish to fight to the death over a single core formation manual, which is why I hurried to speak up and stop you." Dao Xuanzi let out a long sigh. "I've made a fool of myself before you, Taoist, but you may not know that techniques are extremely difficult to obtain in the outside world. Turning into mortal enemies and engaging in slaughter and plunder for the sake of a single manual is a common occurrence." Li Fan sighed and acted mysteriously. "How could it come to this?" Dao Xuanzi looked at his expression and asked in confusion. "From your tone, Taoist, could it be?" Li Fan pointed upward and said, "Before my ancestor passed away, he left behind a manual that points directly to the Golden Core realm." Ko Hong stood up abruptly in shock. "Wonderful, if we can obtain this manual. Then there will be no need for us brothers to fight any longer." Dao Xuanzi also asked excitedly, "I wonder what it is you seek, Taoist?" Li Fan replied, "My ancestor's lifelong wish was to return to the Taian sect. Before his death, besides this manual, he also passed down a Dharma treasure called the Taian Orb. Although it is damaged, my ancestor once divined that many years later 2 cultivators would descend, one proficient in sword arts and one fond of artifact refining, who could help his descendants repair the Taian Orb and leave this land of immortality's end." Seeing that every word he spoke was accurate, Dao Xuanzi could not help but be overjoyed. "It matches perfectly. My elder brother Ko Hong is obsessed with the path of artifact refining, while my expertise lies precisely in sword arts. These divination arts are truly miraculous to the extreme." Beside him, Ko Hong also lamented, "To have such unfathomable divine abilities with only a chi condensation cultivation, it is truly unimaginable." Li Fan spoke again, "Words alone are not proof. Please follow me to inspect the manual." Seeing Ko Hong about to follow, Dao Xuanzi's face darkened. "What, has brother already obtained a page of a core formation technique and is still not satisfied?" Ko Hong stopped immediately, then turned and said, "Fine, I will simply not enter." At this moment, Li Fan showed a flicker of a cunning smile, as if he had long since expected this situation. After entering the room for a moment he stopped. This left Dao Xuanzi somewhat confused. Directly ahead was the immortal mortal Miasma. Dao Xuanzi was startled and blurted out, "Immortal mortal Miasma." Li Fan replied, "One must always be wary of others. We mortals can only do this much to protect our family's heirloom treasure." He then took out a scroll of the technique. "Please look, Taoist, this is the ancestral technique. Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter, a nascent soul realm technique. Current practitioners 0. Dao Xuanzi trembled all over with excitement. "A nascent soul technique? It is actually a nascent soul technique." The corners of Li Fan's mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself, "Everything is going exactly as I planned." Then he spoke, "Well, this old man's words were not false, were they? Just now in front of brother Ko Hong I only said my ancestor passed down a core formation technique precisely because I feared he might harbor evil thoughts." Dao Xuanzi laughed without the slightest suspicion. "Your mind is meticulous, Taoist. I am impressed. Rest assured, my brother Ko Hong is proficient in artifact refining. I will surely persuade him to do his utmost to help you repair the Taian Orb." Li Fan laughed heartily. "Ha, then I shall trouble you. Once the matter is settled, this old man will certainly present this manual with both hands." A moment later, Dao Xuanzi returned outside and had already conducted a voice transmission exchange with Ko Hong. Ko Hong confirmed in surprise, "So what this Li Fan said is true. There really is an ancestral core formation manual?" Dao Xuanzi replied, "Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes." Ko Hong gave a sinister grin. "He's just a mere mortal. We can just seize the manual directly." Ko Hong asked again, "Can't we just take it? He's just a mortal." Dao Xuanzi then said, "Although this Li Fan is only a mortal, he is, after all, a descendant of the Taian sect. You've already seen that chilling divination art. It is truly eerie if we try to take it by force. There's no telling what hidden cards he might have. It's just helping him repair the Taian Orb. It's not a difficult task. Why create unnecessary complications?" he thought to himself. "If I push Li Fan too far and he reveals that the technique is actually a nascent soul manual, that would be disastrous." The next day I handed the Taian Orb over to the two for repairs. Ko Hong looked at the Taian Orb before him and was secretly shocked. As expected of an object from the Taian sect, the refining methods are exquisite and the formations are profound, far exceeding what I have learned. If I can repair it, my path of artifact refining will surely make great progress." Li Fan then said, "Then I shall leave it to you two. If you have any requirements, do not hesitate to speak. This old man will certainly fulfill them. In cultivation, one loses track of time. For a wooden boat that seemed so small, it took Ko Hong and the other nearly a year to complete the repairs. Hearing today that the Taian orb was fixed, I hurried to find them. Ko Hong handed the repaired Taian orb to Li Fan and said, "The Taian orb's core power formation, the size-changing formation, and the dust-purifying formation have been completely repaired. Only the defense and attack formations were limited by raw materials and could only be simply restored. Crossing the Great Immortal Extinguishing Array won't be a problem, but if you have to face attacks from cultivators, it will be a bit strained." Li Fan took the Taian orb and replied, "No matter, as long as we can cross the Great Immortal Extinguishing Array and return to the cultivation world with the tokens left by my ancestor, we will naturally find a way back to the Taian sect." At this time, Ko Hong began to explain the Taian orb's functions. This Taian orb is powered by spiritual energy and must be controlled with divine sense. It has 3 levels of size transformation. The first form is only 10 meters long and 2 to 3 meters wide. The slightly larger one is 100 meters long, and if expanded to its limit, it can reach over 1,000 meters. Though the spirit stone reserves we have are not much, the leftovers I used as materials are enough for you to leave this place in the second form. However, controlling this Taian orb requires at least the divine sense of the chi condensation stage. I wonder if you need us to handle it for you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was utterly horrified because Li Fan actually controlled the Taian orb with ease using a bizarre method. Ko Hong couldn't help but be puzzled. "Your methods are truly extraordinary, Taoist. Despite having a mortal body, you can actually manipulate the Taian orb." Li Fan laughed loudly. "Mere insignificant tricks, not worth mentioning. I must also thank you two Taoists. Having been trapped for 1,000 years, there is finally hope of escape, all thanks to your efforts." Beside him, Dao Xuanzi also spoke. "Since the Taian orb is repaired, I wonder." Li Fan understood perfectly and replied with a smile, "It has long been prepared. Please follow me to collect it, Taoists." 3 days later, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi received the manuals and bid me farewell. Dao Xuanzi said, "Taoist, the spirit stones we have left are nearly exhausted. If we continue to stay in this land of immortality's end, we risk our cultivation falling, so we have come today to take our leave." Ko Hong also patted his chest hard and said, "If you can make it out in the future, Taoist, you can look for me at Lingtian City in the Cloud Sea Mountains. This is a map of the Great Immortal Extinguishing Array's exit drawn from memory, done according to your requests. There are no blank jade slips here, so I could only use paper and ink." Li Fan took it and replied, "Many thanks, Taoist." After a few more moments of pleasantries, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi finally turned into 2 streaks of light and departed. Over here, Ko Hong lamented, "That Li Fan's intellect is extraordinary. He's quite a character. It's a pity his time is nearly up. Even if he can return to the cultivation world, he won't have many years left to live." Dao Xuanzi replied, "If one cannot obtain longevity, it is all vanity. Is it not because we had the hope of longevity that we brothers turned against each other?" At this time, Ko Hong asked curiously again, "Speaking of which, what kind of manual did that Li Fan actually give you?" Dao Xuanzi laughed and replied, "In any case, it won't be the same as the one in your hand. Rest assured, when I go back and enter seclusion to break through to the core formation stage, I promise to do 3 things for you. Your benefits will not be lacking." The mists of the protective array had not yet dispersed. "I wonder if brother dares to brave it." "Haha, what is there to fear?" With that, Ko Hong charged into the great array. Meanwhile, in the eastern abyss of emptiness, Li Fan had also arrived, piloting the Taian orb. Inside the Taian orb's control room, Li Fan was working hard to manipulate it. There were still 14 years until the next time the thick fog would disperse, but I am already 71 years old. By then, I would be 85 at death's door, let alone capable of controlling the Taian orb. I have no more attachments to this life. Today I shall test the reality of this great immortal extinguishing array." He then steered the Taian orb directly into the array. Beneath the abyss of emptiness, the fog was heavy, and the surroundings were completely white, making everything feel incredibly surreal. Suddenly, as if hitting something, the hull of the Taian orb began to shake violently. Li Fan gritted his teeth and thought, "Is this the astral wind layer?" According to Ko Hong, the wind blades here can easily shred a mortal's physical body. Even Foundation establishment cultivators must use spiritual power to protect themselves. Otherwise, the consequences are unthinkable. Half an hour later, the Taian orb finally broke through the astral wind layer. The hull returned to stability. I carefully controlled the Taian orb, and after spending more than half an hour finally crossing the astral wind layer, the vibrations gradually subsided, and infinite light greeted my eyes. I have finally succeeded in leaving the great immortal extinguishing array. After arriving in the cultivation world by a stroke of luck, I obtained a peerless technique and reached the golden core stage after a short century. Thereafter, though the path of cultivation was arduous, I finally attained the Tao after 1,000 years and ascended to the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, I started again from the bottom, eventually becoming an immortal emperor who looked down upon the heavens. Afterward, I punched through the space wall of the immortal realm and ascended to the divine realm. Starting as a miner in the divine realm, I spent 10,000 years reaching the God King realm, becoming the strongest existence in the divine realm. Then, after another 1,000 years of hard work, I ascended to the primal god realm and became a lowly gatekeeper at the bottom of the primal god realm, starting over once again with diligent effort. At that moment, Li Fan snapped his eyes open. It turned out everything just now was an illusion from the illusory light layer. Why is the ship upside down? According to Ko Hong's map, I have now passed through the illusory light layer. I've reached the third layer of the immortal extinguishing array, the inverted layer. It seems the Taian orb engaged its autopilot after leaving the illusory light layer, which is why I regained consciousness. He stroked his long beard, thinking to himself. I lost consciousness in the illusory light layer, yet the Taian orb was actually able to navigate to the inverted layer on its own. Perhaps I can let the Taian orb handle the direction while I focus solely on providing the power for acceleration. An intuition emanated from the Taian orb as if it were saying, I know where to go. I followed the orb's guidance and accelerated forward. The fourth layer of the immortal extinguishing array, the flowing fire layer. As expected, by relying on the Taian orb's autopilot, I successfully arrived at the fourth layer, the flowing fire layer. Li Fan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Exactly. 1,000 years ago, this Taian orb was specifically responsible for migrating mortals. The cultivators in charge back then must have left a backdoor within the orb so it could navigate the immortal extinguishing array automatically. Having tasted success, I simply gave up all manual control, providing only the power and letting the Taian orb weave through the immortal extinguishing array on its own. The fifth layer, the profound ice layer. The flowing fire, profound ice and thunderstorm layers appeared incredibly perilous, but the Taian orb always managed to avoid every cataclysmic danger. The sixth layer, the thunderstorm layer. The seventh layer, the darkness layer. The journey was fraught with danger but ultimately successful. I smoothly reached the final layer, the darkness layer. According to Ko Hong, this layer held no danger. It was merely an expanse of pitch black. Li Fan was ecstatic. Once through here, the cultivation world lay ahead. After many cycles of reincarnation, finally, but he never expected that a massive mouth would suddenly appear in the darkness, preparing to swallow Li Fan along with the Taian orb. Li Fan cried out in terror. Huan Zhen, end this simulation. Li Fan gasped for breath, lingering fear in his heart as he pondered, what exactly was that thing just now? When Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi crossed the immortal extinguishing array, they didn't encounter that creature in the darkness layer. Why did I run into it? Could it be a measure specifically targeted at mortals? It seems the safest bet is still to wait until the heavy fog clears and light from the bottom of the abyss shines through. Although he had failed at the final step, the gains from this life had already far exceeded his expectations. Ding, name Li Fan. Realm mortal. Physical age 2086. Mental age 333 11300. Virtualization recharge progress 0. Anchor recharge progress 1. Current anchor points 1. Locked items Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter Taian Orb. After choosing to retain the Taian Orb, I immediately began my 7th life. In Anchor Year 5 I took my trusted aids and secretly headed to Qian Hong's tomb. This time I used a sprayer filled with immortal miasma to slowly erode the barrier. I waited until the power of the broken steel had weakened to the point where it could no longer defend itself. At this point the system displayed item capable of replenishing energy detected damaged broken steel. Proceed with energy recharge? Yes, no. Li Fan immediately clicked yes. Anchor recharge progress 26. Current anchor points 1, he thought to himself. A pity there was still some loss, but the anchor progress has increased by 25. I only need to do this 3 more times to unlock the second anchor point. The remaining items held no value for me. After ordering the tomb to be resealed, I left the burial site. In Anchor Year 55 I ultimately could not resist coming to the eastern abyss of emptiness. Gazing at this sole gateway to the cultivation world, he thought, just one look, I won't go down into the abyss. The bottomless pit was filled with absolute darkness. Suddenly, Li Fan's eyes turned crimson as if he were being controlled by something right now. If I pilot the Taian orb, I should be able to reach the cultivation world smoothly, right? That's right, I've waited so long, do I really have to wait another 15 years? Thus, he stepped toward the edge of the entrance 1 foot after another. What if Huan Zhen isn't finished charging yet? If I'm so timid and hesitant, how can I ever achieve the great Tao? I already scouted the path in my previous life. As long as I carefully avoid that mysterious monster in the darkness layer, I can leave this godforsaken place. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out from the bottom of the immortal extinguishing array, causing Li Fan to snap awake. The line of text surfaced below. The immortal Tao is dead. Li Fan broke into a cold sweat and asked himself what happened. Just now it felt like countless voices in my head were enticing me to enter the abyss. If the light from the bottom hadn't pierced through the array, I fear I would have been crushed to pieces by now. 15 years later in Anchor Year 20. Finally Huan Zhen was fully charged. With his confidence restored, I returned to the abyss, piloting the Taian orb through the thunderstorm layer without incident. I stopped above the darkness layer. As the astral winds rose, the violent lightning began to weaken in response and faint glimmers of light appeared in the darkness. I used this precious light to search for the monster lurking in the shadows. Regrettably, I found nothing, seeing the light about to vanish. I hesitated no longer, driving the Taian orb with full power toward the bottom of the abyss. At that moment the giant mouth appeared once again, intent on swallowing Li Fan and the Taian orb whole. Li Fan gritted his teeth and thought, "It seems my guess was correct. This monster harbors immense malice toward mortals. Perhaps its mission is to devour every mortal who approaches this place." With that thought, he quickly maneuvered the Taian orb to evade the giant mouth. He constantly urged himself upward, further upward with a whooshing sound. The Taian orb retreated back into the thunderstorm lair. Seeing that the monster had stopped, Li Fan thought, "HMPH, you won't pursue me once I'm in the thunderstorm lair." It stopped at the edge of the darkness layer, allowing him to use the light from the thunderstorm layer to see what it actually looked like. Li Fan stared intently, his eyes widening. It was a gargantuan monster shaped like a fish covered in massive sharp teeth. Li Fan couldn't help but blurt out, "What on earth is this thing? This giant whale is so powerful and the Taian orb is so small. Yet it manages to detect me every time I pass through. It seems I'll have to try another method. Fortunately, I have enough attempts to try. Over the next 15 years I tried to rush through the darkness layer countless times, but during those days I was discovered as soon as I entered. The time it took for the giant whale to find me was clearly shortening. Consequently, after struggling with that giant whale, I could only retreat in disgrace. Anchor Year 35 Thunderstorm Lair. Only on the days when the fog cleared did the giant whale seem to be delayed by something, only discovering me after some time had passed. Using this window of time, I might be able to rush to the bottom of the abyss. This time I decided to take a gamble, sprinting at maximum speed to cross the darkness layer before the whale could react. Illusory light appeared below, and as it drew closer and closer the whale's terrifying roar, which I had come to dread, echoed once again. Li Fan gritted his teeth. "I'm out of time, Ding Huan Zhen. End this simulation." This time Li Fan did not hesitate to click forfeit selection to accelerate the recharge progress. At this point the system appeared again. Name, Li Fan, realm mortal, physical age 2086, mental age 333-11,300. Virtualization recharge progress 0, anchor recharge progress 1, current anchor points 1, locked items, heavenly mystery, jade ring, golden chapter, Taian orb. Li Fan noticed something unusual and was startled. The upper limit for mental age hasn't increased. It seems I've reached the limit, but that's fine. I still have a quota of 748 years to spend as I please. 8th life, anchor year 54. I opened Qian Hong's tomb once again. Looking at the system panel, he smiled. "Ha, at least this life's work wasn't for nothing." Anchor recharge progress 51. Current anchor points 1. In Anchor Year 5, when the fog cleared, the virtualization recharge was nearly 90, but anything less than 100 made little difference to me, so I had to wait patiently. In Anchor Year 20, I tried and failed. In Anchor Year 35, I tried again and still failed. At this, he shouted aloud. Although these attempts hadn't succeeded, I was at least becoming more and more proficient at controlling the Taian orb. In Anchor Year 50, having no other choice, I forced my way into the darkness layer once more. I am old. My reactions in spirit are not what they used to be. I cannot succeed even if I go, therefore I chose to meet 2 old friends to see if I could glean any clues from them. Ko Hong was still saying those same old words, Dao Xuanzi. Do not push me too far. Hearing those words now, I actually felt a hint of nostalgia. I used the guise of the golden core technique to lure them to the Grand Preceptor's mansion as before. Li Fan asked, "Have you two ever seen this kind of monster?" After several rounds of wine, I produced a drawing of the giant whale. Li Fan continued, "My ancestor said on his deathbed that if there was ever a chance to leave this land of immortality's end in the future, one need not worry about other places, as the Taian orb could protect us, but there is a giant whale waiting in ambush in the final layer. One must be extremely cautious." Ko Hong looked bewildered. "There's such a fierce beast in that vast pitch-black place, why didn't I see it?" At that moment Dao Xuanzi spoke up, "Could it be?" Seeing this, Li Fan became a bit urgent. "Oh, it seems the Taoist recognizes this beast," Dao Xuanzi then said. "It's just that I saw a relevant record in an ancient book once. Legend has it that in the ancient era there was a sect called the beast-taming sect. They had no profound techniques, but with their beast-taming art they could control all sorts of exotic beasts for battle. Among the famous beasts controlled by the beast-taming sect, it seems there was this kind of giant whale." Ko Hong also vaguely recalled it, saying, "Now that you mention it, I remember too. I think it's called a boundary-rending whale." Li Fan immediately followed up. "I wonder if you two know how to avoid this boundary-rending whale?" Dao Xuanzi replied. "I've only heard a few rumors." Ko Hong added, "This kind of exotic beast disappeared from the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. How would we know its habits?" Li Fan fell into deep thought. Must I rely on myself in the end? After handing the technique over to Dao Xuanzi and sending them away, I chose to end this life. In the 9th life, I opened Qian Hong's tomb again, wanting to absorb the broken steel to replenish energy. Regrettably, Huan Zhen gave no reaction. Through anchor years 20, 35, and 50 I tried repeatedly but failed to break through the darkness layer. By anchor year 65 I was 85 years old, ancient and frail. I was too old to match wits and strength with that giant whale anymore, so I simply stopped forcing it. I decided to completely relinquish control of the Taian orb, letting it drift and tumble into the abyss from the very start. The astral wind layer, illusory light layer, inverted layer, flowing fire layer, profound ice layer, thunderstorm layer, darkness layer. Just like that, the Taian orb passed through these layers in sequence. When he opened his eyes, Li Fan was greatly shocked, for he was now facing the exit of the darkness layer. He was utterly perplexed. How is this possible? Why didn't the boundary-rending whale appear this time? I'm almost at the bottom of the abyss. I must not miss this opportunity. Accelerate. He then began to manipulate the Taian orb to speed through the darkness layer. Unexpectedly, the boundary-rending whale appeared again, opening its massive mouth to pursue the Taian orb, nearly catching it. Li Fan couldn't help but feel disappointed. Why did it suddenly discover me now? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes lit up. So that's it, this boundary-rending whale is blind, or rather, it ignores objects moving at a normal speed. As long as I maintain the same speed, I can safely pass through this immortal extinguishing array, he laughed wildly. Haha, the final key to leaving this land of immortality's end has finally been unlocked by me, he laughed maniacally. Subsequently, he piloted the Taian orb and smoothly bypassed that boundary-rending whale. Amidst my crazed laughter and the whale's roars, the Taian orb broke through the crack between the two worlds and reached the cultivation world. The surroundings became blurred. It seemed that in an instant I had crossed the distance of several worlds. At this moment, blood was gushing from Li Fan's entire body, but a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. I am under immense pressure, bleeding from my 7 orifices, but I don't care at all. Looking back at the immortal extinguishing array from which I came, the perspective had now been infinitely elongated. But at that moment I saw a scene I would never forget in my life. Densely packed boundary-rending whales, thousands upon thousands of them, were carving out patches of dark space in the void, and the land of immortality's end where I came from was moving further and further away from the cultivation world here. With a whoosh, the Taian orb carried Li Fan away from the immortal extinguishing array area. What appeared before him now was the very light he had been dreaming of. There were buildings standing atop towering mountains surrounded by swirling clouds and bathed in sunlight. Li Fan wore a satisfied smile. Is this the cultivation world? To see the cultivation world with my own eyes before death, this life was not in vain. Huan Zhen, end this simulation. At this point, Li Fan returned once again to the starting point. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. 9 cycles of reincarnation, 500 long years. I have finally touched the threshold of cultivation. According to my previous plan, I must accelerate the recharge progress. However, upon seeing the list of optional items, I hesitated. The system prompt appeared. Please choose one item to retain. I stared at the broken steel for a long time. After weighing the options, I ultimately decided to keep it. This damaged steel was exactly what I needed to test a certain theory of mine. And so my 10th life began. Since I did not choose to accelerate the recharge process, I had to wait 20 years for the energy to fully replenish. In Anchor Year 3, I returned once more to Qianhong's tomb. This time, instead of using the immortal Miasma to force my way in, I directly withdrew the broken steel from Huan Zhen. When the steel brought from my previous life appeared in this world, a miraculous change occurred. It began to melt and dissipate like snow under a bright light. Simultaneously, the power of the formation generated by the original steel within Qianhong's tomb suddenly surged in strength. Li Fan nodded inwardly at the sight. As I suspected, celestial wonders are unique. The world cannot tolerate 2 identical items existing at once. By using the power of Huan Zhen to create an identical existence, the 2 automatically merged, returning to a single whole. Afterward, I ordered my subordinates to use sprayers filled with immortal miasma to breach the tomb. It took considerable effort to slowly weaken the formation's power before we could finally enter. The appearance of the stone steel inside had not changed much, though it looked slightly more weathered. At this point, Huan Zhen was still unable to absorb it. It seemed the steel needed to be further repaired and completed before it could generate new energy for the system to consume. Thus, I placed this enhanced version of the broken steel into the Taian orb, considering it an asset to be brought into the cultivation world later. By Anchor Year 20, Huan Zhen was nearing the completion of its energy replenishment. I ordered a thorough investigation and execution of a group of corrupt officials and local tyrants, seizing the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations. This move was to ensure I had the means to deal with mortals after reaching the cultivation world. Gold and silver would naturally be necessary. Grain, as a fundamental necessity, was even more indispensable, especially since I requested an astronomical amount all at once. The civil and military officials submitted petitions in opposition, but I remained undeterred. Before the assembled court, I expanded the Taian orb to its limit, letting it hover in the air above the imperial palace. Witnessing this, the commoners knelt and kowtowed, crying out that an immortal had descended. The officials, seeing such immortal methods, underwent a total shift in attitude, proactively and eagerly assisting me in preparing the grain and supplies. With the active help of the bureaucracy and the confiscation of goods from several executed corrupt merchants, the Taian orb was finally packed to the brim. With everything prepared, I held no more lingering attachments to this mortal realm and piloted the Taian orb toward the abyss of emptiness once again. I cleared my mind and allowed the Taian orb to navigate automatically at a constant speed. Although only a few hours passed, it felt longer to me than the hundreds of years I had lived before. The sensation of being torn apart while crossing between worlds returned, but this time, I had gradually adapted. After a long wait, I finally passed through the great immortal extinguishing array and arrived in the cultivation world. However, when I saw the surrounding scenery, I was stunned. Li Fan asked himself, what is going on? Why is the arrival point different this time? He took out the map for comparison and thought, the sea area I'm in can't be found anywhere on Ko Hong's map. Forget it, I'll have to take it one step at a time. I wonder if I can find a populated area before the Taian orb spirit stones run out. Picking a direction, I piloted the Taian orb flying while searching for signs of nearby towns. This ocean was truly vast and boundless. I flew for 7 days and nights without seeing a single soul. Another 10 days passed like this, and the Taian orb's speed grew slower and slower. Its power was clearly about to fail. Just as I reached my wit's end, the outline of a ship finally appeared on the distant horizon. When I looked at the vessel through my telescope, I was momentarily speechless. It was indeed a ship, but it was on the verge of sinking, apparently having suffered some kind of attack. A large hole had been torn into the hull and more than half of it was already submerged. In the waters around the ship, dozens of people were struggling desperately. They were clearly survivors who had fallen overboard. Just then, someone below shouted loudly to comfort the crowd. Everyone, don't be afraid, I have already sent a signal to the Immortal. He will be here to save us soon, just hold on a little longer. Hearing that word, Li Fan felt a jolt of surprise. Immortal, his mind raced. He stowed the Taian orb, dove into the sea and swam toward the group, quietly blending in while pretending to be at death's door. He cried out, Immortal, save me, Immortal, help! Suddenly, a somber voice cut through the clamor. A figure appeared in the sky. From the voice it was a man. He had cast some kind of spell. His face and attire seemed to be behind a layer of thin gauze, making them impossible to see clearly. The moment he appeared, a deathly silence fell over the surroundings, and I realized I could no longer make a sound. The dark figure gave a casual wave of his hand, and the sinking ship actually began to rise slowly. Li Fan and the crowd gaped in astonishment. With a mere flick of his finger, the Immortal lifted the mostly submerged ship out of the water, and the large hole in the hull was instantly repaired. The Immortal waved his hand again, and all the survivors were flung onto the deck. He spoke. Who sent the signal? A young man immediately knelt and replied. This lowly one, Su Changyu, the man said coldly. You all know the rules, don't you? Once we reach our destination, your affairs have nothing to do with me. I have never seen you, nor do I know you. Do you understand? Su Changyu replied. This lowly one understands. The Immortal gave a satisfied grunt and waved his hand once more. The ship resumed its voyage. Whatever spell the Immortal had cast, the vessel sped forward in a specific direction. The Immortal stood at the bow, silent, while the people on board fell back into an eerie silence. Half a day passed like this until nightfall, when faint lights finally appeared in the distance. It was an island that looked quite prosperous, its port harboring over 100 massive ships. The sight was magnificent, however. The ship I was on did not head toward the port. Instead, it bypassed half the island to reach a sparsely populated area at the rear. The vessel quietly followed the current into a natural limestone cave. After navigating through the narrow stalactite-filled passage for a moment, the ship finally came to a halt. Once it was stable, several hulking men in black clothes stepped forward to meet us. These men seemed unable to see the Immortal. They simply drove the crowd off the ship and led everyone into a spacious hall. One of them said, You will rest here tonight. Sufficient food has been prepared in the hall. You may help yourselves. Someone will take you to handle your identity registration tomorrow. After giving these instructions, the men in black turned and left. At that moment, someone sighed sorrowfully. Alas, such poor luck to encounter a sea monster attack. There were over 100 of us when we set out, and now less than half have survived. Another person chimed in. Sigh, I don't know what my father was thinking, insisting on sending me to this great world to cultivate. In my opinion, cultivation isn't half as enjoyable as listening to music. A youth rubbed his head. Exactly. In my own territory, I was at least the heir to the Prince of Zhenan. What kind of wealth and glory couldn't I enjoy? What exactly is so good about this godforsaken place? Before he could finish, Su Changyu walked over and interrupted him. What is the point of such nonsense now? Every family paid a massive price to send you all here. Instead of complaining, you should practice patience. If you truly become an immortal, you will not only have hope for longevity but also a chance to return to your hometown and bring out the younger generations of your family. Hearing this, Li Fan thought to himself, these people are likely like me, mortal descendants exiled to the land of immortality's end. However, in the lands they came from, the existence of the cultivation world was apparently not a secret, and they had already developed mature smuggling routes. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. It was a fat man. He said, Brother, you look quite unfamiliar. I wonder what office you held in the Great Li, or which province you are a wealthy merchant from. Li Fan glanced at him sideways, then abruptly waved his hand, flicking away the hand on his shoulder. The fat man looked stunned, while Li Fan stared back with a cold gaze, an aura of authority natural to those long accustomed to high power radiating from him. The fat man shrunk his neck in fear and stammered, Fa, farewell. Staring at Li Fan, he thought with lingering fear, My God, that scared the life out of me. One look and you can tell this old man has held a high position for years. He's definitely no ordinary person. The next morning, someone pushed the door open and announced loudly, I'll take you to get your residency permits in a moment. Once you have them, you'll officially be members of Liuli Island. Remember, don't say what shouldn't be said or I won't be able to protect your lives. You are all residents of West Dali Island who fled here because of a storm, which destroyed your island. If anyone asks, that is how you answer. Under the guidance of a middle-aged man, we all changed into tattered clothes. The man then led the way. Supervised by 4 or 5 men in black, we followed a secret passage out of the cave and reached the surface. There were dozens of us in this group, a considerable size, but the island's residents only glanced our way before ignoring us, clearly accustomed to such sights. Within the city's residential area, we wound through the streets for a long time, finally arriving before a large mansion. Several minor officials outside went in to report and quickly returned, leading us through a side gate on the left into a large hall. 2 or 3 other groups had already gathered there, totaling over 100 people. It wasn't long before it was our turn. At that moment, a man walked over. It was Manager Zhao. He stepped forward and asked, Are these the refugees who need their residency registered? He glanced at the other man and said, Sun Zhang, these refugees are all wealthy merchants or nobles. Sun Zhang immediately reached into his pocket and pulled something out, then said with a smile, That's right, they were all prominent families from Dali Island before. He stuffed the item into Manager Zhao's hand and continued, Unfortunately, without the protection of an immortal, a natural disaster struck, and their former prosperity vanished like smoke. Now they've had to travel 10,000 miles to seek refuge on Liuli Island. Manager Zhao accepted the item, clenched his fist and said, Natural disasters have been rampant lately. Even our Liuli Island has been affected, and the islands to the west have suffered even heavier losses. I heard over 200 islands were leveled. Countless mortals were left adrift. Fortunately, the immortals are merciful, so we have relief. When the immortals hand out rewards, there will certainly be a share for you. It's a good thing your Tianbao pavilion is so thoughtful. Don't worry, I will report this truthfully to the island lord. Afterward, Manager Zhao began processing the residency registrations for everyone, and it was soon my turn. Seeing Li Fan, Manager Zhao was also momentarily surprised, but he didn't pay it much mind and asked, What is your name? Li Fan replied, Li Fan. Manager Zhao then handed over a plaque and said, Here, put a drop of your blood on this. Li Fan immediately bit his finger and dripped blood onto the plaque. Manager Zhao cautioned, Keep this spirit talisman safe. From now on, this is your proof of identity. You'll need to show it to pick up work, receive grain, or during inspections. You absolutely must not lose it. Sun Zhang glanced at Manager Zhao sideways, thinking, Why is this Manager Zhao being so polite to Li Fan, even giving him such detailed instructions? The registration was efficient, and we all received our Liuli Island residency. After leaving the hall, we did not return to the previous cave, but were led by Sun Zhang to the hall of another mansion. Sun Zhang said, Now that the residency is settled, we can sign the contracts, right? Su Changyu took a piece of paper from his robe, bit his fingertip to squeeze out blood and wrote the name Su Changyu on it. The paper then vanished and he spoke, Signing these 3 contracts completes the deal. Once we are truly settled, I will sign the final contract as agreed. Sun Zhang patted his head and gave a cold snort. HMPH, dealing with outsiders is such a hassle. If it weren't for the task assigned by the immortal, our Tianbao pavilion wouldn't bother with such a losing trade. Every resident of Liuli Island with an identity talisman is entitled to a residence. Furthermore, for the first year of residency, everyone can collect a free monthly ration. Su Changyu then asked, I wonder if we wish to cultivate, how should we proceed? Sun Zhang replied, You mortals who have returned from the exiled lands have a much higher concentration of miasma in your bodies than ordinary people. If you want to cultivate, you must first completely purge the miasma from your bodies. Upon hearing this, Su Changyu followed up, We have heard of this before. I wonder how one might go about purging this miasma. Sun Zhang explained, There are many ways to remove the miasma. The first is to use the island's spirit body pool. Soaking in the pool for a day and a night will cleanse all the miasma from your body. Unfortunately, the materials to activate the pool are extremely precious. Even though Liuli Island is wealthy, it can only be opened once every 3 years. Let me think, the last time it was opened was a year ago, meaning you'll have to wait another 2 years for your turn. Furthermore, the number of slots is limited and competition is brutal. For people like you with no background or roots, how can you hope to compete with the island's natives? Su Changyu asked again. And what of the other methods? Sun Zhang continued. The second method is to practice the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation while following a specific regimen of medicinal herbs and diet. Over time, your constitution will slowly improve, and eventually the miasma will be completely purged. While this method takes a long time, usually 5 to 6 years, it is reliable and steady, and you don't have to pay any special price. The Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation and the corresponding medicinal pills can be purchased at any pharmacy on the island. Su Changyu clenched his fists. 5 years, 6 years. Are there any other ways? Sun Zhang replied. There is a third way, becoming an experimental subject. Su Changyu asked, confused. An experimental subject, Sun Zhang answered. Exactly. Some immortals are very interested in the miasma found in the lowest levels of mortality. Every year, they select volunteers from the island's mortals for experiments. The immortals use special methods to forcibly extract the miasma from the subjects for research. And it only takes a few months to drain the miasma from the body, but the process is agonizing. One could say it is a living death. Most people go mad before the extraction is even finished. Su Changyu's expression turned grim upon hearing this, and he asked, "Is there really no other way?" Sun Zhang replied, "I've heard that the mortal descendants of an immortal's direct lineage can use treasures of heaven and earth to reshape their bodies. Not only can they escape the miasma, but they can also improve their latent talent for cultivation. But that's beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the Lord of Liuli Island doesn't receive that kind of treatment." He then rubbed his head and said, "That's all I know. If you really want to cultivate, go back and think it over these next few days. I know it wasn't easy for you all to return from the exiled lands. Everyone hungers for the Tao. Who didn't feel that way back then? Unfortunately, cultivation is too difficult. Even once the miasma is cleared, you'll find that sensing spiritual energy and drawing it into your body is still extremely hard. Why look for trouble? There's nothing wrong with being immortal. Instead of laboring for the Tao, better to enjoy life while you can." Su Changyu's fist trembled slightly with frustration. After Sun Zhang left, the crowd gradually dispersed. "I asked around and found the place to collect my free residence. I showed my spirit talisman and a staff member immediately led me to the residential area in the northern part of Liuli Island. The houses here were densely packed, too many to count. Most were just single rooms, but they had fences and lawns, looking quite decent. Just give me the key and lead the way before you go," I told him. He pointed it out. "6th row, 7th house, this is it." The interior was sparsely furnished, consisting of only a bed, a few tables and chairs. He let out a long sigh and accepted his reality. "Fine," he thought as he lay on the bed. "At least I have a place to stay for now." This was thanks to the group from the land of Immortality's End. It was a pity that aside from Su Changyu, the others were mediocre people with no great ambitions, unlikely to achieve much. My current goal was to remove the miasma from my body. While entering the spirit body pool to cleanse my marrow was precious. With the countless treasures I had in the Taian orb, securing a slot wouldn't be difficult. However, doing so would be too flashy. One must not flaunt wealth. I still had no foundation on this island, and if I rashly revealed my riches I would surely be targeted. I had to plan carefully. As I lay there was a sudden knock at the door. Li Fan asked warily, "Who is it?" A voice immediately answered from outside, "It's me." Li Fan quickly drew his long sword for protection and went to open the door only to see a face that was both familiar and full of doubt. It was the fat man who had tried to talk to him before, only to be scared off by his aura. He spoke, "You aren't one of the people who came with us from the land of Immortality's End, are you?" Li Fan's heart jumped. "What?" he asked with a frown. "Who exactly are you? What are you trying to do by sneaking onto Liuli Island?" Li Fan's expression darkened. "How do you know I'm not from the land of Immortality's End?" The fat man recalled the scene of Li Fan emerging from the water and explained, "When we fell overboard I vaguely saw your figure surfacing from the depths. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me at first." He pointed a finger directly at Li Fan's face and continued, "But thinking back there was no one like you in the group that set out from the land of Immortality's End." Li Fan turned back and looked at him saying, "It seems you're quite sharp and quite meticulous as well." The fat man replied, "Naturally. Aside from me, none of those idiots noticed a new face among us." Li Fan gripped his long sword and approached step by step. "Are you truly the only one who noticed?" the fat man replied. "Of course, how could those fools compare to me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Fan's sword instantly pierced his chest. He didn't even have time to react. Li Fan withdrew the sword and the man collapsed dead. Li Fan then brought out the Taian orb and said, "Overestimating your own strength." He placed the fat man's body into the orb and thought to himself, "He thought he could use that bit of cleverness to threaten me after noticing something suspicious." He never stopped to consider that he himself was just a fake refugee trying to secure a residency permit. He'd barely gained an identity and already thought he was a local. The immortal who first met us, whose face was obscured, and Sun Zhang from the Tianbao Pavilion were all so cautious, fearing their tracks would be discovered. Is the identity of an exiled mortal something worth making public? The Tianbao Pavilion and those people wouldn't dare launch a grand investigation, even if they find that the missing fat man came to see me. Dead men tell no tales. As long as I insist I know nothing, no one can do anything to me. Sure enough, no one came looking for me over the next few days. Aside from Su Changyu asking a casual question, no one cared about the fat man's disappearance. During this time, I gathered information around the island while calculating how to use the treasures within the Taian orb. Gradually, I gained a general understanding of Liuli Island. This sea region is called the Congyun Sea. The Congyun Sea is vast and boundless, scattered with tens of thousands of islands. Liuli Island is located in the south-central part of the sea and is medium-sized. It is named after the Liuli fish, which are abundant in the surrounding waters and have delicious meat. Mortals love eating Liuli fish, and certain elixirs refined by immortals use the Liuli jade that occasionally forms within them. Therefore, the immortal guarding Liuli Island collects a certain amount of Liuli jade as tax every year. Going out to sea to catch liuli fish is a very popular trade on the island. After catching the fish, one only needs to hand over 70% and the remaining 30% can be sold personally. Unfortunately, going to sea requires a large ship, and the schools of fish don't stay in one place. To find them, one must have a spiritual guidance. The Liuli prefecture only issues these during voyages and they must be returned upon arrival. Private fishing is strictly prohibited. If caught, it's a death sentence. Thus, catching Liuli fish requires permission from the Liuli prefecture. A few days ago, a fleet went out. Besides catching a large number of fish, their biggest gain was coming across a shipwreck. Unexpectedly, the ship held a dozen chests of gold, silver, and jewels. The fleet really struck it rich this time. The rules for treasures salvaged by the fleet were the same as for the Liuli fish, 30% for themselves and 70% surrendered to the authorities. The fleet's return to port stirred half the island. Even Manager Qian, who was in charge of finance, came out personally to inspect the haul. Many people began using their connections in private to apply for a slot on the next voyage. As long as I can go to sea independently, I can easily launder the treasures in the Taian orb. The hardest part is how to secure a slot for an independent voyage. There are far too many people trying to join the fleets. After some investigation, I learned the key. Below the Lord of Liuli Island are 3 managers. Manager Zhao handles personnel, Manager Qian handles finances, and Manager Zhou handles security. Most of the slots for the fleets are tightly controlled by Manager Qian. Manager Zhao and Manager Zhou have always wanted to get involved but have been suppressed by Manager Qian, only receiving slots for 1 or 2 fleets. On the day I registered my residency, Manager Zhao looked at me differently for some reason. Perhaps I should go see him. But Manager Zhao isn't someone I can see just because I want to. I decided to try Sun Zhang's connection at the Tianbao Pavilion, but I was given the cold shoulder. A man in a black robe said coldly, "Who do you think Elder Sun is? You think you can just see him? Get lost." Li Fan glanced at the guards behind him and thought to himself, the Tianbao Pavilion is a business. Why would they drive people away without even a meeting? Besides, these black-clad men didn't even go inside to report. They acted as if they already knew who I was. Could something have happened on the other side of the boundary that made Sun Zhang turn his back on us? After some inquiry, I finally understood. It turned out that in order to clear the miasma from his body as quickly as possible, Su Changyu chose to become an experimental subject. Before leaving, Su Changyu signed the contract. There were others. A young man let out a long sigh of relief. From that moment, the 3 contracts became completely void. There was no longer any connection between the other world and the Tianbao Pavilion. Li Fan stroked his beard and said, "No wonder they suddenly turned cold and are deliberately avoiding us. I just didn't expect Su Changyu to be so decisive." The people over there shouted indignantly. I warned him. I told him not to be in such a rush, but he wouldn't listen. If it weren't to save his sister from a terminal illness, Brother Su wouldn't have risked his life like this. After hearing this, Li Fan's heart was filled with suspicion. He thought to himself, even though Sun Zhang chose to avoid me, I won't give up so easily. 2 days ago, he couldn't help but offer a few words of comfort to Su Changyu. It seemed this man was at least not evil. His previous coldness was likely just a desire not to be too involved with mortals from the land of Immortality's end. I prefer dealing with people I know well rather than strangers. Thus I returned to the front of the Tianbao Pavilion once again. The black-clad men looked at him with confusion, and one of them roared angrily, "Kid, why are you back again? Do you have a death wish?" Li Fan shouted loudly. "I'm here to talk business with your Tianbao Pavilion. Are you going to drive people away without even hearing them out? Is this the hospitality of your Tianbao Pavilion?" The black-clad men were stunned. They hadn't expected to meet someone so reckless. One of them roared, "You!" The surrounding people also began to whisper after asking for instructions. The black-clad man led me into the inner hall and sat me down in a guest room. A maid brought a cup of tea. Li Fan picked up the cup and took a sip and couldn't help but smile and praise. "Excellent tea." Sun Zhang walked in and spoke, "Dagu Flaming Dragon. It grows in the underwater volcanic craters around Dagu Island. There were only about a dozen plants in total. Now that Dagu Island is destroyed, this Dagu Flaming Dragon tea has temporarily become a unique item." Li Fan glanced at him and said, "Then it is indeed thanks to Elder Sun's favor." Sun Zhang said with a dark expression, "The matters of the great Li are finished. There is no connection between us. Why have you come looking for me again today?" Li Fan replied, "Elder Sun misunderstands. I am indeed here to discuss a piece of business." Sun Zhang gave a cold, contemptuous laugh. "Business with the likes of you." The two stared at each other for a long time. Sun Zhang saw from Li Fan's eyes that he wasn't joking, and his suspicion grew even stronger. He then let out a long sigh, pulled out a chair and sat down, asking, "What business?" Li Fan immediately replied, "I wonder if the Tianbao Pavilion is interested in a slot for the seagoing fleets." Sun Zhang said, "Each time a fleet goes out, even setting aside salvaging true treasures, the Liuli fish and various local specialties from the sea are enough to make a fortune. To say the Tianbao Pavilion has no interest would be impossible. But the slots for the fleets are held tightly by Manager Qian. Not even the Tianbao Pavilion, nor even Manager Zhao can get more than 1 or 2. You're a mortal who just arrived. Why do you think you can covet them?" Li Fan said seriously. As long as you let me meet Manager Zhao, I have my own way to persuade him. The two looked at each other again, Li Fan's gaze remaining steadfast. Just then another woman pushed the door open and said, "Then let him meet Manager Zhao. It's not exactly a difficult task." She was a very young woman with a slender, graceful figure. She continued, "If it doesn't work out, we'll just chop him up and throw him into the sea to feed the fish." Seeing this, Sun Zhong immediately stood up and respectfully greeted the shopkeeper. After the woman sat down, Li Fan also cupped his hands in greeting. Then I thanked the shopkeeper. The woman looked him over and said, "You seem to have some confidence. Doesn't look like you're talking big." Li Fan replied, "I have always been a man of my word." The woman seemed somewhat excited as she looked at him and smiled. "If it succeeds, the Tianbao Pavilion will want its fair share of the reward." Li Fan answered bluntly, "According to the island's rules, one can keep 30% of the harvest from each voyage. I don't want a single cent of that 30%. Half goes to Manager Zhao and the other half goes to your Tianbao Pavilion." Hearing this, the woman was even more puzzled. "That's strange. If that's the case, why are you going to all this trouble?" Li Fan did not hide his intentions and said, "I only want a slot for the triennial spirit body pool." The woman and Sun Zhong were both stunned. Then the woman, as if unable to hold it in, covered her mouth and burst into laughter, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. "Ha ha ha, please old man, you're at this age and you want to learn how to cultivate like everyone else. Ha ha ha." Only the woman's laughter remained in the hall. The others were silent. She clutched her stomach as her laughter gradually subsided and then stopped. Only then did Li Fan speak with a serious expression, longing for longevity. "Though I die, I shall have no regrets." Hearing these words, the woman was also stunned. She looked into those determined eyes, falling into thought for a moment before placing her hand on her chest as a gesture of agreement. "Fine, I agree to this." After some pleasantries, the crowd walked out of the room. The woman said, "Once the date is set, I will send someone to notify you." Li Fan replied, "Then it's a deal. I live in the 6th row, 7th house outside the city. You can find me there." With that, he turned and walked away casually. Sun Zhong spoke up, "Shopkeeper, that slot for the spirit body pool." The woman said, "Although the slots for the spirit body pool are fiercely contested every year, but our Tianbao Pavilion is not without the strength to compete for it. If he can truly secure a fleet to go to sea, as long as the annual profit brought back by the fleet can match the value of that slot, this deal will definitely be a guaranteed win." At this moment, the young girl shopkeeper added with a somewhat solemn expression. Beside her, Sun Zhong asked in confusion, "What?" The shopkeeper seemed to have some lingering fear, then continued as if she were about to cry. The look in that man's eyes, it was too terrifying. Hearing this, Sun Zhong was also speechless. The scene transitions back to Li Fan. "On the way home, I stopped by a pharmacy to buy the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation and its accompanying medicine. Even if everything goes smoothly, it is still 2 years until the spirit body pool opens. I might as well start practicing now to see the effects. Who knows, perhaps I, Li Fan, am exceptionally gifted and can remove the miasma on my own without waiting 2 years. Over the next few days I remained behind closed doors to practice, waiting for Manager Zhao's summons. Unexpectedly, before I could even meet Manager Zhao, I heard a piece of news that took me by surprise. Su Changyu was dead. When his body was brought back, it was nothing but a mass of twisted flesh and blood. It didn't even look human, appearing utterly horrific. That lump of flesh was even twitching involuntarily. A sight that made one's skin crawl. This group of exiles who had just arrived didn't even have the money to buy a tombstone. They had intended to give him a burial at sea, but I couldn't bear to see it, so I provided some funds to allow Su Changyu to be properly laid to rest. At this moment, the one weeping bitterly before Su Changyu's tombstone was Xiao Heng, the heir to the Prince of Zhenan. Xiao Heng's crying was wretched. I didn't feel anything in particular, only a bit of lamentation. This Su Changyu had been quite decent in his conduct and possessed a firm resolve. Although he couldn't be called a once-in-a-century genius, he was certainly no mediocre talent. Among that group of exiles from the land of Immortality's end, I had thought he would be someone who could achieve something. Yet such a person had failed even to cross the most basic threshold of removing the miasma for cultivation, dying so silently and suddenly. One can truly see how difficult the immortal path is. Later, during the process of practicing the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation, I gained an even deeper understanding of those words. As it turned out, I was not some peerless genius either. For nearly a month I rarely stepped outside, focusing solely on practicing this incantation. Typically, someone with average aptitude would feel a significant improvement in their mental state after half a month, such as their thinking becoming more agile. The effect should be noticeable, but a month had passed and I felt no change whatsoever. I wasn't in a hurry, however. I simply treated it as a daily chore. Another half-month passed like this, and finally someone from the Tianbao Pavilion arrived. I followed the messenger and met Manager Zhao in a courtyard of the Tianbao Pavilion. Li Fan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Manager Zhao, it has been a long time." Manager Zhao glanced at him sideways as the person from the Tianbao Pavilion spoke. "You want a slot for the fleet to go to sea. A bold appetite. What is your basis for this?" Li Fan replied with a smile. "A fleet going to sea is nothing more than a pursuit of profit. I wonder, Manager Zhao, how the profit from catching liuli fish compares to obtaining treasures directly from shipwrecks on the seabed." Manager Zhao turned around to stare at Li Fan and said, "If we are talking about treasures that can match the yields of multiple fishing voyages, in my dozen or so years on the island, I can remember only a few such massive harvests." Li Fan looked at Manager Zhao with confidence and said, "If I manage a fleet, I can guarantee that every time we go to sea, we can bring back a certain amount of treasure." At that moment, Manager Zhao's pupils turned red as he looked directly into Li Fan's eyes. After a moment he stroked his long beard and affirmed, "No lie detected." Li Fan was startled upon hearing this. This old man was indeed not boasting. I wonder how Manager Zhao could tell. Manager Zhao stroked his long beard again and said, "I was born with a pair of strange pupils that can read people and distinguish truth from falsehood. Just now when you spoke I saw only a soft white light emanating from you, proving that your words were true and your intentions upright." Li Fan was even more astonished. Such an extraordinary technique actually existed. On the day of my registration, Manager Zhao's attitude toward me seemed slightly different from the others. Had he seen something even then? Recalling our first meeting, Manager Zhao spoke. "At that time I only saw that you were exceptionally wealthy and that your hands were stained with much blood, clearly indicating you were no ordinary person. That is why I was somewhat polite to you, simply to build a bit of good karma." Li Fan asked in confusion. "In that case, on the day I registered, you already knew that what Sun Zhang of the Tianbao Pavilion said was not the truth," Manager Zhao replied. "So what? There is an immortal guarding this island. Do you think we fear any trouble? As long as you are law-abiding, naturally nothing will be done to you. Besides, taking in refugees was also the Immortal's command. Since Sun Zhang could bring so many refugees to my Liuli Island, why should I make things difficult for him?" Li Fan seemed to understand the logic behind it and bowed again. "So that is how it is. Since Manager Zhao can see that this old man's words are true, could the matter of the fleet slot be considered?" Manager Zhao walked to a nearby chair and sat down, then spoke. "You are a newcomer with no foundation. If I rashly hand a fleet over to you, it will certainly cause much dissatisfaction. How about this? For the next voyage you will first follow the fleet as it sets out. If you truly manage to find treasure every time, it won't take many trips before the crew members are completely won over by you. At that time you can take over the fleet rightfully." Li San didn't overthink it and said immediately, "Manager Zhao's considerations are thorough." Meanwhile, the young girl shopkeeper of the Tianbao Pavilion exclaimed, "What? He actually persuaded Manager Zhao so easily?" Sun Zhang replied, "Indeed." The girl pondered for a moment. Could that uncle really not be boasting? Is he truly certain he can control a fleet? Sun Zhang was also a bit perplexed, unsure of what kind of confidence the man had. At this point, the girl thought of something, turned and instructed Sun Zhang, "Give him that vacant mansion on East Street in the city." Sun Zhang let out a confused "ha" and said in a panic, "Shopkeeper, we bought that mansion at a high price and originally intended to use it to bribe Manager Qian. How can we just give it to him so cheaply, even if we are going to give it? We should at least wait until after he helps us secure the fleet." The girl's eyes were sharp and decisive. "I told you to go, so go. By the time that happens, it won't be something a small mansion can win over." Sun Zhang sent someone to deliver the title deed into my hands. Naturally I did not decline, and since there was nothing much to pack, I moved into the small courtyard on East Street that same day. Compared to the slums outside the city, the environment in this courtyard was much better. I then dismissed the several maidservants sent by the Tianbao Pavilion and settled down there, quietly waiting for the next time the fleet would go to sea. I thought I wouldn't have to wait long, but an unexpected turn of events made the day of departure feel distant and uncertain. At this time, a wind disaster actually appeared on the island, with gale-force winds sweeping away trees and houses. People shouted in panic, "Everyone hurry back, the wind disaster is coming, Immortals protect us, Immortals protect us. Mother, mother, where are you? The wind disaster is here. The wind disaster is here." Li Fan, who was practicing in his room, also sensed the anomaly, and immediately rushed outside. By now, a massive array had already manifested, enveloping the entire island. Outside the array, due to the continuous movement of the island, massive waves came crashing down like mountains. A voice rang out, calming the people inside. "The island protecting array has been activated. Do not panic. Hide inside your houses. Venturing outside is strictly forbidden." Everyone knelt in joy. "Immortals protect us." Li Fan also observed the array calmly for a moment, thinking to himself, "This island protecting array has green light flowing over it, with talismans appearing and disappearing, looking incredibly profound. Those winds just now sounded like the wailing of ghosts and wolves, yet even the rain is being blocked by the light barrier. Outside the winds and rain raged, but inside all was calm. Is this the power of an immortal?" Suddenly his eyes flew open as several bolts of purple lightning roared through the sky, striking the island protecting array directly. Li Fan couldn't help but drop to one knee as a mouthful of blood sprayed out. He thought in horror, the shockwaves of this heavenly lightning striking the array have such power. When he looked up at the sky, he was even more terrified. "What? There's more?" At this moment, countless purple lightning bolts struck the island protecting array in a continuous barrage. The waves of purple lightning strikes were incessant. Li Fan bit his lip, his heart filled with unwillingness. Is this life going to end here? Fortunately, this island protecting array was much more reliable than I had imagined, remaining steadfast and unbroken. After an unknown amount of time, the massive impact finally began to subside, but it was only subsiding. The wind disaster came quickly but left slowly. It was difficult to distinguish day from night in the storm. I felt that about 2 or 3 days had passed before the wind disaster completely retreated. According to the island residents, the scale of this wind disaster was considered small. The wind disaster 15 years ago had many times the power of this one. Back then, the island protecting array could barely hold, and its protection range had to be forcibly shrunk. After that disaster, the area of Liuli Island was only 1/3 of its original size. It wasn't until over a decade later, when the wind disaster retreated and Liuli Island took in refugees from all over, that it slowly recovered its strength. Li Fan thought to himself, a wind disaster. So this is what it is. The power of heaven and earth is truly this terrifying. A few days after the wind disaster passed, every resident on the island received an instruction, requiring every household to check for damage to the island protecting array. The inspection method was simple. The Liuli prefecture would issue a spirit talisman, and one only had to hang it in their room for a few days to see if any red light emerged. At this point, that immortal spoke again. The island protecting array has 367,800 array points. It must be ensured that every single one is without anomaly. Under the immortal's will, and for their own safety, all affairs on Liuli Island came to a standstill as priority was given to maintaining the island protecting array. Usually, the immortal would tally the inspection and maintenance work of the array. But this time, it was heard that the spirit stones maintaining the array were nearly exhausted, so the immortal had returned to 10,000 Immortals Island to retrieve more. The array's self-check cycle, 360 talisman flickers, constitutes a small heavenly cycle, and 360 small heavenly cycles constitute a great heavenly cycle. As long as no red light appears during the great heavenly cycle, it indicates there is no problem with the array. Li Fan continued to watch that talisman closely, thinking to himself, this island protecting array is so massive and so precise it's truly hard to imagine how it was built. 5 days later, the results were out, and everyone on the island breathed a sigh of relief. The island protecting array was undamaged. With the immortal's return, the island's residents were finally at ease. Life on Liuli Island gradually returned to normal. A few months later, refugees from other islands occasionally arrived at Liuli Island to seek shelter. These survivors were only a tiny minority. The vast majority of people on their islands had perished in the previous wind disaster. The Congyun Sea is vast and boundless, with islands scattered everywhere, and only islands with special resources have immortals guarding them. I hadn't been idle these past few months either, continuing to practice the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation daily, and I finally saw some gains. Name Li Fan, realm mortal. Physical age 4188 increased. Mental age 504 11,900. Both the mental age upper limit and the physical age have increased. Although the increase wasn't much, it still left me feeling invigorated. Another month passed like this, and finally Manager Zhao sent word. The wind disaster in the Congyun Sea had completely dissipated and the next fleet departure was imminent. 3 days later at the Liuli Island port, Li Fan arrived as scheduled. He surveyed the surroundings, thinking to himself, so this is the Shangyuan that Manager Zhao told me about. By now there were already many people on the ship. One person said, I don't know what kind of madness has gripped the island lord, insisting on some kind of assessment. This time, the fleet that catches the least will be judged as failing and will have its future departure qualifications revoked. What are we to do? Another person sighed. Don't even mention it. It's all because of the wind disaster. I heard the island protecting array of Coral Island to the south shattered and the entire island was leveled. Now the resources Coral Island was supposed to provide have all fallen onto our Liuli Island's shoulders. What kind of mess is this? How are we to live through the coming days? I heard it's only temporary. As long as we make up for the previous shortfall, it'll be fine. A middle-aged, muscular man shouted loudly. Look at you lot, so pathetic. Why don't you think of the positives? The people who were gossiping were startled and looked at the man in terror. This man was named Zhang Baoba, and he continued, Isn't there a reward for first place? The share increases from 30 to 50. Those few people replied, Boss, stop dreaming. You know our fishing skills. When have we ever done more than barely finish the task? The person beside him agreed. Exactly. In my opinion, this will be our last time going to sea. We might as well just not come back and live as happy, carefree pirates. Zhang Baoba sneered. Rest assured there's a capable person on board this time. He pointed at Li Fan and said, He'll ensure everyone returns with a full load. Li Fan looked at him in confusion, unsure of what to say. Hearing this, several crew members spoke up with disdain. With that delicate, smooth-skinned look of his, has he even been to sea? Zhang Baoba barked. You lot are blind. You don't recognize a person of talent. This is a great talent, specifically invited by Manager Zhao, and he will be taking over this ship soon. You'd better show some respect. Li Fan glanced at him, his eyes showing a hint of dissatisfaction. The crew members grew even angrier. Boss, you've been the captain of this Shangyuan for nearly 10 years. How can you just step aside? Exactly, my life was saved by the boss. If you want to drive people away. Lu San, I'm the first to say no. Hearing this, a smug look of satisfaction flashed across Zhang Baoba's face as his scheme succeeded. Another crew member added maliciously, Why don't we just wait until we're out at sea and throw him overboard to feed the fish? After all, it's perfectly normal for people to die at sea. Zhang Baoba, however, put on a show of being magnanimous, reaching out to restrain the crowd. Calm down, everyone, calm down. Though I know you all hold me in high regard, at the end of the day, the Shangyuan is Manager Zhao's property. We just work for him. Since Manager Zhao says it's time for a change, there's nothing I can do beside him. Li Fan let out a cold snort in his heart. HMPH, such childish games to him, having lived through multiple cycles of reincarnation. What kind of human schemes and worldly affairs had he not seen? He then spoke up. You don't trust me? Do you think Manager Zhao's judgment has failed? Since I promised Manager Zhao that I could find treasure every time we go to sea, I will not let you down. Several crew members began to waver. Could this kid actually have some skill? Those nearby also whispered in low voices, probably, it's likely true. Manager Zhao's eyes were incredibly sharp. He almost never misjudged anyone. Hearing this, Zhang Baoba shook with rage, pointing at Li Fan's nose and roaring, What do you mean find treasure every time we go to sea? I don't believe it. You're clearly just using connections to steal my position as captain. Did you think I didn't know? Since we've come to this, let's see how you plan to handle things. Afterward, he gave the order to set sail. The Shangyuan moved without the wind, slowly leaving the port and heading toward the depths of the ocean. It relied neither on wind nor human power. Instead, it was driven by a micro-formation using spirit stones. The ship was also equipped with a spiritual guidance. Once it detected traces of liuli fish in the surrounding waters, it would provide direction. However, the sea was vast, and the range the spiritual guidance could sense was limited, so highly experienced crew members were needed to pinpoint the general area where schools of fish appeared. But once a violent wind disaster caused the fish to migrate, all previous experience would become useless, and they could only rely entirely on luck, like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Shangyuan's luck was clearly not great. Half a month passed, and aside from hauling up some ordinary fish and common sea minerals, there were no significant gains. Not only did the crew members look miserable, but even Zhang Baoba began to grow anxious. After all, there was a penalty for the lowest-ranking ship of the cycle. Zhang Baoba looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. The island's rules state we must return within a month. With only this much caught, we might truly have the smallest harvest. I only hope for a turning point in the coming days. May the gods protect us. Just then he saw Li Fan emerge from the cabin and sneered sarcastically. Oh, you finally decided to come out? If you didn't come to pick up your meals on time every day, I would have thought you'd died in there. Li Fan clenched his fists but did not argue. He spoke with a composed expression. I need a small boat. I see treasure. Everyone on board was startled, crying out in unison. What? Zhang Baoba pointed at Li Fan's face and followed up. You aren't joking, are you? Li Fan repeated. Prepare a small boat for me immediately. I see jewels shimmering deep beneath the sea. Wait for me to salvage them. The opportunity is fleeting. The light of the true treasure is dimming. I'm about to lose its position. His gaze turned increasingly cold as he looked at Zhang Baoba. Zhang Baoba was intimidated and shouted, Quick, get the boat ready. All the crew members immediately responded, Yes. After taking the small boat, Li Fan instructed, You are not to follow. Wait for my signal. Zhang Baoba asked suspiciously, Why? Li Fan gave him a cold glance. You're too loud, you'll break my focus. Though the crowd was furious upon hearing this, they were also helpless. They knew well that their chance of avoiding disqualification now rested entirely in Li Fan's hands. Watching Li Fan's figure gradually disappear into the distance, a crew member whispered, Boss, do you think he might have run away alone? Zhang Baoba scolded. What nonsense, the sea is vast, he's alone and has no food. Where could he possibly escape to? 2 hours later, a red signal light rose into the distant horizon. Zhang Baoba shouted excitedly, It's the signal, quick, sail the ship over. Arriving at the spot, they saw Li Fan waiting there, shouting loudly, The treasure is right here. Zhang Baoba quickly ordered the crew, Go into the water and drop the nets. The crew immediately took the order. After an unknown amount of time, chest after chest of jewelry was hauled onto the ship by the crew. Drenched and panting, Zhang Baoba looked at the treasure before him. 16 chests of gold, silver and jewels. At that moment, a crew member marveled, Boss, Mr. Li really wasn't boasting. He truly managed to bring us back a full load. Zhang Baoba's mind was in turmoil. It's actually true. That guy can really find treasure sunk on the seabed. This kind of ability is simply that of an extraordinary person. An extraordinary person just like Manager Zhao. Zhang Baoba. Oh, Zhang Baoba, it's rare to encounter such a benefactor. Instead of seizing the opportunity, you ridiculously thought he was here to steal your tiny fleet. No, I must apologize immediately as soon as I return to the main ship. Zhang Baoba bowed sincerely to apologize to me. I waved him away with a calm expression and returned to my room to rest. Since the Shangyuan had already obtained the treasure, it stopped fishing, and immediately turned around to return to Liuli Island. With such a massive harvest this time, every person on board felt a sense of unease for every extra day spent at sea. As they neared the island, Zhang Baoba instructed the crew not to dock just yet. Lu San, you slip into the water quietly to notify Manager Zhao and ask his elderly self to personally send people for the count. Lu San immediately took the order. He then continued, If all goes well, our harvest should be the largest among the fleets this time. According to the rules, we can keep 50%. Letting outsiders do the count would inevitably lead to oversights. If it isn't one of our own, I won't feel at ease, the crew members chimed in. The boss is right, if we're shorted even a tiny bit, we'd be heartbroken. After waiting for a while, the Shangyuan finally docked. but the usual tally clerks were blocked by Zhang Baoba and a group of crew members. One man shouted, "Zhang Baoba, what's the meaning of this? Why aren't you letting us on board to count?" This man had a pointed face, small eyes, and a thin mustache, looking very devious. He sneered, "Judging by your ship's draft, you must have come back empty-handed this time, right? It looks like your time as captain is at an end." A crew member roared in anger. "What kind of nonsense are you spewing?" Zhang Baoba quickly held him back, indicating there was no need to argue. From the rear, Li Fan observed all this, thinking, it seems Zhang Baoba's ability to hold the captain's position isn't entirely without reason. It's just his background and experience that limit him. Soon, Manager Zhao arrived in person with his men. Everyone was extremely respectful toward him. As the 16 chests of treasure were hauled off the ship before everyone's eyes, the entire port was thrown into an uproar. The news spread like wildfire, and the report of the Shangyuan capturing a massive amount of treasure instantly traversed all of Liuli Island. At the Tianbao Pavilion, Sun Zhang rushed in. "Shopkeeper, shopkeeper," the young girl shopkeeper inside asked in confusion. "What's wrong? Why the panic?" Sun Zhang reported breathlessly. "Treasure over 10 chests, the Shangyuan?" The girl shopkeeper's tone remained flat. "It's just a dozen or so chests of treasure. What's there to be shocked about? If there's something on the island that needs processing, won't they still have to come through our Tianbao Pavilion?" But then, as if recalling something, she suddenly followed up. "Wait, did you say that was the Shangyuan? The ship that Uncle Li Fan is on?" Sun Zhang immediately replied, "Exactly. No wonder that guy could persuade Manager Zhao. He was absolutely certain he could find treasure by going to sea. This ability is identical to that of our head shopkeeper." The girl shopkeeper gave the order immediately. "Go and arrange things at once to see when we can invite him for a meal. Also, have Listening to Silence Tower cleaned, then send him the title deed." This time, Sun Zhang did not hesitate for a second. He immediately took the order and left. The girl shopkeeper thought to herself, could he actually be a spirit attuning body? Legend has it that as long as rare treasures exist within a certain range, those with a spirit attuning body can sense them. The head shopkeeper of Tianbao Pavilion, my sister Yin Yuting, is precisely someone with this special constitution. It was also by relying on this heaven-defying talent that she built the great Tianbao Pavilion Merchant Association across the Congyun Sea from nothing in just over a dozen years. And now another spirit-attuning body has appeared. The scene shifts to Manager Zhao's mansion, where Li Fan was currently sitting opposite Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao spoke, "You truly are extraordinary. You hauled in 16 chests of treasure on your first voyage. You've given me a massive surprise." Li Fan smiled. "The harvest was indeed significant this time, but it will likely be difficult to have this much output in the future." Manager Zhao stroked his long beard and said, "That is only natural. How could one be so lucky every time? However, based on this harvest alone, it's enough for me to arrange a dedicated fleet for you." Li Fan cupped his hands and replied, "In that case, then I thank Manager Zhao." Manager Zhao watched him and said, "I heard your elaborate schemes were all to seek a slot for the spirit body pool." Li Fan did not hide it and answered directly, "Indeed, wealth and treasure cannot be taken with you in death. After a century they are but a handful of yellow earth. Only by seeking the immortals and longevity can one say they have not lived in vain." Manager Zhao stroked his beard again and praised, "I am impressed by your desire for the immortal path at your age. More than a decade ago when I was your age I happened to save an immortal by chance. The immortal asked if I was willing to follow him in cultivation, but I knew I had already passed the optimal age, and even with cultivation it would be hard to achieve much. Moreover, the older one gets, the deeper the miasma in the body becomes, making it increasingly painful to remove. Now that I am older I actually regret it a bit. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret. Among the hundreds of thousands of mortals on Liuli Island, people like you are indeed a minority." Li Fan cupped his hands. "You flatter me. I wonder about Manager Zhao's thoughts on the spirit body pool slot." Manager Zhao hurried to say, "I cannot help you with that. Opening the spirit body pool requires the island's immortal to preside over it, and the slots are designated by the immortal as well. A year before the pool opens, the immortal will release a list of required resources. Each household's contribution is decided by the amount of resources they collect and hand over, which in turn determines the allocation of slots. However, you needn't worry. Tianbao Pavilion has branches on every island in the Congyun Sea. In terms of resource collection ability, few can surpass them." Li Fan recalled the promise made by the girl shopkeeper and thought to himself, "Tianbao Pavilion." I had just returned to my small courtyard from Manager Zhao's mansion when Sun Zhang was already waiting outside, clearly for a long time. I asked, "Does your shopkeeper have business with me?" I had intended to meet her anyway, so I agreed. As for the title deed to Listening to Silence Tower that Sun Zhang brought, I did not accept it. Afterward, Li Fan arrived at Tianbao Pavilion. This time Sun Zhang's attitude toward him was extremely polite. Entering the building he saw that the girl shopkeeper was already waiting there. This time she was no longer wearing a veil and introduced herself with a smile. She was the manager of the Liuli Island Tianbao Pavilion, Yin Yuzhen. Li Fan also introduced himself again. Yin Yuzhen gave a light laugh. "HMPH uncle, your speech really is concise." Li Fan replied, I am but a mere mortal, there is truly not much to say. Yin Yuzhen stared at Li Fan and asked with a hint of suspicion, is a constitution like the spirit attuning body also not worth mentioning in your eyes, uncle? Li Fan glanced at her and asked back, oh, what spirit attuning body? I don't know anything about it, Yin Yuzhen followed up. Then how did you find the treasure's location in the vast sea? Li Fan replied. It was just an occasional feeling in my heart. Yin Yuzhen thought to herself with a bit of a pout. And you still claim you aren't a spirit attuning body? Then, seeing that I really seemed not to know, she had no choice but to explain to me what a spirit attuning body was. After hearing it, Li Fan followed up, so you mean your sister is also a spirit attuning body? How old is she this year? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago and where is she now? Hearing this string of questions, Yin Yuzhen looked at him in confusion. Are you conducting a census, uncle? Then she cried out in shock. Could it be your father who went missing years ago? Then she shook her head. No, you look nothing like us, Li Fan then said. I'm just curious. Yin Yuzhen shook her head and said, all right, is it curiosity between kindred spirits? I understand. She then began her story. We were originally from Yellowen Island to the north. Because our parents passed away in an accident early on, only my sister and I were left to depend on each other. In my memory, my sister and I could only survive by begging every day, often going hungry. But at some point my sister started finding all sorts of valuable items in different places. Because of that, our lives improved day by day. And later my sister founded the Tianbao Pavilion with her own hands. Regrettably, I haven't seen my sister in many years. Li Fan asked in confusion, where did she go? Yin Yuzhen replied, 3 years ago my sister was chosen and taken away by a passing immortal. At first she would send messages back to report her safety, but later there was no more news of her. Li Fan asked again, being taken away by an immortal, was she taken to cultivate for immortality? Yin Yuzhen then replied, if only that were the case. In the letter she sent back she used a secret code that only we two sisters understand. She said, I am well aware that my current situation is extremely perilous. If we lose contact later, it means I have met with misfortune. Whatever you do, do not come looking for me. Li Fan pressed further. Was it because of her special constitution that she met with disaster? Yin Yuzhen replied, my sister was just a mortal. What she could sense were only things of value to mortals. Those so-called treasures are nothing but worthless scrap metal in the eyes of the gods. It wasn't as if no immortals had discovered my sister's special constitution before, but they never took it seriously. I don't know why that last immortal took her away. Although my sister's fate is uncertain, the foundation she left behind is still here. Tianbao Pavilion was built with my sister's blood and sweat. It must not be destroyed in my hands, but I don't have my sister's miraculous ability. Since her disappearance, Tianbao Pavilion's business has plummeted, and to make matters worse, I misjudged a piece of goods later, leading to heavy losses. The elders of Tianbao Pavilion have grown increasingly dissatisfied with me, even wanting to conspire with outsiders to drive me out and carve up the assets of Tianbao Pavilion. Fortunately, they are still somewhat wary of the immortal who took my sister, so they haven't dared to act openly. Thus I used the excuse of expanding the market to come from Yellowen Island to Liuli Island, which can be considered a temporary refuge. I originally intended to develop here for a few years, accumulate some strength, and then go back to settle scores with them. I never expected to meet someone like you with a spirit attuning body on Liuli Island. With your help I will surely be able to manage Tianbao Pavilion well. Li Fan immediately replied, I have no interest in the affairs of Tianbao Pavilion, you people. My only wish is to cultivate for immortality. You promised before that as long as I helped you secure a fleet, you would help me obtain a slot for the spirit body pool. You won't go back on that, will you? Yin Yuzhen laughed. Our Tianbao Pavilion is open for business and has always kept its promises. What we promised you will certainly be done. But Li Fan frowned and asked, but what? Yin Yuzhen shook her head. Uncle, even if you enter the spirit body pool, what then? It is no easy task to purge the miasma from your body. Of the people who enter the spirit pool every year, only about half succeed, and the older one is, the higher the failure rate. You aren't young anymore, uncle. Are you 100% sure you'll succeed? Each person has only one chance in their life to enter the spirit pool. Once you fail, I fear you will be forever severed from the path of immortality, Li Fan said indifferently. Even if there is only a 50% success rate, it is worth a try, but judging by your tone, Yin Yuzhen smiled slightly. Exactly. Along with her final letter, my sister sent back a pill called the Mundane Transcending Pill. In the letter, my sister mentioned that if one takes this pill, the success rate of purging the miasma from the body will be greatly increased if combined with the spirit body pool. Even at your age, uncle, there is a great chance of success. Li Fan asked in confusion again. Since there is such a miraculous pill, why don't you take it? Yin Yuzhen replied. Uncle, not everyone is as single-mindedly seeking immortality as you are. My only wish is to manage the business well and protect the Tianbao Pavilion left by my sister. Li Fan nodded. To each their own ambitions. Yin Yuzhen was overjoyed to hear this from Li Fan. So you mean you agree, uncle? Let me go back and consider it first. I will give you an answer in 3 days. Yin Yuzhen responded. All right, then I'll wait for your news. Li Fan cupped his hands. Farewell. Yin Yuzhen watched Li Fan's departing figure and thought, I hope I haven't misjudged the person this time. After some investigation I confirmed that Yin Yuzhen had not lied about the mundane transcending pill. 3 days later I saw Yin Yuzhen again and agreed to her request. We agreed that before the spirit pool opened, every so often, I would help Tianbao Pavilion search for a certain amount of treasure. When the spirit pool opened, Yin Yuzhen would hand the mundane transcending pill over to me. To show her sincerity, Yin Yuzhen also produced the title deed to Listening to Silence Tower. Since both parties had an agreement, I stopped being polite, tucked away the title deed and moved again. Listening to Silence Tower was located in the center of Liuli Island. Though in a bustling area, it possessed the tranquility of the deep mountains. During my year at Listening to Silence Tower, I completed the first 3 seagoing missions for Liuli Island, bringing back several chests of treasure each time, shocking the entire island and simultaneously succeeding in securing a fleet for Tianbao Pavilion. From then on I would accompany the Tianbao Pavilion fleet every time they went to sea. Over this year, Tianbao Pavilion earned a fortune, almost equivalent to a typical year's total income. I also established extremely high prestige in the hearts of everyone at Tianbao Pavilion. Everyone was very respectful whenever they saw me. However, I never slacked on the matter of cultivation either. This past year, whenever I had free time, I would diligently practice the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation. Finally, something delightful occurred. The energy replenishment progress for Huan Zhen accelerated. Before this, the energy replenishment for Huan Zhen could only rely on the natural passage of time, taking 20 years to reach 100 and stopping once it slowly reached the 200 limit. I had been in the cultivation world for over a year. According to the previous pattern, the recharge progress should have been between 6 and 7, but I discovered the progress had already reached 15. The replenishment speed had nearly doubled. Aside from the heart cleansing incantation, I had not come into contact with anything that could possibly assist it. The only explanation was that practicing the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation could speed up Huan Zhen's recharge progress. In addition to the recharge progress, both the physical age upper limit and the mental age had increased. Name Li Fan, realm mortal, physical age 4295 increased, mental age 5051210 increased, virtualization recharge progress 115, anchor recharge progress 51, current anchor points 1, locked items heavenly mystery jade ring golden chapter Taian orb, damaged broken steel. Time flew by during cultivation, and there was only 1 year left until the spirit body pool opened. Yin Yuzhen said to me excitedly, Uncle Liuli Island has announced the list of materials required by the immortals this time. At this moment, Sun Zhang spoke up. Most of the materials required this time are quite common, but I've never heard of this star sea shifting sands. It seemed the key to contesting the slots this time lay in these star sea shifting sands. Yin Yuzhen also said, I haven't heard of this thing either. It seems we'll have to ask the people from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, Sun Zhang responded. That lot are all hungry ghosts reincarnated. I'm afraid we'll have to suffer a major financial blow. Li Fan then spoke up. Regardless, we must obtain the star sea shifting sands. I am determined to get a slot in the spirit pool. The Wanhua Chamber of Commerce is not a local chamber of the Congyun Sea, but comes from a continent tens of thousands of miles away. I heard that the chamber has immortals backing it, so they can easily cross the endless sea to come to the remote Liuli Island to do business. A chamber representative, we still have a year to prepare. A representative from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce will pass through the Congyun Sea in 3 months. I can contact him then. Li Fan immediately said, we can't rely entirely on the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Over the past year, Liuli Island has taken in many people who met with disaster across the Congyun Sea. Perhaps someone knows about these star sea shifting sands. We can go ask around. Other forces on the island are surely looking for them as well. So we also need to strengthen our surveillance. The news of the materials required for the spirit body pool spread rapidly throughout Liuli Island. Even those who usually didn't care about such things knew that the major powers on the island were looking for something called star sea shifting sands. That day, Xiao Heng suddenly came to Listening to Silence Tower. Li Fan asked, I wonder what brings you here, young brother. Xiao Heng looked at him and said, I heard that recently Brother Li has been looking for star sea shifting sands. Li Fan didn't hide it either, saying directly, Indeed, I am getting on in years now. If I want to cultivate, I can only pin my hopes on the spirit body pool. Do you recognize this object? Xiao Heng smiled and said, When the immortals descended upon the great Li, they promised that as long as the materials they required were gathered, they would take a group of people to the cultivation world, and these star sea shifting sands were among them. Li Fan pressed, Oh, why do I have no memory of this? Xiao Heng scratched his head and replied, When it was announced to the world back then, a few items were removed from the list, serving as internal quotas assigned to the various great families of the great Li. The item our Prince of Zhenan's estate was responsible for finding was precisely these star sea shifting sands. Li Fan grasped the main point and asked, Be direct, what are your conditions? Xiao Heng said, Back then you paid for Changyu's burial, which was a kindness to me. I shouldn't be like this, but life on Liuli Island is just too hard. I don't have great skills like you, Brother Li. And I'm still living in the slums." After hearing this, Li Fan said, "Young brother, say no more. I understand your difficulties. I must obtain this object. As long as you can provide clues, feel free to make any requests and I will do my best to fulfill them." Xiao Heng replied with some joy. "Then I'll thank you in advance, brother." He then explained, "Actually, this thing isn't rare to speak of. It's just that the immortals' names for things are different from us mortals. In fact, star sea shifting sands are simply extraterrestrial meteorites." Li Fan stroked his beard and nodded. "Star sea shifting sands. So that's it. But is any meteorite fine? Are there any other special requirements?" Xiao Heng nodded. "There are, brother, yes." Xiao Heng then slowly stated the specific requirements. First, the meteorite must have a good appearance with no protrusions or indentations on the surface. Second, the total weight of a single piece must exceed 50 grams. Li Fan thought to himself, "I'll listen and memorize these conditions in my mind." After hearing all the conditions, Li Fan said, "All right, I understand. Speak, what does my young brother want?" Xiao Heng scratched his head and replied with some embarrassment, "I only want a better place to live along with an easier job. Of course, it would be even better if I could have a few servants to help me clean up." After hearing these conditions, Li Fan laughed loudly. "Does the son of the dignified Prince of Zhenan only have these requests? Why not add more? I still have some influence at Tianbao Pavilion." Xiao Heng shook his head. "I know my own abilities. Being able to eat and live well is enough. I don't need to live such an exhausting life. I'm already very satisfied. If I suddenly possessed too much wealth and attracted envy, it would instead be easy to invite disaster. I won't force it." Xiao Heng left after some pleasantries with me. Li Fan looked at Xiao Heng and asked, "Do you plan to cultivate? After all, it wasn't easy to come to this cultivation world. You can't have come for nothing." Xiao Heng waved his hand and smiled. "Maybe later. I'm truly not interested in cultivation. That Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation makes me sleepy just looking at it." After Xiao Heng left, I headed straight for Tianbao Pavilion. Yin Yuzhen rubbed her chin and pressed, "Star sea shifting sands, it's that simple." Li Fan said, "It shouldn't be false, but it still needs verification. Didn't you say the representative from the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce will be coming to Liuli Island soon? Why not try to get the truth from him then?" Yin Yuzhen nodded upon hearing this. "Good idea. If we can save a large expense, that would be for the best." Li Fan stroked his long beard and said, "Regardless, first start buying meteorites that meet the requirements in secret. Not many people know about this yet, but that might not be the case in a while. Also, mix in other items when buying to avoid suspicion. At the same time, we can send people to spread fake news about the star sea shifting sands to muddy the waters." At this moment, Sun Zhang was spreading news, claiming that star sea shifting sands were actually stones found in Liuli fish. Yin Yuzhen looked at Li Fan with a gaze of admiration and said, "Uncle, you really are something else. I only knew you were a spirit attuning body before. I didn't expect you to be able to come up with a foolproof plan for everything." She then asked curiously, "What did you do before, Uncle?" Li Fan replied indifferently, "Just teaching and educating people." Yin Yuzhen puffed out her cheeks and thought, "HMPH, I don't believe that for a second." Before leaving, Li Fan didn't forget to remind her, "All right, I'll leave the matter for you to handle. I still have to go cultivate. Unless there's a special situation, don't disturb me." "Right, the matter I promised Xiao Heng. Handle that while you're at it." Yin Yuzhen watched Li Fan's departing back and muttered to herself, "Great auspiciousness, why is even a small matter like helping Xiao Heng showing his great auspiciousness? Has my ability to avoid misfortune and seek luck failed?" she thought to herself. "Although I don't have the ability to sense treasures like my sister, I've been able to foresee the luck or misfortune of things since I was a child, ever since I met Uncle. Every time he assigns a task, my premonition shows great auspiciousness. One must know that before meeting Uncle I had never encountered anything that was great auspiciousness. Although I don't know what kind of achievements Uncle will have in the future, I trust my intuition and must help him with all my strength." Thus Tianbao Pavilion operated at full capacity under Yin Yuzhen's instructions. At this time, people from Tianbao Pavilion began spreading rumors. "I heard star sea shifting sands are dog stones. Is the lunatic crazy or am I? I heard star sea shifting sands are stones from quicksand fish. You guess if I believe it." Tianbao Pavilion spread a large amount of fake information about the star sea shifting sands. Other forces sensed there might be a trick and all chose to wait and see. But one force among them held the mindset of buying first and talking later. Whether it's true or false, buy it first. We can always sell it at a higher price later. Consequently, other forces couldn't sit still either and joined the buying frenzy one after another. "We'll take all the dog stones here. They're already sold out. What about horse stones or ox stones? Sold out too." For a time, prices on Liuli Island skyrocketed and chaos ensued, and I was the very mastermind behind it all. I simply continued to cultivate my mind and spirit within listening to Silence Tower. 3 months later, Yin Yuzhen finally made contact with a representative of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. This morning, she and I took a small Tianbao Pavilion boat and left Liuli Island, sailing 10 miles north to the designated sea area. Suddenly, a flying vessel appeared in the sky and a hearty laugh echoed from above. "Haha, Manager Yin, it has been a long time." The flying vessel descended toward us and slowly came to a halt on the sea's surface. Yin Yujun thought to herself, HMPH, this is his first time seeing a flying vessel, uncle is sure to be shocked. At that thought she glanced at Li Fan, only to find his expression as calm as ever without the slightest trace of surprise. Yin Yujun felt utterly perplexed. What's going on? He didn't react at all. At that moment a middle-aged man stepped down from the flying vessel. Manager Yin, it's been a while. Yin Yujun spoke. Representative Wu, the last time we met was 3 years ago, wasn't it? Representative Wu also lamented how quickly time had passed. Then he pointed at Li Fan and asked, and this is? Yin Yujun replied. This is an elder specially recruited by our Tianbao Pavilion. Representative Wu cupped his hands in greeting. I have long heard of you. Long heard of you. He then turned to Yin Yujun. Manager Yin, let us inspect the goods first. I fear it may be difficult for us to meet again in the future. Yin Yujun asked in confusion. Why do you say that? Has some change occurred? Representative Wu answered. I am not entirely clear on the specific reasons, but a few days ago I received a message from headquarters sent to all representatives. All missions within the Congyun Sea are suspended and we are to withdraw immediately. Had I not already agreed on a transaction date with you, I would likely be on my return journey by now. Therefore this transaction cannot be delayed. It must be done as quickly as possible. Yin Yujun thought to herself, Tianbao Pavilion's ability to stand its ground on Liuli Island relies entirely on the support of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce. Now that the chamber is suddenly withdrawing from the Congyun Sea, what will happen to Tianbao Pavilion's future business? Why didn't my seeking luck and avoiding misfortune give me any premonition this time? Just then, Representative Wu spoke to remind her. Manager Yin Yujun snapped out of it and replied with a smile. My apologies, I was lost in thought. We shall inspect the goods now. Please enter the cabin. I will show you the various items, Representative Wu. Li Fan then introduced them one by one. 16 pairs of jade discs, 32 pieces of coral, 46 night luminescent pearls, and 3 pieces of star sea shifting sands. At this, Representative Wu was startled and asked back, what? Let me see. He then picked one up and marveled. This, beside him, Li Fan thought to himself, these meteorites weigh at least 50 grams each, yet in his hand they seem as light as toys. Representative Wu then gently set it down and praised repeatedly. Good, good, good. He turned to Yin Yujun and said, Manager Yin, your luck is truly excellent this time to have collected such fine items as star sea shifting sands. Li Fan and Yin Yujun exchanged a glance and a knowing smile. It seemed Xiao Heng's words were indeed true. Representative Wu was very satisfied with the goods provided by Tianbao Pavilion this time. Since both parties would be unable to meet for a long time, he specially invited the two of us to board the Wanhua flying vessel as guests. After we had eaten and drunk our fill, Representative Wu led us into the cargo hold. He introduced, these are all curiosities I've collected from various islands in the Congyun Sea. Some are worth a fortune, and for some I am not quite sure of their use. I simply bought them because they were rare. So I picked them up along the way. If you two are interested, you may choose a few items for yourselves. Yin Yujun's eyes sparkled as she thought, heavens, according to my seeking luck and avoiding misfortune, isn't coming here like a mouse falling into a grain bin beside her. Li Fan let out a sigh, thinking, these are all mundane treasures, I have no interest. But seeing her eagerness, he accompanied her as she browsed. Representative Wu cautioned, you have only the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Looking at the dazzling array of treasures, Yin Yujun said, Uncle, look how beautiful this jade bracelet is, Li Fan replied. Yes, the material is indeed decent. He also casually picked up a piece of jade, thinking, having reincarnated for over 300 years, I have no interest in mundane treasures. As long as it isn't related to immortal cultivation, I don't care. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as if he had discovered something. At that moment the system manifested once again. Item capable of replenishing energy detected. Heavenly mystery treasure, Kangai Pearl. Proceed with energy recharge? Yes, no, Li Fan was immensely shocked. Another heavenly mystery treasure, Kangai Pearl. Where a vast sea perishes, a vast sea is born. He thought to himself, moreover it is a heavenly mystery treasure still in its gestation stage, not yet fully formed. No, I cannot appear too excited, I must put it down first. With that thought he casually set down the Kangai Pearl. I pretended to look around at the other items nonchalantly, until Representative Wu announced that time was up, and I didn't glance at the Kangai Pearl again. Yin Yujun asked in confusion, Uncle, aren't you going to choose a few things? It's rare for Representative Wu to be so generous. You won't get this chance again if you miss today. Representative Wu also said with a smile, Manager Yin is right. How can one enter a mountain of treasure and return empty-handed? Wouldn't that be looking down on me? Go and pick 2 more items. Li Fan pretended to comply. In that case I shall accept your kindness. He casually pointed to a crystal-clear jade carving and the Kangai Pearl beside it, saying, I'll take these 2. Representative Wu laughed upon hearing this. The elder truly has a good eye. That ancient tree jade statue was something I found on a deserted island in the northern Congyun Sea. It had been worshipped by the primitive tribes on the island for thousands of years. It is quite miraculous. If an ordinary person keeps it in their home, it can calm the mind, settle the spirit, and strengthen the body. Li Fan picked up the Kangai pearl and asked, "And this?" Representative Wu replied. "Oh, that one. I collected it from a fisherman on Liuyan Island." Li Fan stared at the Kangai pearl, thoughtfully deeply etching that name into his mind. Liuyan Island. This bilateral transaction ended successfully. The Wanhua chamber obtained a batch of treasures while Yin Yujun exchanged for a large amount of gold, silver and several treasures on the return journey despite the bountiful harvest. Yin Yujun's face still betrayed her worry. Seeing this, Li Fan asked, "Are you worried about Tianbao Pavilion's future operations?" Yin Yujun answered frankly, "Yes, without the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, we've lost a major sales channel. I don't know why the Wanhua Chamber would suddenly withdraw from the Congyun Sea." Li Fan comforted, "When the cart reaches the mountain there will be a path, there is no need for excessive worry." That night upon returning to Liuli Island, I immediately headed back to listening to Silence Tower. This time I had originally only intended to verify if the Star Sea shifting sands were meteorites. I hadn't expected to unexpectedly obtain such a treasure. It was truly an unexpected joy. I only wondered what was special about this Kangai pearl. Why was this tiny pearl named Kangai Vast Sea? Could it truly contain an entire ocean? Suddenly a knock at the door startled him. He glanced out the window, thinking it wasn't even dawn yet. Who could be bothering him? He picked up his long sword and hid behind the door, asking in a low voice, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside. "Brother Li." "It's me." Li Fan thought Xiao Heng. He then opened the door. He spoke, "Young brother, come in and talk." Xiao Heng looked panicked. "Brother Li, things have taken a turn for the worse. The matter of us smuggling ourselves over from the mortal realm has been exposed." Li Fan pressed for details. "Who leaked it?" Xiao Heng replied, "I don't know either, but now the whole island knows we aren't natives of the cultivation world but smuggled in through Tianbao Pavilion. I heard the immortals are very angry and plan to arrest and execute everyone." Li Fan stroked his beard and thought for a moment, then said, "Do not panic, this matter is not a major problem." Xiao Heng asked back in confusion, "Why do you say that, Brother Li?" Li Fan analyzed calmly, "If the immortals truly wanted to kill us, our heads would have rolled long ago. Why bother letting us hear the news and discuss countermeasures? In my view, this matter isn't targeted at us. The person spreading the news is aiming at Tianbao Pavilion." I didn't explain too much to Xiao Heng and hurried to Tianbao Pavilion. At this time Yin Yujun also spoke. "I've received the news as well. Various factions on the island already know that the fake news about the Star Sea shifting sands was released by us. These people aren't satisfied. So they are spreading word on the island that Tianbao Pavilion is secretly assisting mortals with smuggling." Li San immediately said, "They simply want to force us to hand over a portion of the Star Sea shifting sands. Since we took the initiative and collected enough, let's just give some up. Let them fight and exhaust each other. They will soon fall into internal strife." 3 days later, Tianbao Pavilion met with the various forces of Liuli Island and proposed 3 requirements. Tianbao Pavilion agreed to hand over a portion of the Star Sea shifting sands, but the other parties had to provide items of equal value in exchange. Simultaneously, the specific distribution of the Star Sea shifting sands would be decided by each faction themselves, and finally, they had to ensure that Tianbao Pavilion possessed 1 slot for the spirit body pool. These requirements were not excessive, and after negotiation, both sides quickly reached a settlement. Ultimately, after paying the price of dozens of meteorites, Tianbao Pavilion successfully escaped the vortex of conflict. At this time, Xiao Heng was filled with admiration for Li Fan. "Brother Li, it really is okay now." Almost within a single day, the rumors on the island about smuggling vanished without a trace. As time flew by, the day for the opening of the spirit pool finally arrived. Yin Yujun took out the agreed-upon pill and handed it to Li Fan, saying, "Uncle, quickly take this mundane transcending pill." Li Fan thought to himself, "I have waited too long for this day. After today, I will completely wash away the miasma from my body and officially step onto the path of immortal cultivation." After taking the mundane transcending pill given by Yin Yujun, I entered the array in the center of Liuli Island under the guidance of a specialist. A total of 13 people entered the array. Aside from me, they were all teenagers. In an instant, the environment we were in underwent a world-shaking change. In the blink of an eye, we went from the noisy market to the deep mountains surrounded by lush trees and vibrant life. Distant mountains encircled us, their peaks a brilliant emerald. Looking up, the summits were hidden within thick clouds and mist, making it difficult to see them clearly. Our group climbed up the stone steps. We climbed for 4 hours without rest. The physiques of those youths were extraordinary, for after walking so long they weren't even out of breath. On the contrary, I was well advanced in years and already breathless, barely able to keep up with the group without falling behind. Another 2 hours passed, and we finally reached the summit, which was nothing more than a narrow, flat clearing. Everyone stood scattered about, feeling a bit cramped. This was the peak of the mountains, and looking around there was a vast sea of clouds. As a gentle breeze blew, the waves of clouds surged, occasionally revealing mountain tips that looked like isolated islands. Just then, that immortal quietly appeared behind everyone and asked, "How is the scenery here?" Everyone was startled and looked back. This immortal was precisely Immortal He, who guarded Liuli Island. Everyone bowed respectfully to the immortal in unison. Then someone replied, "The scenery here is exquisite. truly worthy of being a sacred land of the immortals. I have never seen such a wondrous sight before. It truly makes one's heart surge, immortal. He stood there and spoke. When I first arrived at Liuli Island, the height of this mountain was at the very bottom among all the mountains, submerged beneath the sea of clouds. Did you know that the mountains of the world are like people? They can grow taller? The youth asked in surprise. Really? There is actually such a thing. Could it be these great mountains are also living things? Immortal, he laughed. Some mountains appear tall, but in reality, their fortune is exhausted and they can hardly improve for the rest of their existence. Some people may be but a handful of yellow earth now, yet their potential is boundless. Who is to say they won't become a towering tree thousands of years later? Just like this Shaowei mountain, it was once as tiny as a speck of dust, yet in just a few decades it can already look down upon the mountains. Of course, more are like the mountains beneath this sea of clouds, which can only serve as a backdrop from start to finish, silently looking up at the peaks above the clouds. As it is with mountains, so it is with people. Today you are fortunate enough to enter the spirit pool to wash away the miasma from your bodies. Whether you can step onto the immortal path, or even whether you have hope of attaining the great Tao of longevity and what your future achievements will be, all depends on your own destiny. No matter what the future holds, you must give your all today. My words end here, you may go. Someone asked in confusion. Immortal, may I ask where the spirit body pool is? Immortal, he pointed into the distance and said, over there. Hearing this, everyone was filled with horror. Someone else asked, could it be the immortal is joking? Immortal, he let out a long sigh and then waved his hand. The head of the person who had just spoken instantly detached from his neck and flew into the air. Everyone was terrified, screaming in shock. His head flew off, only Li Fan's expression remained as usual. To him, having lived for hundreds of years, what kind of death had he not seen? Everyone hurriedly knelt before Immortal He, begging for mercy. Immortal, spare our lives. We wouldn't dare question the Immortal again. Immortal, have mercy. Immortal He's face was grim as he warned. Let me teach you another truth. On the path of cultivation, insight is very important. What should be said and what should not be said must be carefully weighed, lest you end up with your body perished and your Tao vanished. Do not blame me then for not warning you today. At this, Li Fan stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, I have learned much. He then began to walk forward. Before him was a bottomless canyon, but his mind was resolute, and he stepped into the void without a hint of hesitation. As his foot landed, an array manifested, catching him steadily. Just like that, he walked forward step by step with a calm expression. Those kneeling youths also looked at his departing back in astonishment. Seeing this scene, Immortal He was secretly startled. This child's temperament is excellent, a pity he is so old. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan was lifted into the high sky by the formation. He Zhenggao looked back at the group of youths and said, he has already entered the spirit pool. The earlier one enters, the more spirit liquid they receive. You all should go as well. The youths answered in unison, yes. The sea of clouds surged and enveloped me. The surrounding white mist continuously gathered toward me, instantly transforming into a milky white spirit liquid. Within this liquid, I felt no sense of suffocation. Instead, it was incredibly warm and comfortable, as if I had returned to the womb. My mind gradually relaxed completely. However, that warmth soon turned scalding. The scalding evolved into boiling. And finally it became as violent as fire and oil. That heat surged like magma through my body, wreaking havoc, tearing and excavating every inch of my nerves. This pain was absolutely not something a mortal could endure. Instinctively I wanted to summon Huan Zhen, but Li Fan's eyes instantly turned resolute, and he let out a great shout. It was 300 years of arduous searching, not for this very moment. No matter what, I cannot give up. I want to cultivate for immortality. I want longevity. The pain felt like 10,000 arrows piercing my heart, slicing my soul over and over again. And listened unceasing, my consciousness began to scatter, yet even at this moment the obsession in my heart continued to support me, making me hold out and refuse to activate Huan Zhen. Instinct had replaced consciousness. Just then the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation began to run on its own. My consciousness seemed to find a pillar of support, beginning to coalesce and grow stronger. Though still in an unconscious state, I was like a reef at the seashore, standing firm despite the crashing waves. 3 days later, He Zhenggao was still standing in the same spot watching. He thought to himself, of the 12 people who went in, 11 have already come out. 4 succeeded, 7 failed, and now only 1 remains in the spirit pool. The older a mortal is, the more tightly the mortal miasma fuses with their flesh and blood. The spirit body pool forces the miasma out by completely destroying the physical body, and then using the power of regeneration to reshape it. The pain to be endured during this process is simply unimaginable. He Zhenggao was somewhat astonished, thinking, at such an age he actually persisted for 3 days under the devastation of the spirit pool. This person's willpower is terrifyingly firm. If he can successfully cleanse his body, reaching the foundation establishment stage in the future will certainly not be a difficult task. And there is even hope of glimpsing the golden core realm. Another 3 days passed and He Zhenggao began to grow anxious. If I couldn't still sense that his life force is stable, I would really want to rush in and see exactly what has happened. Another 3 days went by. He Zhenggao sat down in boredom, chewing on a stalk of grass, thinking, This spirit body pool was created by the East Pole sect of the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals. Logically, it should be impossible for it to fail. Could someone really stay inside for this long? 9 days have passed and the materials maintaining the pool's formation are nearly exhausted. If the formation ends now, it can only be blamed on this kid's bad luck. It would have nothing to do with me, He Zhenggao, but with this person's temperament and willpower. If he succeeds, he will surely become a great figure in the future. Fine, I'll treat it as a gamble on this kid's future. Thus, he threw his own private stash of materials into the array, saying these were a portion I secretly kept for myself. Kid, you'd better not let me down. Another 2 days passed and the spirit pool finally showed some movement. Li Fan finally walked out from within. Seeing him, He Zhenggao stepped forward with a laugh. Ha ha ha, congratulations, little friend, on shedding your mortal frame. From now on, longevity is within your reach. Li Fan was somewhat puzzled, thinking, why is he being so polite and enthusiastic toward me? He Zhenggao continued. Little friend, you may not know, but you stayed inside for a full 11 days. The original formation materials were exhausted long ago. I paid out of my own pocket to replenish them for you. Li Fan was shocked and blurted out, what? He Zhenggao laughed. You're surprised too, aren't you? Let me tell you, 3 days ago. At this moment, Li Fan was looking at his system panel. Name Li Fan, realm mortal, physical age 421101 increased, mental age 5052053 increased. Virtualization recharge progress 121, anchor recharge progress 51, locked items, heavenly mystery jade ring, golden chapter, Taian orb, damaged broken steel, cultivation method, Xuanwang heart refining incantation. Li Fan's heart couldn't help but give a violent jolt. His lifespan limit had actually broken through the 1,000-year mark. Even more exaggerated was the upper limit for his mental age, which had almost doubled directly, reaching over 2,000 years. He Zhenggao was still chattering away, mentioning the 9th day. Li Fan meanwhile was wondering why did the heart cleansing incantation turn into the heart refining incantation. Now was not the time for a close look. He would study it deeply after returning. He then sincerely bowed to He Zhenggao. I shall not forget the immortal's great kindness. I will certainly repay you generously in the future. He Zhenggao laughed. What are you talking about, little friend? The immortal path is difficult. I was merely doing my best. After clearing the miasma, the next step is to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and draw it into your body. If you can coalesce a strand of spiritual energy within you, it means you have officially stepped into the Qi refining stage. He produced a manual titled 5 Spirits Qi Sensing Method and continued. This manual is a collection of predecessors' experiences in sensing spiritual energy. You must study it carefully. Also, this dust-averting talisman, you must keep it on your person before you successfully draw Qi into your body. Li Fan took the 2 items and examined them for a long time. He Zhenggao cautioned again, you are still living among the mundane world, and you must come into contact with mortals daily. Over time, it is inevitable that you will be stained by miasma once more. This dust-averting talisman can help you isolate the erosion of miasma, but it won't last long. It can only maintain its effect for about 5 years. Once you break through to the Qi refining stage, you can come find me on the island. At that time, I will take you to the headquarters of the Alliance of 10,000 Immortals in the Congyun Sea, 10,000 Immortals Island. He Zhenggao explained the precautions for the Qi drawing process in great detail. Once he was finished, I took my leave. He Zhenggao stood there watching Li Fan's departing back and said, the potential of this mountain is exhausted. It is time to change to a new mountain. The cultivation method I practice is called the mountain sitting art. With that, he turned and left. The greatest characteristic of the mountain sitting art is sitting on the mountain to enjoy the fruits. One selects a mountain and operates the technique upon it, spending several years to merge one's own aura with the mountain. Thereafter, for every inch the mountain grows, one's cultivation level rises accordingly. Aside from profiting from the growth of the mountain, one can also gain benefits by helping others, for example by helping Li Fan this time. If Li Fan can break through to the Qi refining stage in the future, I will receive feedback that improves my own cultivation. This is not stealing the other's cultivation, but rather a form of karma similar to when one person attains the Tao, even their pets ascend to heaven. The more one pays out, the richer the future harvest will be. Therefore, when encountering a promising junior, I am never stingy with a helping hand. At this time, Li Fan had returned to his residence. After leaving the central formation, he did not disturb anyone, and quietly slipped back into listening to Silence Tower, immediately attempting to operate the Xuanwang heart refining incantation. As soon as I operated it, I discovered the difference between the heart refining incantation and the heart cleansing incantation. Practicing the heart cleansing incantation took half an hour to enter a meditative state, but as soon as the heart refining incantation was cast, one's mind became as clear as a mirror in an instant. Simultaneously, while practicing the heart refining incantation, I could clearly feel my spirit and soul strengthening every second. Li Fan frowned and thought secretly, but why did the Xuanwang heart cleansing incantation evolve into such a miraculous heart refining incantation on me? Immortal techniques cannot be practiced together. Does this heart refining incantation count as a cultivation method? With only one step left to cross the threshold of becoming a cultivator, and having unexpectedly obtained such a divine technique as the heart refining incantation, I couldn't help but feel a bit lightheaded. However, a few days later I received a letter. Xiao Heng had already successfully drawn qi into his body and had departed for 10,000 Immortals Island. He recalled Xiao Heng's original appearance. "I only want a decent big house and an easy job." At that thought he cried out, "What?" The words Xiao Heng spoke before leaving surfaced in his mind. "I have no interest in cultivation." Li Fan held the letter and fell into deep thought, Xiao Heng's words still ringing in his ears. How long has it been? He has actually already succeeded in clearing the miasma from his body, and has broken through directly to the qi refining stage. I had to read the letter Xiao Heng sent back repeatedly before I could accept this fact. It turned out that after I comforted him that day, Xiao Heng returned home still feeling terrified and unable to sleep through the night. When he closed his eyes, he could seemingly see the terrifying image of the immortal descending from the sky and slaughtering everyone in the Li world. To be able to sleep in peace and even more to stop living in fear as a cultivator, he began to seriously practice the Xuanwang heart-cleansing incantation. He never expected that in less than a month he would naturally purge all the miasma from his body, and then, after merely taking a nap, he successfully drew qi into his body. It was only when he tried to be intimate with a maidservant at home and nearly killed her with just a light hug that he was certain he was already a cultivator. From then on, immortal and mortal were forever separated. Thus, after I came out of the spirit pool, Xiao Heng met He Zhenggao. He Zhenggao was currently clutching his head in frustration. My materials were meant to build good karma with that old man. If I had known, I would have saved them until now. This kid's talent is clearly 100 times better than that old man's. Xiao Heng looked at He Zhenggao's behavior and also seemed very confused. He Zhenggao was certain Xiao Heng wasn't lying and wore a face of deep regret. Subsequently taking Xiao Heng away, Xiao Heng wrote in the letter, "My success today is entirely thanks to my brother's protection. Now that I hear my brother has successfully cleared the miasma, I expect you will soon break through to qi refining. I shall go ahead and await your arrival at 10,000 Immortals Island. On the day we reunite, if my brother has any commands, I shall not hesitate even unto death." Reading to this point, Li Fan's body trembled slightly. He thought secretly, is this the legendary genius of extraordinary talent? Without relying on any external force, he broke through to the qi refining stage just by stumbling through it on his own. But so what if he has extraordinary talent? What I rely on is the infinite chances for a do-over granted by Huan Zhen. With Huan Zhen in hand, no matter what kind of genius I encounter, I have the confidence to crush them. Now the most important thing is to draw qi into my body. Let me see this 5 spirits qi sensing method He Zhenggao gave me. The book recorded, in the ancient period there was a theory of spirit roots only those possessing spirit roots could practice. Spirit roots were divided into the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as spirit roots of attributes like lightning, wind, and darkness. Spirit roots were a gift from heaven. Only the favored children of heaven could sense the laws of heaven and earth and be qualified to attain the Tao and become immortal. However, the mortals of the world are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, while those possessing spirit roots are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. Most people could only look at the matter of cultivation with despair. How unfair! Fortunately, in ancient times there were immortal venerables who taught the Tao. The immortal venerables manifested divine forms, and facing the countless mortals without hope of seeking immortality, they taught the path of longevity. The immortal venerable said, "If I wish to become an immortal, why must I ask heaven? If heaven does not grant it, I shall take it myself. Following heaven makes one mortal. Defying heaven makes one immortal. The path of the immortal is to suck the spirit of heaven and earth to control its qi, borrow the wonders of heaven and earth to build a Tao foundation, peer into the laws of heaven and earth to refine a golden core, seize the essence of heaven to form a nascent soul, extract the marrow of heaven and earth to obtain its spirit, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth to merge with the Tao, and defy the logic of heaven and earth to prove longevity." Reading to this point, the manual in Li Fan's hand slid to the ground. With a face full of horror, he thought, "The method of cultivation in this world is completely different from what I expected. No wonder since I first came into contact with the cultivators of this world, I have felt a sense of bizarreness. The heavenly Tao of this world seems to harbor a massive malice toward cultivators. Whether it is the iron rule that immortal techniques cannot be shared, the celestial phenomena born after a cultivator's fall, the immortal mortal miasma that is extremely lethal to cultivators, or the weirdness lurking within the bodies of mortals, all suggest this," he murmured, defying the logic of heaven and earth. To prove longevity, the following content in the book was the 5 spirits qi sensing method. If a mortal cannot draw qi into their body after clearing the miasma, they can nurture their own 5 spirits to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using it to refine themselves and break through to the qi refining stage. The so-called 5 spirits refer to the 5 emotions humans are born with: greed, fear, anger, hatred, and solipsism. These 5 emotions are hidden deep within the human heart, inexhaustible and limitless. The 5 spirits qi sensing method uses these 5 spirits as fuel to nurture the root of heaven and earth in the Dantian. The root of heaven and earth connects the cultivator's Dantian with this realm, allowing the cultivator to use it to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Those with excellent aptitude can cultivate the root of heaven and earth in a single day and night, stepping onto the immortal path. Even someone with absolutely no cultivation aptitude can cultivate the root of heaven and earth through day after day of diligent practice, taking 10 years at most. Just like this, day after day. 3 years passed, and I still hadn't succeeded in drawing chi, although 5 spirits chi sensing requires 5 emotions as fuel to foster the root of heaven and earth. Because I practiced the heart-refining incantation, these 5 emotions accumulated very little. Having been in seclusion for a long time, I felt the urge to move, so I decided to go out for a walk. Just then, someone shouted, "Elder Li!" Li Fan turned back in confusion and gave a light hum. The newcomer was precisely Zhang Baoba. He spoke respectfully. "Elder Li, it has been a long time," Li Fan replied. "So it's you, it's been a few years, how have you been lately?" Zhang Baoba rubbed his head and laughed. "Thanks to you, the fleet's profits have been quite good these past few years. Your exploits in particular have attracted a large number of young people wanting to join our fleet, and our treatment and status on the island have improved significantly as a result. However, my brothers on the Shangyuan and I intend to leave Liuli Island." Li Fan asked in confusion, "Oh, since life is going well, why the sudden desire to leave?" Zhang Baoba replied. "To be honest with you, Elder Li, my brothers and I have encountered many strange things at sea lately. In our recent trips, every time we cast the nets, we bring up thousands of pounds, a full load. This has happened 9 times out of 10. And it's every kind of fish imaginable. As if the fish on the seabed are all fleeing from a disaster and gathering in one place. My brothers and I grew up on Liuli Island and know the surrounding reefs like the back of our hands. But we've recently discovered that more reefs are being exposed. Although water levels fluctuate every year, this year's change is clearly unusual, and the brothers are worried. There is one more thing that concerns us even more. In the past 3 years, not a single wind disaster has occurred, not just around Liuli Island but throughout the entire Congyun Sea." Li Fan's face clouded with doubt. Wind disasters had vanished. Zhang Baoba said thoughtfully, "Wind disasters have never stopped since the day I was born. In a busy year, there might be a dozen. In a quiet one, at least 2 or 3. Now, with 3 years of calm, some people on the island are cheering, saying it's the protection of the immortals, but my brothers and I don't see it that way. It's too abnormal. Something big is bound to happen." Li Fan replied. "The island is protected by a great array and guarded by immortal He. Even if something happens, they should be able to handle it. Leaving one's home is no easy feat. You should think twice before acting." Hearing this, Zhang Baoba replied, "Elder Li is right. My brothers and I will consider it further." This interlude soon passed and I continued my cultivation. As time flew by, another year passed. Yin Yujun finally accumulated enough strength and returned to Yelin Island with great ambition, reclaiming her position as the chief manager of the Tianbao Pavilion headquarters. With the situation on Yelin Island beginning to stabilize and her position secure over the past few years, she sent a letter to share the good news with me. Xiao Heng also frequently sent messengers, inquiring about my recent situation. He was progressing at a staggering speed and had already reached the mid-stage of the Qi refining realm. Zhang Baoba ultimately chose to take some of the brothers from the Shangyuan and leave the Congyun Sea. Amidst the world's distractions, I could only focus on my practice. One day, a wisp of spiritual energy flowed along the root of heaven and earth into my dantian, rapidly spreading throughout my body. In the 7th year since stepping onto the immortal path, I finally entered the Qi refining realm. The moment I crossed that threshold, I felt a world-shaking change within my body. The spiritual energy surged and circulated within me, transforming my aging frame as silently as spring rain. The wrinkles on my face vanished and my skin regained its delicate texture as if I had been rejuvenated. My constitution was immensely strengthened and I was now capable of driving spiritual energy to manifest in various forms. Upon breaking through to the Qi refining realm, my lifespan limit reached the 199-year maximum. At that moment, the system appeared. Name Li Fan Realm, Early Stage Qi Refining, Physical Age 47,199, Mental Age 5102,169 increased. The 5 Spirits Qi Sensing Method had mentioned that although a cultivator's lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary people, it is still greatly suppressed compared to the ancient era. Next, I took out the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter from the Taian Orb. Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter, a nascent soul realm technique. Current practitioners, 0. Li Fan thought to himself. Now that I have finally entered the Qi refining realm, I cannot wait to see its contents. I probed the jade slip with my senses. In an instant, countless words and images flooded into my mind like a tide. I felt as if a massive volume of information was being forcibly shoved into my brain. My temples throbbed slightly, but fortunately, my divine sense was significantly stronger than that of an average Qi refining cultivator, and I soon adapted. After a long while, I finally gained a general understanding. The Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter was a technique practiced by the ancient Heavenly Mystery Sect. The Heavenly Mystery Sect believed that all things in heaven and earth have their own thoughts just like humans, but they are usually difficult to perceive, however. Just as a person's murderous intent spreads when they think of killing, all things in heaven and earth emit various types of chi or auras. When heaven's killing intent is unleashed, the stars shift and the constellations move. When earth's killing intent is unleashed, dragons and snakes rise from the land. When man's killing intent is unleashed, heaven and earth are overturned. By capturing and refining various auras within heaven and earth, one can return to the source and achieve the realm of union of self and object. The Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter is precisely a technique for sensing and refining these auras for one's own use. When the technique is perfected, one can not only use the world's killing intent to harm others, but also use these auras to deduce the future. The will of heaven and earth is immense. Even drawing a sliver of its aura is 1,000 times more potent than ordinary cultivators. Li Fan thought privately that while this technique was powerful, its practice was also extremely dangerous. To nurture one's own killing intent, seize the vitality of all things, and sense the auras of spiritual treasures was risky. Casual contact could easily lead to a backlash. Theoretically, practicing this method to the highest realm allows one to merge with heaven and earth, becoming the Tao itself. Unfortunately, though the Heavenly Mystery Sect lasted for 10,000 years, the highest anyone ever reached was the nascent soul realm. With the help of Huan Zhen, I wasn't worried about the risks, but there was no rush to decide on a primary technique. Now that I had successfully drawn qi into my body, it was time to see what 10,000 Immortals Island looked like. Li Fan walked toward He Zhenggao, who spoke as soon as he saw him. I just noticed an anomaly in the island's spiritual energy and guessed it was your breakthrough. Although it took a bit long, you finally succeeded. He Zhenggao then asked, "You've come to see me. Do you wish to go to 10,000 Immortals Island?" Li Fan cupped his hands and replied, "Indeed, I have no more attachments to worldly affairs and can depart at any time." As soon as he spoke, He Zhenggao flashed before him. He placed a hand on Li Fan's shoulder and said, "Good, follow me." He then carried Li Fan into the air, looking down at the island's beautiful scenery. He Zhenggao gave a low shout, "Draw." The seawater below began to gather into a sphere of water. He shouted again, "Open." The water sphere burst with light, then shot straight into the clouds where a golden orb appeared in the sky. At that moment, the golden orb split in two, revealing a smaller orb inside. Li Fan said in shock, "What? The sun has split open." He Zhenggao did not explain further, only saying, "Let's go." With that, he grabbed Li Fan again and flew into the high sky. In the blink of an eye, the two were in a completely foreign place. A giant stone statue stood before them, with many smaller kneeling stone statues below it. He Zhenggao looked at the tallest statue and said, "This is the preaching square built to commemorate the day the Immortal Venerable taught the Tao. Every place where our Wanxian Alliance is stationed has such a square. Flying is not prohibited within 10,000 Immortals Island. But remember that your flight altitude must not exceed the Immortal Venerable's statue, or you will surely be attacked by the 10,000 Immortals array. Even a nascent soul cultivator would have their body destroyed and their Tao vanished in an instant. Though flying isn't banned, I advise you not to fly aimlessly if you have no important business." He Zhenggao whispered instructions regarding the island as they walked. Since these matters concerned life and death, I etched every word into my memory. Passing through a long corridor woven from vines, we arrived at a quiet emerald forest. He Zhenggao pointed to a mirror ahead and said, "This mirror is our Wanxian Alliance's heavenly mirror." Li Fan thought to himself, "A giant mirror stands in a forest clearing. Occasionally, cultivators pass through the mirror's surface to unknown destinations, and others emerge from it." He Zhenggao explained, "Legend has it that when the Immortal Venerable was preaching, this was but a mundane mirror. Later, because it reflected the Immortal Venerable's silhouette, it developed a trace of self-will and has practiced like a cultivator ever since, gradually evolving from a mundane object into the heavenly treasure it is today. Most affairs for cultivators within the Wanxian Alliance are handled by the heavenly mirror. Rumor has it this mirror holds grudges, so you must be careful with your words. Do not speak nonsense. Enter the mirror." With that, He Zhenggao carried Li Fan into the mirror. After entering, they were in an independent space with no other cultivators in sight, as if they were in a void. All around was nothingness and darkness. He Zhenggao spoke, "This is a newly promoted cultivator, here at 10,000 Immortals Island to join our Wanxian Alliance." A voice rang out. One early-stage Qi refining cultivator introduced. 1 medium merit recorded, 50 contribution points exchanged, current contribution 920 points. Once He Zhenggao finished the business, he gestured to Li Fan. "Since you've arrived, little friend, I am at ease. If you have questions, feel free to consult the heavenly mirror. I still have duties guarding the island and cannot stay long." Li Fan turned back to thank him. "Many thanks, senior." At that moment, the heavenly mirror spoke. "Divine sense fluctuations recorded, independent space generated. Cultivator, please state your name." Li Fan replied, "Li Fan." The heavenly mirror continued. "Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian Alliance. As a newcomer benefit, you are granted 20 contribution points. You can use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, dharma treasures, and more. Contribution points can be earned by turning in resources, completing tasks, or trading with others. Likewise, if you encounter difficulty, you may consume points to post a bounty. Current contribution total, 20. As a new member of the Wanxian Alliance, you may reside within the heavenly mirror for free for 30 days. After 30 days, you must pay contribution points to continue your residency, at a cost of 10 points per month. Of course, you may also choose to purchase a private cave dwelling on 10,000 Immortals Island." Li Fan asked, "If I cannot stay in the Wanxian Alliance any longer, can I choose to leave and join the Council of 5 Elders?" The heavenly mirror fell silent for a long time upon hearing this, appearing utterly speechless at the question. The heavenly mirror replied, "Once you enter the Wanxian Alliance, you may not enter the Council of Five Elders and vice versa. Violators will be hunted by both parties jointly." Li Fan asked again, "I don't believe I have agreed to join the Wanxian Alliance yet," the heavenly mirror replied. "Stepping into the heavenly mirror and leaving your divine sense fluctuations is deemed a voluntary joining of the Wanxian Alliance." Li Fan pressed, "Then can I leave the Wanxian Alliance without joining the Council of Five Elders either and remain a rogue cultivator?" The heavenly mirror answered, "You can, but if you leave, everything obtained within the Wanxian Alliance must be forcibly surrendered. Please choose carefully." Thereafter I patiently questioned the heavenly mirror. After an unknown amount of time, Li Fan said, "No further questions for now." The heavenly mirror replied, "Very well, cultivator, you may call me at any time if you have new questions, or you may browse independently with your divine sense. According to the heavenly mirror, the spaces formed here can be controlled by divine sense. Under my guidance, the void transformed into a simple room, its layout exactly like my Grand Preceptor's mansion in the Great Li. The items in the room were replicated almost entirely, without the slightest error. The heavenly mirror is truly an incredible treasure. Through the consultation just now, I have gained a general understanding of the Wanxian Alliance. Various items such as techniques and materials can be accessed simply by opening the exchange list with divine sense. Even the most basic chi refining technique costs 1,000 contribution points. Opening the task list, the rewards for early stage chi refining tasks are mostly 5 or 10 points. Immortal cultivation is truly not easy. At that moment, the heavenly mirror reminded, "There is a new shadow transmission message. Please review it." Li Fan was puzzled. "I've just arrived at 10,000 Immortals Island. Who would be looking for me?" The heavenly mirror projected an image of Xiao Hang, who spoke, "Brother Li, you have finally come. Previously on Liuli Island I received much care from you and never had a way to repay you. My departure without saying goodbye that day left me very unsettled." Li Fan thought, "So it's Xiao Hang." In the image, Xiao Hang continued, "Techniques are hard to come by in the cultivation world today. Newcomers often have to accumulate contribution points for a year or two before they can exchange for a chi refining technique. I was the same back then, but fortunately I have encountered many miraculous opportunities in my practice. A year ago, I broke through to the late stage of chi refining and have now reached great perfection. I intend to head to the Congyun Sea Ruins Cloud Water Heavenly Palace to find a unique treasure of heaven and earth to achieve my Dao foundation. Such wonders are hard to find and this journey may take several years. Before departing, I have left a water attribute technique for you, brother. 10,000 Immortals Island is located in the Congyun Sea where water vapor is most abundant. Water system techniques are easiest to practice and possess extraordinary power. Brother Li, you must practice diligently. It is best not to venture out at will before you break through to the mid-stage of chi refining. When I return, I must have a good drink with you." At that moment the technique manual appeared in Li Fan's hand. Lesser Water Evolution Art, a chi refining stage technique. Current practitioners, 0. Li Fan thought privately, "This kid's realm is now far beyond mine, yet he still remembers the kindness of the past. It shows his character is not bad." Besides the Lesser Water Evolution Art, Xiao Hang also left me a copy of the Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture. Qian Hong had once mentioned that practicing this method allowed one to disperse their power at will with almost no loss to their cultivation level. I could practice the Lesser Water Evolution Art first, then find an excuse to leave Wanxian Island later to switch to the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter. Although the heavenly mirror might not notice a lowly chi refining cultivator like me, it's always better to be safe than sorry. Taking advantage of the remaining free residency time in the heavenly mirror, I began practicing the Lesser Water Evolution Art. During the process I realized the benefits of cultivating within the heavenly mirror. By consuming contribution points, one could activate the mirror's special cultivation mode. In this mode, the concentration of spiritual energy within the heavenly mirror is several times higher than in the outside world, almost rivaling top-tier blessed lands or hidden realms. Simultaneously, the heavenly mirror grants the cultivator an enlightenment state. In this state, one's comprehension is enhanced, making the mastery of techniques much easier. This super cultivation mode almost gave me the illusion that I was a genius. Cultivation actually became a form of enjoyment, making me so immersed that I found it hard to pull myself away. When I eventually exited that incredibly smooth state of practice, I discovered that my progress under the auxiliary mode was more than 30 times faster than my own independent cultivation. This massive disparity made me almost unable to resist exchanging for another day. But remembering that I only had 10 contribution points left, I forced myself to show restraint. Li Fan frowned, thinking how wonderful it would be if such a treasure belonged to me. But he immediately mocked himself. No, at least not for now. The heavenly mirror was the ultimate treasure of the Wanxian Alliance and its very foundation. It was not something someone at my current level could covet. It was more practical to earn contribution points steadily, At that moment he operated the Xuanwang heart-refining incantation to clear his mind and pondered. I understand why the Heavenly Mirror offers this auxiliary cultivation feature. Any cultivator who has experienced this supermode would find it difficult to refuse trying it again. Once accustomed to this speed, looking back at bitter, secluded cultivation feels like doing twice the work for half the result. The Wanxian Alliance truly has a death grip on cultivators with this tactic. I must have contribution points, but compared to earning them through tasks, exchanging them for resources is the most time-saving and efficient method. If I produce the treasures of heaven and earth from the Taian orb, even just that piece of the broken steel, it should surely fetch a significant amount of points. After all, thanks to Huan Zhen, that broken steel will still return to me, while my cultivation progress will be retained, however. I must first accept a task to leave Wanxian Island before I can safely take out the Taian orb. Every inch of Wanxian Island is likely within the surveillance range of the Heavenly Mirror. If I attract the attention of a powerful figure, it will be trouble. Although Huan Zhen can turn reality into illusion, it still requires my consciousness to operate. What if a Grand Master strikes and directly freezes my divine sense, leaving me unable to think? Regardless, caution is my primary principle of conduct. While browsing the tasks, he unexpectedly discovered one related to Liuli Island. He thought, a request issued by the Alchemy Hall, recruiting someone to go to Liuli Island to collect at least 20 Liuli pearls. Rewards are determined by the quality and quantity of the pearls. This task was perfect for me. To avoid exposing the Taian orb, I spent 5 contribution points to buy the smallest available storage ring as a cover, and another point to activate the teleportation array to return to Liuli Island. At the Liuli Prefecture, I met with Manager Qian, who was in charge of finance. He immediately gave Manager Qian an order: dispatch people to collect Liuli pearls for me as quickly as possible. The more, the better. Manager Zhao knelt to accept the command, exclaiming, I shall obey the Immortal's decree. After the Liuli pearls were gathered, Manager Qian presented them to Li Fan, saying, reporting to the Immortal, there are only 23 pearls left on the island. This is all we have been able to collect recently. If the Immortal requires more, I fear you will have to wait another year. Li Fan took the bag of pearls and asked, oh, has some change occurred? Manager Qian replied, I dare not hide it from the Immortal, but due to overfishing, the schools of Liuli fish have become increasingly scarce. It will likely take a period of natural recovery before large-scale harvesting can be done again. Li Fan stored the pearls in his storage ring, recalling what Zhang Baoba had told him. He said, I am aware of this matter. Returning to the Listening to Silence Tower, he brought out the Taian orb and quickly completed the transfer of the gold, silver, jewels, and the broken steel from within it. Having handled these affairs, he returned to the Liuli Island teleportation array, intending to go straight back to Wanxian Island. Just then, He Zhenggao suddenly appeared and spoke. Little friend, please wait. Li Fan was startled, not yet realizing what was happening. He Zhenggao said, no need to be nervous, I simply wanted to ask if you are interested in the matter of guarding an island? Of course, not this Liuli Island, but Taian Island to the west. The guardian of Taian Island is a close acquaintance of mine. He has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation and wishes to go out to seek an opportunity, but he cannot leave his post without permission. So he asked me if I had a suitable candidate to recommend. Seeing as you've just returned to Liuli Island, I thought I'd ask you. Li Fan stroked his chin and asked in confusion, guarding an island surely requires at least foundation establishment cultivation, doesn't it? I am only at the early stage of qi refining. Can I even hold such a position? He Zhenggao smiled and explained, naturally it is not an official guardian position. Rather, my old friend is issuing a request for you to temporarily act as his proxy. Besides, Taian Island isn't a large island. With the island protecting array in place, a qi refining cultivator is more than enough to look after it for a while, and as the recommender I would naturally receive a portion of the commission. Li Fan asked again. During the proxy guardianship, what is the maximum amount of time one can leave the island? He Zhenggao replied. The island protecting array usually operates on a 5-day cycle. If you have business elsewhere, it is best to return within 5 days. You cannot leave more than 3 times in a single year. After collecting your annual contribution points, you can also go to the Heavenly Mirror to exchange for 5 days of auxiliary cultivation time. Those 5 days are usually equivalent to more than half a year of bitter practice. Li Fan replied, fine, I agree to this, but I must return to Wanxian Island to turn in my previous task first. He Zhenggao smiled. That is only natural. Please help yourself, little friend. After bidding farewell to He Zhenggao, I returned to Wanxian Island and turned in the Liuli pearls within the Heavenly Mirror. Since the quality of this batch of pearls was inconsistent, the final reward I received was 21 contribution points. Subsequently, I took out the gold, silver, and the broken steel from the storage ring and requested an exchange for contribution points. A moment later, the Heavenly Mirror provided the result. The gold and silver could be exchanged for 235 contribution points. The broken steel, a treasure of heaven and earth though damaged in quality, could be exchanged for 19,968 contribution points. After becoming wealthy overnight, I didn't spend the points immediately but instead questioned the heavenly mirror regarding my concerns. He asked thoughtfully, "Have any disasters occurred in the Congyun Sea recently?" The heavenly mirror remained silent for a long time before answering, "Cultivator, there is no need for concern. These are all normal fluctuations of the heavens and earth. It is estimated that no major disaster will descend within the next 10 years. Li Fan said, "I see very well. I would like to know information regarding Liuli pills." The heavenly mirror immediately provided a detailed answer. Liuli pill, an auxiliary elixir, a universal pill for breaking through from chi refining to foundation establishment. After consumption, one's mind becomes as clear and transparent as glazed glass, granting an effect similar to enlightenment, enhancing cultivation speed and comprehension of techniques. This effect can stack with the heavenly mirror's auxiliary cultivation. Liuli pills are highly favored by chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators. The price per pill fluctuates around 56 contribution points. Li Fan smiled. Since the Liuli fish were nearly extinct, the price of Liuli pills would surely skyrocket. Therefore I spent 2,100 contribution points and bought 350 Liuli pills in one go. He then asked, "Right, I just remembered something. The schools of Liuli fish around Liuli Island have nearly disappeared for unknown reasons." The heavenly mirror fell silent for another moment before saying, "Intelligence confirmed," rewarding the provider Li Fan with 1 contribution point. Li Fan's face was covered in dark lines. "Such important intel only gets me 1 point. Could the heavenly mirror feel that my hoarding behavior is somewhat malicious, which is why the reward is so meager?" This heavenly mirror truly possessed its own will. After I provided the intel, the market's reaction was quite rapid. The price of Liuli pills shot up from 6 points to 9 points in a short time. This abnormal price fluctuation also caught the attention of those unaware of the truth. Soon, every cultivator knew the news that Liuli pearls were extinct. The price of Liuli pills soared again, reaching a staggering 12 points per pill in a short period. I felt the timing was right. To sell them quickly, I chose to sell them directly to the heavenly mirror. The heavenly mirror bought back my 350 Liuli pills at a price of 10 points each. I wasn't greedy. With 3,500 contribution points credited, my total contribution had reached 3,629 points. The temporary surge in the price of Liuli pills was merely stimulated by unexpected intelligence, causing cultivators to briefly lose their reason. Someone wailed, "No matter how rare the Liuli pill is, it isn't worth this price." Once everyone calmed down, the Liuli pill returned to a relatively reasonable and stable price, 8 contribution points each. At this point, I bought another 100 Liuli pills for my own use. Through this series of maneuvers, my contribution points saw a net increase of 600, while I also gained an additional 100 Liuli pills. Introduction to Formations, Basic Understanding of Alchemy, Foundations of Chi Refining, Encyclopedia of Treasures in the Cultivation World. I bought them all, regardless of whether I needed them for now. I also purchased a protective Dharma robe, breath-concealing talismans, basic composite formations, and a set of standard primary alchemy equipment used by cultivators. The storage ring was gradually filled, while my contribution points dropped rapidly to 346. After the purchases, I consumed a Liuli pill, activated the auxiliary cultivation mode once more, and began practicing the lesser water evolution art. Water attribute spiritual energy permeated the area, and I once again experienced the cultivation speed of a genius. 5 days later, I had broken through to the peak of the mid-stage chi refining realm. It was smooth, effortless, and incredibly satisfying. I wanted to keep going. Subsequently, I received a request for a visit from He Zhenggao. After taking out a breath-concealing talisman from my storage ring and putting it on, I allowed He Zhenggao to enter. He Zhenggao entered the room and smiled. "I've already settled things with the guardian of Taian Island. I'll take you to see him now to accept the request. Wear this on your person. And remember, when we meet later, don't say much. Leave everything to me." Li Fan took the talisman and was startled. "Is this a majestic presence talisman?" The talisman in his hand was engraved with certain runes. If I hadn't just bought a set of gear, I really wouldn't have recognized this spiritual talisman. The effect of this majestic presence talisman is the opposite of a breath-concealing talisman. It is used to disguise oneself as a higher realm cultivator. By giving me this, He Zhenggao clearly wanted me to pose as a foundation establishment cultivator. That whole chi refining cultivators can guard an island bit was a complete lie. He had planned all along for me to masquerade as a foundation establishment cultivator to take the Taian Island request, so he could pocket the difference in commission. After all, the cost in contribution points for hiring a foundation establishment cultivator versus a chi refining cultivator is worlds apart. This man is quite calculating and has a higher cultivation than me. I must never befriend him deeply. Left with no choice, I could only put on the majestic presence talisman. Subsequently, I agreed to the visit request from Zhou Qingong, the guardian of Taian Island. Zhou Qingeng was very satisfied upon seeing me and directly issued a targeted request to He Zhenggao. While Zhou Qingeng was out seeking opportunities, I would guard Taian Island in his stead for a reward of 800 contribution points per year. After accepting the request, He Zhenggao turned around and subcontracted the task to me. Fortunately, He Zhenggao wasn't completely heartless, and I reluctantly accepted the task. After handing a jade decree to He Zhenggao, Zhou Qingeng departed impatiently. He Zhenggao handed the token to Li Fan and said, "This is the Taian Island Guardian token. With this you can control the island protecting array. You must keep it safe, little friend. Do not lose it." I took the token and followed He Zhenggao to the Taian Island protecting array. Unlike Liuli Island, Taian Island didn't have towering mountains within its array. Instead, there was a city that looked quite prosperous. When I saw the island's residents clearly, I was stunned into a daze on the spot. The residents here actually had faces like ghosts or spirits. Every single one appeared incredibly eerie. He Zhenggao spoke. "These people are the specialty of Taian Island, Taian fruits. These fruits grow to look exactly like real people. They work, live, marry and have children within this city manifested by the array, spending their entire lives here. Consuming a ripe Taian fruit can add 5 years to the lifespan of a foundation establishment or lower realm cultivator. It is only effective for the first consumption each day. By regulation, 30 Taian fruits must be turned in each year. Any surplus can be kept for oneself, considered a perk of being the guardian. Usually one can keep 2 Taian fruits per year in the heavenly mirror. The price of a Taian fruit is usually between 90 and 100 contribution points, so your reward for acting as proxy guardian is not low." Li Fan heard this and said, "Then I truly must thank Senior." In his heart, however, he thought, "That's not a lie, but you definitely took a huge cut as well." He Zhenggao laughed loudly. "Not at all, not at all. You hail from the island I guard. Helping you along is simply part of my duty. As long as your cultivation progresses in the future, my efforts won't have been in vain." Suddenly his expression shifted and he asked back, "You broke through to the mid-stage of qi refining?" Li Fan was startled, feeling a bit apprehensive, but he still answered truthfully, "Yes, I am on good terms with Xiao Heng. He left me a water attribute technique before he departed. This technique aligns well with my aura, so practice progressed rapidly. I just broke through a few days ago." He Zhenggao maintained his cold expression but let out a sinister smile, saying, "Haha, you are truly cautious, little friend. Even using a breath-concealing talisman, if not for my unique technique, I almost wouldn't have noticed. Regardless, caution is never a bad thing," he continued, walking forward, saying as he went, "I never expected your relationship with Xiao Heng to be so deep that he specifically left a technique for you. Xiao Heng is a rare genius, after only a few years of cultivation. He is already nearing foundation establishment. His future is limitless. In the future, he might even achieve golden core or perhaps even nascent soul. To be able to form a bond with him, little friend, is a profound blessing," Li Fan replied. "Meeting Senior is also my good fortune." He Zhenggao laughed heartily. "Haha, as it happens, a Taian fruit has just ripened. I'll demonstrate for you how these Taian fruits are harvested." Just then, bursts of crying echoed from a house. According to He Zhenggao, those were the family members of the transformed Taian fruit in mourning. It seemed someone had just passed away and their relatives were weeping in inconsolable grief. At that moment the corpse lay there quietly, a dense blood aura emanating from it. Li Fan approached for a closer look, thinking to himself, "A strange exotic fragrance is coming from the body. This is the sign of a ripened fruit." He Zhenggao stepped forward and pointed his finger, touching the center of the deceased's brow. Instantly, the corpse rose into the air, the surrounding blood aura thickening before gradually shrinking into a crimson fruit. Meanwhile, the weeping family members seemed to be influenced by some power. They looked at each other with blank expressions, appearing to have forgotten what had just happened. Afterward, they began to leave one by one. Holding the Taian fruit in his hand, Li Fan murmured in doubt, "Truly a strange fruit." He Zhenggao then spoke, "I assume you haven't eaten a Taian fruit yet, little friend. Why not try one?" Looking at this Taian fruit emanating a thick blood aura, Li Fan's heart trembled slightly, thinking, "This fruit seems to be enticing me to eat it. That exotic fragrance is growing stronger, making me feel an unbearable hunger in my stomach." I hesitated no longer and swallowed the Taian fruit in one gulp. The hunger vanished instantly, as if I had just eaten a lavish feast. On the Huan Zhen interface, the physical age limit had indeed increased by 50 years. At this point, the system panel displayed, name Li Fan Realm, mid-stage Qi refining, physical age 47,294, mental age 5102,169. After consuming the fruit, Li Fan let out a long sigh and said, "A wonder that increases lifespan is indeed extraordinary, but the appearance before the fruit ripens is a bit odd. It looks just like a human." He Zhenggao replied, "These Taian fruits evolved from humans in the first place, so of course they look like humans." Hearing this, Li Fan broke into a cold sweat and pressed, "Then what I just ate was a person." With that, he couldn't help but double over and gag. He Zhenggao spoke flatly from the side, "Strictly speaking, Taian fruits belong to the category of fruit, not humans. This dates back to the origin of Taian Island. 500 years ago, Taian Island was a very ordinary small island, but one day everything changed. At this moment, a fleet was sailing toward the area. Someone asked, "Is that Taian Island? It seems it's been a long time since we saw anyone from Taian Island go out to sea." Sigh, it does seem that way. Mortals on the surrounding islands discovered that it had been a long time since they saw the residents of Taian Island. Driven by curiosity, some steered their boats to Taian Island to investigate. To their surprise, several groups went and never returned. Realizing something was wrong, people quickly reported the matter to the Guardian at the time. That Guardian was already a Golden Core cultivator, yet even so, when he saw the scene unfolding on Taian Island, he fell into deep terror. All the mortals on the island had vanished, and the towns where they once gathered had somehow sprouted a massive towering tree as lush as a primeval forest. The branches of that tree were laden with fruits bearing human faces. As a breeze blew past, the faces on the fruits actually revealed eerie smiles. After snapping out of his shock, a Golden Core Guardian entered the town to investigate and found that not a single mortal on the island had been spared. They had all turned into those human-faced fruits. But how did this bizarre event start? Even the Guardian did not know and could only report the matter. The Huan Alliance immediately dispatched specialists to inspect. The specific conclusions remained unknown to the outside world. It was only known that the massive trees in the city were later chopped down completely, and Taian Island regained its original vibrant appearance. The Huan Alliance set up a great array here and commanded the Guardian to collect the fruits. Those human-faced fruits also seemed as if the mutation had never happened, living normal lives within the array. After gagging, Li Fan wiped his mouth and asked in confusion, "In that case, are these Taian fruits truly not humans?" He Zhenggao shook his head and replied, "How could they be humans? They have no self-awareness at all and act entirely on instinct. If one must say, they have at most a sliver of human obsession left." Li Fan frowned slightly, thinking, "This matter is truly too fantastical. Whether these Taian fruits are human or not no longer matters once cultivators discovered they have a lifespan increasing effect. Never mind these Taian fruits, even if they were actual humans, if eating them could extend life, they wouldn't escape the fate of being devoured." From then on I remained stationed on Taian Island. It must be said that the job of guarding an island was indeed quite leisurely. I devoted almost all my time to cultivation. After mastering some basic spells, I decided to officially begin my studies. The ancient Heavenly Mystery Sect technique, Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter, was indeed profound and obscure, incomparable to the lesser water evolution art I had practiced before. It was as if they weren't even from the same era. Just like that, a year passed, and my comprehension of the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter had only just reached the introductory level. I returned to Huan Island and collected my one-year reward for proxy guardianship, totaling 800 contribution points, then exchanged them for the late-stage chi refining technique of the lesser water evolution art. After another 5 days of bitter practice with the assistance of the Heavenly Mirror, I felt that reaching the late stage of chi refining was imminent. But with the duty of proxy guardianship, I could only return to Taian Island with reluctance. At this moment, as he studied the heart mantra, he murmured, "Blocked by the calamity of heaven, this indicates I am but one step away from the late stage of chi refining." The cultivation notes mentioned that such a bottleneck cannot be broken by bitter practice alone. One must find a specific fated opportunity to resolve it and successfully break through. The existence of this bottleneck is like a calamity sent by the heavens to hinder a cultivator's progress, which is why cultivators call it the calamity of heaven. I well knew that a breakthrough could not be forced in the short term, so I temporarily set aside the practice of the lesser water evolution art and instead focused on the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter. Now that I had reached the introductory level of the Golden Chapter, I could begin practicing the second layer. According to the description, mastering the second layer would allow me to possess the divine sense ability Insight. Another year passed during my arduous cultivation, yet progress on the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter was minimal. This technique contained too many insights into the Heavenly Tao. The book recorded the inevitable changes of the cultivation world, which were truly profound and difficult to fathom. I traveled to Huan Island once more, taking my reward for proxy guardianship and exchanging it for ancient technique cultivation insights to aid in understanding the method. Subsequently, I activated the auxiliary cultivation mode within the Heavenly Mirror. Corroborating these insights with my own realizations from the past year, I experienced a sudden enlightenment. Many difficulties that I had previously pondered without success were resolved instantly. I immediately returned to Taian Island to begin seclusion. This practice was indeed different from before. Many obscure parts of the technique became clear, and from then on my cultivation was without hindrance. My spirit and soul were instantly immersed, lost in time during cultivation. Today, a surge of pale yellow misty spiritual energy suddenly appeared in my dantian. The second layer of the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter was finally complete. With a look of joy, Li Fan said, "Now that I have mastered the fundamental divine sense ability Insight, let me see what the world's aura truly looks like." However, as he looked up at the sky, he saw the weather change abruptly, startling him. He felt immense terror. "What is going on?" It is clearly broad daylight on Taian Island, yet it's enveloped in a black aura like that of the underworld. He then narrowed his eyes and gave a low shout, "Try again," but the sky remained the same without the slightest change. He was filled with inexplicable horror. How can this be? He reached out and cast the water mirror spell to look at himself. His reflection in the water mirror was actually entwined with black aura. He cried out in shock, "What is going on? Could something be wrong with the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter? I am currently inside the island protecting array, and Taian Island is in the center of the Congyun Sea. This is the heart of the Huan Zhen Alliance's territory. Who possibly could cause me to manifest such a dense death aura?" He then landed beside the teleportation array and said in a heavy voice, "Whether true or false, I'll head back to Huan Zhen Island first to avoid the trouble." But to his surprise, the teleportation array gave no reaction at all. His fear deepened. Why is the teleportation array unresponsive? He immediately took out the communication talisman He Zhenggao had given him and shouted into it, Senior He, can you hear me?" He suddenly realized that he was completely unable to contact He Zhenggao. He concluded in his heart, "Some bizarre catastrophe has definitely occurred. Staying on Taian Island is a dead end. I absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. Right now, Huan Zhen Island was the only safe place. From Taian Island to Huan Zhen Island it would take roughly 2 to 3 months of flight. Fortunately, I had stored plenty of spirit stones when I bought supplies before." With that thought, he summoned the Taian orb, but he suddenly felt a surge of alarm and cried out, "Wait, the sea looks calm, but I can sense the world outside the array is filled with killing intent. The moment I leave the array, I'll certainly die." He quickly stowed the Taian orb. He could go nowhere for the moment. This seclusion had lasted too long, leaving him ignorant of outside events. He decided to ask the island's mortals. Li Fan returned to the island lord's mansion on Taian Island. A mortal rushed forward at the sight of him, kneeling and pleading, "Immortal, have mercy, immortal, have mercy, save us." Li Fan asked in a dark voice, "What exactly has happened? Speak quickly," the man reported, scrambling on all fours, reporting to the immortal, "Life is no longer bearable. It hasn't rained for over 6 months. The island's fresh water and food are all exhausted. If this continues, everyone will starve to death." Li Fan asked back, "No rain for half a year?" He recalled what Zhang Baoba had said before and was certain that a major event was imminent. The man continued his report. "The fish in the near seas have all been caught, and not a single fishing fleet that went to the deep seas has returned. Everyone is truly on the brink of starvation." Li Fan asked again, "If everyone is starving to death, why don't you look thin at all? I just searched the kitchen in the back of your mansion. Do you have anything else to say?" Hearing this, the man became incoherently terrified. "I am immortal." But with a casual wave of Li Fan's hand, the man's head instantly fell to the ground. Afterward, he sent a voice transmission to everyone on the island. "All mansion managers, hear my command. The island lord has been executed by me. Come to the front of the mansion to see me immediately." A moment later, several managers arrived before me, trembling in fear. From their tearful accounts, I finally learned of the changes that had occurred during my year of seclusion. The drought began last year. With the prolonged lack of rain, the island's fresh water sources gradually dried up. At first, they could barely survive by fishing in the near seas. But as the weather grew increasingly sweltering, fish could no longer be caught around the island, and the fishing fleets that went out were wiped out completely. Taian Island fell into a great famine. In just 1 month, a third of the island's population starved to death, a tragedy of horrific proportions. Li Fan thought to himself, "If I had come out of seclusion any later, I fear I wouldn't have seen a single living soul. Things having reached this point, I couldn't stand by and watch them die." Fortunately, when I left the Great Li, the Taian orb was packed with grain. With the mind-settling array inside the orb, the food naturally would not spoil. And so, I took out the grain from the orb to provide relief to the victims. Seeing the immortal bestow life-saving rations, the islanders were all moved to kneel for a long time, kowtowing repeatedly. There were not many surviving mortals left on the island. If the grain in the Taian orb were rationed, it would be enough to support the islanders for several months. Half a month later, using basic knowledge of formations, I built a simple seawater desalination array. With ample water and food, the islanders' vitality began to recover gradually. Having personally built this array, I could be considered to have barely stepped onto the path of formations. It was only then that I discovered the island-protecting array of Taian Island was deteriorating at an extremely rapid pace. Some unknown catastrophe had occurred outside. The spiritual energy was violent and rampaging. Going out meant certain death. Yet if I stayed on Taian Island until the island-protecting array completely collapsed, death would be equally unavoidable. He looked up at the sky and lamented, "Is this heaven unleashing its killing intent? The island-protecting array is in imminent danger, and I have nowhere to hide. The mortals on the island have recovered their vitality. I have fulfilled my duty as guardian. Though I am unwilling, I have no other choice." Suddenly his eyes flew open, and he cried out in his heart, "Wait, that violent spiritual energy outside doesn't seem to target mortals. Those fishermen who left the island didn't die from the rampaging energy, but from lack of food and the sweltering heat. If I use the supreme primordial origin true scripture to disperse my cultivation and temporarily revert to a mortal, then pilot the Taian orb to Huan Zhen Island, I might find a way to survive." Li Fan pondered, I am currently practicing 2 techniques. One is the Lesser Water Evolution Art, and the other is the Ancient Heavenly Mystery Sect's Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter. One was a new method, the other an ancient one. The cultivation path of the new method was based on seizing power from heaven and earth, which was precisely why it provoked the malice of the world. Now that heaven and earth had laid down layers of killing intent, the targets were precisely those cultivators practicing the new method. What would happen if I only dispersed the cultivation of the new method while retaining the realm of the ancient method? Would the world's killing intent diminish slightly? At this moment, Li Fan was operating the Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture. As the technique ran, the water attribute spiritual energy gained from practicing the Lesser Water Evolution Art gradually dissipated, transforming into a stream of pure energy, accumulating in my Dantian. The Lesser Water Evolution Art had been completely dispersed, yet I felt no discomfort. Li Fan looked up at the sky and said, "This Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture is indeed miraculous. The world's killing intent outside weakened instantly. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter is still practiced based on the current seizing power from heaven and earth approach, so the world's malice hasn't completely vanished. Going out now would still be life-threatening. I'll harden my heart and continue dispersing my power." Soon, another stream of pure energy was added to my Dantian. The energies, originally derived from 2 different techniques, now merged together seamlessly without the slightest conflict. Li Fan thought to himself, "My realm has now reverted to that of a mortal." According to the scripture's description, the pure energy obtained from dispersing my power can be maintained in the Dantian for about 100 years. No matter, once I return to Huan Zhen Island I can quickly cultivate it back. I piloted the Taian orb and slowly flew out of the island protecting array. All around was violent scorching spiritual energy, dyeing the distant sky a bright orange-red. Since I was now immortal, the rampaging spiritual energy throughout the sky simply ignored me, never launching an attack. I flew toward Huan Zhen Island at full speed. Along the way I passed many islands. The people on these islands were all dead, with no sign of life remaining. 3 months later I arrived at the original site of Huan Zhen Island. After comparing the map 4 or 5 times, I still couldn't believe my eyes. The once massive Huan Zhen Island had completely vanished, leaving only a vast empty black hole on the sea's surface. The surrounding seawater poured continuously into the hole, but upon touching the edges it was instantly evaporated into steam. The air above the black hole was distorted by the intense heat. Cold sweat poured down Li Fan's face as he muttered, "Huan Zhen Island is just gone. What kind of power could do all this? Is it the malice of the heavenly Tao?" The Huan Zhen Island where countless cultivators once traveled, the preaching square with tens of thousands of statues, and the 10,000 immortals array capable of killing a nascent soulmaster. Before this sudden catastrophe, cultivators are no different from mortal ants. Li Fan wiped away his cold sweat, wanting only to flee this place as quickly as possible to escape this sea region and head for the continent. Just like that, I flew through the chaotic storms for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly the Taian orb seemed to strike something and was forced to a halt. Fortunately there was a protective formation. Otherwise the ship would have been destroyed and everyone killed. Though the violent impact left me with minor injuries, it also caused me to calm down. At this point, Li Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. In the far distance ahead of the Taian orb was a vast coastline. The continent was not far off. I tried to pilot the Taian orb forward only to find it impossible to move an inch. An invisible barrier separated the Congyun Sea from the nearby continent. "You can enter, but you cannot leave." Li Fan let out a miserable laugh. "Hey, it seems I've become a turtle in a jar. Before activating Huan Zhen, I want to gather more intelligence." Thus I began to travel through the Congyun Sea. I went to Yelin Island, where Yin Yuzhen was located. The island, like all the others, had no survivors. I then went to Liuli Island. He Zhenggao was nowhere to be found, and the island was littered with corpses. There was no sign of life there either. Every island I passed had turned into a wasteland. Occasionally I would encounter cultivators who, like me, had luckily survived. But they had all become crazed and demented. Upon seeing Li Fan, the man fled in terror. A ghost, a ghost. Finally, for some reason I returned to Taian Island. Here I felt a long-lost sense of vitality. Perhaps in the entire Congyun Sea only these few people remained alive. They still did not know what kind of changes had occurred outside the island, and their faces were still filled with the smiles of survivors. Perhaps ignorance is also a blessing. Just then a voice rang out, "May the gods who save us from suffering protect us and grant us favorable weather from now on, and food to eat every year. May the gods who save us protect us and grant us favorable weather and food every year." It was someone kneeling before Li Fan's statue, bowing in worship. Looking at the person, Li Fan thought, "I don't know when it started, but the residents of Taian Island built a temple to worship me as this god who saves from suffering." He let out a long sigh and thought again, "Fine, I'll protect them for as long as I can." But wishing to protect mortals in an environment filled with the world's killing intent was clearly no easy feat. The true disaster had only just begun. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years passed, there was still no sign of rain. The sea level began to drop and the seawater continuously receded from the island. Even with the seawater desalination array, it became increasingly difficult for the residents of Taian Island to obtain water. I too was at my wit's end. The great change of heaven and earth was not something I could withstand. The only good news was that over these 3 years, perhaps because most of the cultivators in the Congyun Sea had fallen, the world's killing intent targeted at cultivators had gradually dissipated. I took this opportunity to cultivate back to the mid-stage of chi refining. Looking at the mortals below, he thought to himself, "When I am no longer able to protect you, I will return to my anchor point." At that moment, Li Fan was observing his surroundings when he suddenly made an unexpected discovery. Wait, why is there a sliver of white light hidden within this pitch-black aura of death filling the sky? Where is this vitality coming from? I operated insight to its limit, and discovered that the life force of everyone on the island was actually resting upon me. But not on my person, rather on an item I had nearly forgotten. The celestial wonder, the Kangai Pearl. Unlike when I first saw it a few years ago, it had now turned a deep azure, its entire form surrounded by thick water vapor, as if a vast ocean were truly contained within. After observing for a long time, he spoke, "Where a sea perishes, a sea is born." Suddenly, he thought of something. Where a sea perishes, I piloted the Taian orb to an altitude of 10,000 meters, looking down at the current Congyun Sea below. Due to the drought, patches of underwater reefs began to appear, and underwater mountain ranges gradually revealed their true forms. The original islands of the Congyun Sea were precisely the peaks of these mountain ranges. He recalled the words Kohong had once said, "When you emerge from seclusion, you may come find me at Lingtian City in the Congyun Mountains." Thinking to this point, Li Fan clutched his head and laughed loudly. The Congyun Sea is the Congyun Mountains, so that's how it is. In my previous life, when my lifespan was nearly exhausted, I had accidentally broken through the blockade of the Great Immortal Extinguishing Array. Back then, when I arrived in the cultivation world, the sight I saw was that of vast boundless mountain ranges. Yet in this life, when I arrived in the cultivation world, what I saw was a wide expansive ocean. I had never thought deeply about it before, merely assuming it was due to a different teleportation location. Only today, witnessing the desiccation of the Congyun Sea and the birth of the celestial wonder, the Kangai Pearl, did I understand that the place reached after crossing the Great Immortal Extinguishing Array was indeed the same. It was simply that the timing of my arrival in the cultivation world was different in each life. In my previous life, I reached the cultivation world in anchor year 64, whereas in this life I entered it in anchor year 20, 44 years apart, once seeing the sea, once seeing the mountains. If I had been able to link the various anomalies Zhang Baoba mentioned with the differences between what I saw in both lives, perhaps I could have sensed this great change of heaven and earth in advance. Now that I know the Congyun Sea is the Congyun Mountains, I finally see the hope of the disaster receding. In anchor year 50, Kohong and Dao Xuanji broke into the Great Zan. Back then they claimed to be from Lingtian City in the Congyun Mountains. Presumably before that time this drought had already subsided, and the desiccated sea will transform into vibrant mountain ranges. It is now anchor year 34, not far from that time. Waiting without hope is the most painful thing. But now that the final outcome is known, this seemingly endless drought no longer feels quite so terrifying. I calmed my mind and returned to Taian Island. I sent a voice transmission to the whole island, telling them that this disaster would eventually pass. Receiving the god's instruction, the islanders were ecstatic and the hope for survival was ignited. Meanwhile, I went into seclusion and took out the celestial wonder, the Kangai Pearl. Holding the pearl, Li Fan said, "Is that sliver of vitality right here?" I probed it with my divine sense but was instantly repelled. It seemed using it would require some effort. Without the heavenly mirror, I could only grope my way forward on my own. In the following days, I tried many methods, pouring in spiritual energy, nurturing it with divine sense, and even using external force. Finally, I even tried blood refinement. But the Kangai Pearl remained completely unresponsive, unable to mobilize the vast water vapor contained within. Finally, I thought of the heavenly mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter, which contained methods for sensing world spiritual treasures and refining their auras. I immediately operated the Insight divine ability to look at the Kangai Pearl. The pearl was surrounded by a deep blue light, ancient and profound, vitality. Though the Kangai Pearl was small, its aura was extremely complex and powerful. It's just that it is currently still in its gestation state. If I hadn't observed it carefully with insight, I wouldn't have been able to tell at all. I carefully sensed the aura of the Kangai Pearl, and suddenly felt my body vanish. In a daze I seemed to fly up to the ninth heaven, looking down from a bird's eye view, staring at the ocean below. A certain will of heaven and earth descended, and thus the sea began its march toward death. Heaven creates and heaven kills, such is the logic of the Tao. Heaven wished to incinerate the sea. The sea was powerless to resist, yet its heart was filled with injustice. Thus, though the sea perishes, a new sea is naturally born. Suddenly a surge of weakness hit me, and I broke away from that wondrous vision. Before I could even process what I had just seen, I nearly lost my footing. Without realizing it, some white hair had grown and fine wrinkles had appeared on my face. This was from only a brief moment of synchronizing with the Kangai Pearl's aura. I opened the Huan Zhen interface and couldn't help but gasp. Name Li Fan, Realm Mid-Stage Qi Refining, Physical Age 89,199, Mental Age 5172287. In just that one instant my physical age had jumped from 54 to 89, it felt as if I had lived through 35 years in that single moment. No wonder that even in the ancient heavenly mystery sect few people practiced this technique. Within just 1 minute of contact with the Kangai Pearl's will, my lifespan was rapidly consumed. Had it not been for the rapid consumption of my lifespan and my body's spontaneous alarm, I fear I would have been quietly assimilated by the Kangai Pearl's will. Whether I would still have been able to activate Huan Zhen at that point is unknown. My method must be wrong. Controlling a celestial wonder absolutely cannot be done with a mortal's sense of time. Compared to heaven, earth, mountains, rivers, and the vast sea, mortals truly are not on the same level. But how exactly can one control a celestial wonder? A day passed and I still hadn't found a way to use the Kangai Pearl. Meanwhile the weather grew increasingly sweltering. Seemingly intent on performing a final purification of the Congyun Sea, the mortals on the island gradually lost even the strength to pray. If this continued, the mortals would likely die before the drought even ended. Naturally, I grew restless as well, my mind filled with distracting thoughts. To calm myself, I unconsciously began to operate the long-unused Xuanwang heart-refining incantation. I hadn't actively practiced this incantation for a long time because it provided no help in improving my actual cultivation level. Moreover, even if I didn't actively practice it, it would run on its own, now as the heart-refining incantation operated. Unease, fear, and restlessness, the negative emotions in my heart gradually dissipated, transforming into nourishment to strengthen my Tao heart. My mind became as still as water, and I suddenly had a flash of realization. The opportunity for a breakthrough lay within this Kangai Pearl. I have been stuck in the mid-stage of Qi refining for many years without any progress. Both techniques have reached their bottlenecks, yet I have never been able to find my own fated opportunity. Just now I suddenly sense that the time for a breakthrough has arrived. The opportunity is precisely to use my own consciousness to contact and comprehend the Kangai Pearl. I was well aware of how dangerous this move was, but it was absolutely a case of opportunity and risk coexisting. I sensed that if I operated the Xuanwang heart-refining incantation and the heavenly mystery Jade Ring Golden Chapter simultaneously, it might help me resist being assimilated by the Kangai Pearl's will. My mind suddenly became hazy as if I had transformed into a vast ocean. I quietly watched the world change, the rising and setting of the sun and moon, the shifting stars and constellations, the rolling and unrolling of clouds. All the scenery seemed to be accelerated 10,000 times, flashing before my eyes. Within a single thought, it felt as if hundreds of years had passed, ancient and desolate. The aura of the ages gradually eroded my consciousness. Just then, a wave of cool clarity suddenly emanated, slowly washing away the traces of time like a mountain spring. I gradually regained consciousness. At this point, the consumption of my lifespan was still several times that of normal cultivation, and my emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, were also infinitely dampened. I was now able to mobilize a sliver of the Kangai Pearl's power. My consciousness had been strengthened 1,000-fold and already covered the entire Taian island. Without stopping, my consciousness quickly rippled outward. One by one, desolate islands with extinguished life surfaced in my mind. Through my consciousness I saw that beneath a certain island, a volcano that had long been dormant was now reigniting under the influence of the drought. I saw several cultivators still lingering in a remote corner of the Congyun Sea. I witnessed many of the Congyun Sea's secrets that were usually hidden, revealed only in this apocalyptic end time. I saw countless deep mysteries concealed amidst the churning sea of clouds, but none of this concerned me. I quickly withdrew my divine sense. I mobilized the Kangai Pearl, drawing the residual moisture from the heaven and earth of the Congyun Sea and gathering it above Taian Island. Thus the surviving humans on Taian Island finally received the long-awaited heavy rain. Everyone wept with joy. The rain lasted for half an hour. I programmed the Kangai Pearl to automatically extract moisture and bring rain to Taian Island every half-month thereafter, ensuring the survival of the mortals on the island. Having done this, I transformed into the vast sea itself, quietly observing this world and sensing the various flows of qi between heaven and earth. I felt the will of heaven and earth. 1 year, 2 years, the passage of time was no longer important to me. The more I looked up at the sky, the deeper my insights became. After several years of accumulation, I had originally thought that the killing intent permeating the Congyun Sea had gradually dissipated, but I now realized that the world's killing intent had never weakened. It persisted even now. Cultivators steal from heaven and seize from earth, causing the heavenly Tao to naturally produce killing intent. Though the heavenly Tao does not act directly, heaven unleashed its killing intent and formulated a plan to purge the cultivators. Thus this was the manifestation of the laws of the immortal path. The spirits of heaven and earth are born in response to fortune. The spirit of heaven and earth, Qian. Their mission is to kill these cultivators who defy heaven and earth. Upon seeing the spirit of heaven and earth, countless pieces of information suddenly flooded my mind. Spirits of heaven and earth have no thoughts of their own, and act entirely on instinct. They are themselves the embodiment of laws, slaughtering cultivators like butchering chickens or sheep. To a cultivator, a spirit of heaven and earth is extremely dangerous. Once targeted, it essentially means certain death, but at the same time they are also the embodiment of the great Tao's principles. To a cultivator, this also means a massive opportunity. As the saying goes, soul and spirit sacrifice to heaven, merging the self with the great Tao. If a cultivator can refine a spirit of heaven and earth, regardless of their previous cultivation level, they can instantly achieve the Tao integration realm. Devouring it allows one to prove the great Tao. Swallowing it allows for ascension in broad daylight. Sensing my scrutiny, Qian turned its head to meet my gaze. The water within the Kangai pearl instantly began to boil. I immediately withdrew my gaze, simultaneously soothing the burning sensation from the Kangai pearl while frantically operating the Xuanwang heart refining incantation, using it to dissolve the surging greed within my heart. Fortunately, it only gave a single look before withdrawing its gaze. Perhaps in Qian's eyes I was merely an unformed consciousness of the vast sea, and after just a glance it ignored me and continued its incineration across the Congyun Sea. Greed and desire tore at my soul, the two opposing thoughts nearly splitting my consciousness in half. I could only desperately maintain the operation of the Xuanwang heart-refining incantation to hold my Tao heart firm. After an unknown amount of time, the turmoil caused by desire finally subsided. I was left with lingering fear, not daring to peek again. It was already a great fortune to remain sane after glimpsing such heavenly secrets. A sliver of realization dawned in my heart. Just as my consciousness was about to leave the Kangai pearl and return to my body, I discovered an extremely awkward fact. My consciousness had been merged with the Kangai pearl for too long, exceeding the limit a qi-refining cultivator could endure. My physical body's lifespan was exhausted. Had my consciousness not been connected to the pearl, I would likely have died of old age long ago. This life's cultivation would likely end here. Though there was some regret, I did not repent. Knowing the truth of the Congyun Sea's great change, seeing the spirit of heaven and earth Qian, and sensing the timing of the world, my gains were more than bountiful. Even if this life ended now, I could accept it calmly. However, I did not plan to end this life just yet. Since I was here, I would make the best of it. Since my consciousness was trapped within the Kangai pearl, I might as well take this chance to sense the world's qi once more. As long as I didn't court death by peeking at the spirit of heaven and earth, merely sensing the auras should be fine, I drew out a stream of pure power from the Kangai pearl, protecting my physical body so that it would not rot. Now my consciousness had no physical body to nourish it. Like water without a source or a tree without roots, it would gradually be consumed within the pearl. According to my estimates, I could only hold out for a dozen more years at most. If I could use this time well, I might still make some gains. I watched the flow of the world's qi, and observed the rising and setting of the sun, moon, and stars. I watched the residual souls of creatures passing in the Congyun Sea, feeling the cold indifference of heaven and earth and that eternally unchanging killing intent, just like that. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Anchor Year 40, the Congyun Sea had long since dried up, becoming a true land of death. Only under my protection did a few mortals on Taian Island manage to survive. The red figure entrenched in the sky finally vanished. Its mission complete, it naturally dissipated. No one could guarantee if or when it might reappear in some corner of the cultivation world. I looked toward the direction where Qian disappeared and my mind sank once more into the Kangai pearl. As time progressed, my consciousness grew weaker and weaker, as if I had lost the ability to think independently, able only to quietly observe this world from the perspective of the Kangai pearl. In the second year after Qian vanished, several cultivators wearing azure Taoist robes arrived at the Congyun Sea. With the casting of various incantations, the long-awaited heavy rain finally fell from the sky. Subsequently, more cultivators arrived. Azure light bloomed across the withered seabed and plants representing life appeared on the land. As a gentle breeze blew, trees rose from the ground one after another. In just 1 year, that desolate land flourished with life once again. The Congyun Sea had also completed its transformation into the Congyun Mountains. A city rose from the ground within the Congyun Mountains, attracting more and more cultivators from all directions. In Anchor Year 48, a Foundation Establishment cultivator returned to the Congyun Sea. He came from what was once Liuli Island, now the Liuli Mountains. His expression was desolate. As my divine sense swept over him, I couldn't help but sigh at the sight. I knew this man. He was Zhang Baoba from years ago. Out of unease, he had resolutely decided to leave the Congyun Sea back then. 20 years had passed. I knew not what opportunity he had encountered, but he had actually become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Scene after scene of this life flashed rapidly through my mind. My consciousness was about to dissipate. Before vanishing completely, my consciousness returned to my body. Over a decade of sensing the world's qi caused the barrier obstructing my breakthrough to quietly dissolve, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded in frantically. My cultivation instantly broke through to the late-stage qi refining realm. Immediately afterward, Li Fan activated Huan Zhen to return to the anchor point. Ding, simulation ended. You may choose to retain one of the following items. 1. A certain item obtained in this simulation. 2. The cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. the memory of a person close to you from this simulation. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Waive the above choices and accelerate the energy replenishment progress. Li Fan stretched his limbs and then made his choice. Retain the cultivation realm. I already know the Kangai Pearl is on Liuli Island. I will simply go and retrieve it when the time comes. Following my decision, 2 familiar streams of spiritual energy naturally appeared in my dantian. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan's cultivation rapidly reached the late-stage Qi refining realm. A surge of energy suddenly descended upon me. A moment later, the spiritual energy in my dantian gushed out like a river breaching a dam, sweeping through my entire body, refining my constitution and elevating my realm. In an instant, the immortal mortal miasma dissipated like mist, vanishing completely, an effect far superior to the forced expulsion via the spirit-body pool array in the previous life. Li Fan pondered silently. That surge of energy just now was the will and laws of heaven and earth, a form of power. Having observed the flow of world Qi for over a decade through the Kangai Pearl in my previous life, I recognized it at a glance. If the immortal mortal miasma is the eternal separation of immortal and mortal will of heaven and earth, then the wave of energy just now was exactly the opposite. The immortal mortal miasma that had troubled the cultivation world for thousands of years had vanished so easily. Huan Zhen is truly incredible. The path of cultivation is exceptionally difficult, especially in this world where cultivators steal from heaven and earth, and the world is filled with killing intent. In my previous life, I met Su Changyu as soon as I entered the cultivation world. I thought his resolve was extraordinary, and that his devotion to the Tao would surely lead to success, yet he died in just a few days. Conversely, the mediocre Xiao Heng by his side displayed great talent. In just a few years he had hope for foundation establishment, but who knew that heaven had already laid down its killing intent? The residents of the Congyun Sea, whether momentarily successful or depressed, whether cultivator or mortal, were long destined to be unable to escape death. Only the ordinary fisherman Zhang Baoba escaped the calamity and had a separate encounter, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. The unpredictability of the world is just like this. Heaven unleashes its killing intent to slay cultivators, and naturally cultivators cannot perceive it. This is why when I asked the heavenly mirror if there were any disasters, the heavenly mirror gave no answer. It was shielded by heavenly secrets to predict no major disaster in the next 10 years. Then why did the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce seem to have sensed it early, ordering all subordinates to withdraw from the Congyun Sea? And why didn't they warn the Wanxian Alliance, sitting by and watching countless lives perish? There is definitely something fishy here. If there is a chance in this life, I must investigate thoroughly. The cultivation world is extremely dangerous. Before virtualization is fully recharged, it is better not to venture in prematurely. Now that I am practicing the Xuanwang heart refining incantation, the recharge speed has increased, and my entry into the cultivation world this time should be over a decade earlier than in the previous life. I remember that a major event seemed to have occurred in the Congyun Sea during these 10 years. With the foresight of this life, I can plan ahead. In the Dashwen Lishan Mountains, several people were currently struggling to climb the mountain. The person walking at the back said, "Erlang, let's rest for a bit. We've been walking for half the day, I really can't go on." The youth walking in front said, "Tigers and wild beasts roam these mountains. It's not safe to rest here. I know of a hidden cave not far ahead. If you're really tired, we can rest there." The person behind asked again, "Erlang, are there really immortals in these mountains?" Erlang replied with certainty, "There definitely are. I've seen one with my own eyes." The person behind added, "Since 5 years ago we've been venturing into these Lishan mountains whenever we have free time. I don't know how many trips we've made and I haven't seen you find an immortal. If you ask me, you should give up early. This business of seeking immortals and asking the Tao is too ethereal. In my opinion, you'd be better off practicing martial arts with me." Erlang barked, "Wang Xuanba, why are you as long-winded as my mother?" Hearing Erlang's scolding, Wang Xuanba was startled. Erlang continued, "If you say such discouraging words again, you can head down the mountain by yourself." Just then, a massive white snake suddenly appeared before them. Wang Xuanba was the first to notice, shouting in terror, "Erlang ahead!" At that moment, the white snake opened its bloody maw and lunged straight for Erlang. Wang Xuanba's words had barely left his mouth. The giant python, Wang Xuanba, quickly leapt and charged at the white snake, smashing a fist hard against its head. A piercing hiss rang out. Erlang also took the opportunity to dodge the white snake's attack. He quickly steadied his mind, flew upward, and thrust his fingers like a sword at the snake. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, countless finger shadows struck the white snake's head, but the snake was unharmed, roaring as it launched a counterattack against the two. Wang Xuanba was knocked far away, and the white snake quickly rushed toward him to deliver a finishing blow. Erlang shouted in desperation, "Xuanba!" He leapt up and used both hands to desperately brace against the white snake's massive jaws. The snake's strength pushed Erlang back a great distance, and the muscle strain caused him to cough up blood. The white snake violently jerked its head, and Erlang was sent flying, landing beside Wang Xuanba. Erlang was seriously injured and coughing up blood, slumped on the ground and gasping for breath. Watching the white snake charge toward them with its long tongue flickering, Erlang thought in terror, "Damn it, are we going to die here?" Erlang recalled that ever since he had witnessed the transcendent figure of an immortal flying through the air in the Lishan Mountains that afternoon, He had been single-mindedly seeking the immortal path. To that end he had ventured deep into the mountains countless times just to find that immortal and take him as his master, who knew that instead of finding the immortal he would lose his life here today. At this moment, besides the white snake, many other fierce beasts rushed forward to attack Erlang and Wang Xuanba. More and more beasts surged from behind with killing intent. Seeing this formation, Erlang was terrified. What is going on? Why are so many beasts suddenly charging out to surround and attack the giant python? Could this be an immortal's technique? At that thought he shouted loudly, "Immortal, it must be you, right?" he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Immortal, please show yourself." Just as Erlang expected, Li Fan was currently descending slowly from the sky to the ground. Li Fan thought to himself, "This child is not bad, his aptitude seems somewhat special, and his heart for the Tao is firm. Unfortunately, I haven't even secured my own footing yet. How can I teach you? It's better to wait until the timing is right in the future. Only then could I offer you this end. It was not in vain that I spent these past 9 years studying painstakingly. This incorporeal killing intent is indeed extraordinary." With that thought he turned and departed. "In this life, because I already possess the cultivation of the late-stage Qi refining realm, I chose to live in seclusion in this land of immortal extinction to avoid the effects of the immortal mortal miasma. Since the land of immortal extinction is devoid of any spiritual energy, I spent most of my time sensing the world's Qi and auras that I had seen in my previous life. Over these past 9 years, working day and night with single-minded devotion, I finally gained some insight and derived the incorporeal killing intent from it. Once incorporeal killing intent is unleashed, it can disguise itself as the killing intent of the heavenly Tao to a certain extent and within a certain range. Once a target is locked by the incorporeal killing intent, there is no need for one to act personally. The target will simply be destroyed by the ensuing calamity on its own. The will of heaven and earth governs the vast majority of living beings in the world. Thus countless animals were driven by an endless surge of killing intent toward that white python. This killing intent would not dissipate until the white python was utterly dead. To borrow the mandate of heaven for one's own use, this was the profound mystery of the incorporeal killing intent. Not only was its power extraordinary, but its method was also bizarre and its stealth extremely high. The incorporeal killing intent itself was just like the world's killing intent, nearly a pure form of will and law which cultivators typically cannot detect at all. Combining so many advantages, it truly was an essential divine technique for killing and looting. Li Fan smiled and said, "The energy replenishment for Huan Zhen has reached 99. It is time to step into the world of immortal cultivation." Subsequently, Li Fan departed in the Taian orb. Seeing that emerald Congyun Sea once again, he couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. "My old friend Qian Hong, watch as I scatter your ashes into the sea to fulfill your final wish in this life." The Foundation Establishment cultivator Qian Hong, who had practiced the Tao for 265 years and achieved his Tao foundation through the exotic object, spirit-turning plum, had lived in a foreign land for 3,670 years. Today his soul returned to his homeland and his Tao was returned to the heavens. As the phenomenon faded, I discovered that an indescribable change seemed to have occurred within me, yet after a careful inspection I couldn't figure out exactly what that change was. Never mind, I'll ignore it for now. I noted the matter in my heart, and after identifying my current position, I decided to head to Liuli Island first. Instead of piloting the Taian orb, I flew toward Liuli Island by riding the wind. I intended to play the role of a rogue cultivator of the Congyun Sea who had reached the late-stage Qi refining realm by chance. Because I wrongly assumed there were other ways to break through to the Foundation establishment stage, I wanted to join the Wanqian Alliance. For the identity of a rogue cultivator, the Taian orb was indeed a bit too flashy. Thus I chose to fly by wind. Though it was a bit slow, I was in no hurry. During the flight, Li San sensed an anomaly, and his expression began to turn solemn. He looked back and thought to himself, "What is going on? A surge of killing intent has suddenly locked onto me, and the aura is powerful." At least at the Foundation establishment stage, at this moment, someone was chasing him from behind. Li Fan said in panic, "He's coming for me and his speed is too fast. I can only use the Taian orb." Seeing Li Fan summon the Taian orb to flee rapidly, the person pursuing from behind was also somewhat surprised. Li Fan thought, "Damn it, I've already pushed the Taian orb's speed to its limit, yet that person is still closing the distance." At that moment he immediately unleashed his incorporeal killing intent, and the pursuer behind was instantly struck. Countless eyes manifested in the sky, suddenly staring at Li Fan in unison. Li Fan clutched his head in terror. The moment I released the incorporeal killing intent just now, it felt as if countless eyes were watching me. Is this the side effect of unleashing the incorporeal killing intent across realms? Is it because I borrowed the mandate of heaven and was noticed by the will of heaven and earth? Fortunately for now, it seemed that since I only crossed one major realm, the problem wasn't too severe. The will of heaven and earth only glanced at me and then went silent. If I were to unleash it across more realms, I fear the gaze of the heavens would appear directly to erase me. After unleashing the incorporeal killing intent, I soon discovered a vortex suddenly appearing in the world. The vortex spun continuously in the opponent's path, quickly forming a tornado. The tornado carried a blue light roaring like a giant dragon as it charged at the opponent. The man was caught off guard and trapped by the tornado. I seized this opportunity to accelerate my escape, but soon the opponent broke free from the tornado and flew toward me at an even faster speed. The killing intent grew even more intense. Just then a giant shark leaped from the seabed and swallowed him in one gulp. Immediately afterward, flames erupted, and the man flew out from the shark's mouth, charging at me once more. In the sky, under the brilliant sun, lightning suddenly struck down. Finally, Liuli Island was close at hand, and I hurriedly flew into the island's protection array. If I can get He Zhenggao's help, I might be saved by now. The person pursuing Li Fan had been battered into a wretched state by the lightning strikes. He roared in anger, "He Zhenggao, aren't you coming out to help me kill this little thief?" Inside the Taian orb, Li Fan was horrified to hear this. He Zhenggao's voice echoed from within the array. "Protector Huan, how did you end up in such a state?" Hearing He Zhenggao's voice, Li Fan's heart filled with even greater dread. He Zhenggao, he thought. He immediately activated Huan Zhen to end this simulation. Li Fan was now gasping for breath, still feeling the lingering fear. This was the shortest life I had experienced since unlocking Huan Zhen. I hadn't expected to be pursued for no reason as soon as I entered the cultivation world. What was even more outrageous was that the opponent was actually from the Wanxian Alliance, and he had traveled over 1,000 miles with the clear goal of killing me. Why would someone from the Wanxian Alliance hunt me down? And so soon after I entered the cultivation world. Currently, the Congyun Sea is still under the jurisdiction of the Wanxian Alliance. The opponent clearly had some way to lock onto my location. I took out all the items I possessed and checked them one by one, eventually narrowing down the target. The Lesser Water Evolution Art. As it stands, my only connection to the Wanxian Alliance was inheriting this cultivation method. In the previous life's Wanxian Alliance, this Lesser Water Evolution Art must have been within their surveillance range. They discovered an anomaly in the number of people practicing it and knew the technique's information had been leaked. Without hesitation, I operated the Supreme Primordial Origin True Scripture and dispersed my late-stage Qi refining cultivation from the Lesser Water Evolution Art. In Anchor Year 9 I returned to the cultivation world once more. As expected, after I stopped practicing the Lesser Water Evolution Art, I didn't attract a pursuit from the Wanxian Alliance's protector, so I flew leisurely toward Liuli Island. As I flew into the waters near Liuli Island, an image flashed in my mind. The Liuli jade inside the Liuli fish. I stopped and looked down at the seabed, my gaze piercing through the seawater to reach the depths. I saw a school of Liuli fish dragging mortal corpses they had found from various places, offering them to a massive golden Liuli fish. This golden Liuli fish swayed its body, opening its massive maw to swallow the corpses whole. After finishing its meal, it spat out the residual bones, wearing a look of dissatisfaction. At that moment, Li Fan aimed his incorporeal killing intent at that giant Liuli fish. The intent moved at his command, and countless Liuli fish seemed to go mad, frantically swarming and attacking the golden Liuli fish. The golden fish's silhouette vanished within the school, and golden blood floated to the surface. After the golden Liuli fish died, I took the massive Liuli pearl from its body into my hand. Unfortunately, it wasn't a celestial wonder, but simply carrying it on one's person provided an effect close to consuming a Liuli pill. This item was quite extraordinary, and I tucked it away with great joy. Arriving in the sky above Liuli Island, I stopped in midair and released my spiritual energy. Just then, He Zhenggao appeared beside Li Fan and asked, "Which fellow Taoist has graced my Liuli Island with their presence?" Li Fan cupped his hands and replied with a smile, "Fellow Taoist He, I have long heard of you." He Zhenggao was stunned for a moment, feeling confused. How does he know my name when we've just met for the first time? Li Fan cupped his hands again and said, "My name is Li Fan, a rogue cultivator of the Congyun Sea. It was incredibly difficult to reach the late-stage Qi refining realm through bitter practice, and I know that for a rogue cultivator there is no hope of foundation establishment. So I wish to join the Wanxian Alliance to seek a foundation establishment technique. I have long heard of your warm heart and willingness to help others, fellow Taoist, so I have specifically come to pay my respects, hoping you might introduce me. Once it is settled, I, Li Fan, will surely have a generous reward." Hearing this, He Zhenggao laughed loudly. "Haha, fellow Taoist, what are you saying? We cultivators all know that cultivation is not easy. We help when we can. Rest assured, the matter of joining the Wanxian Alliance is on me." Li Fan spoke. "Fellow Taoist, your reputation as a timely Ron truly precedes you. I am filled with admiration." At this moment, He Zhenggao thought to himself, "When did I get the nickname Timely Ron? However, this name sounds quite pleasant, and if it spreads it will be of great benefit to my practice of the mountain-sitting art." He Zhenggao went ahead to arrange a permit for me. I remained in the sky above Liuli Island waiting for He Zhenggao to return from 10,000 Immortals Island. According to He Zhenggao, cultivators with a cultivation level of late-stage Qi refining or above would be automatically attacked by the 10,000 Immortals array if they approached without permission. After an unknown amount of time, He Zhenggao appeared beside Li San once more and said, "I have fulfilled the mission. You only need to leave a trace of your own aura on this Spirit Access Permit talisman." Li Fan did as told, imbuing a strand of his aura into the talisman. Seeing this, He Zhenggao said with a smile, that will do. Once you officially join our Wanxian alliance, remember to return this permit. Do not lose it, or you'll have to pay an equivalent value in contribution points. Subsequently, He Zhenggao took me to 10,000 Immortals Island and entered the Heavenly Mirror. He Zhenggao spoke to the mirror. This person is the rogue cultivator I previously reported with late-stage Qi refining cultivation. He wishes to join our Wanxian alliance, the Heavenly Mirror spoke. One rogue cultivator at the late-stage Qi refining realm introduced. One major merit recorded converted to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution 1,340 points. He Zhenggao looked at Li Fan with curiosity and asked, I hope you don't mind my asking, but what is your age, fellow Taoist? Li Fan replied, I am about 29 years old. He Zhenggao was even more shocked. Late-stage Qi refining at 29 and a rogue cultivator at that. Fellow Taoist, your talent is truly rare to see. Since you've just arrived, you'll surely encounter many questions. Feel free to ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know. Li Fan returned the gesture. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. He Zhenggao smiled again and said, if you encounter a trouble you truly can't solve, you can also come find me. Although I, He Zhenggao, only have a foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation, I have a wide circle of friends and some influence within the Wanxian alliance. After giving a few more instructions, He Zhenggao departed with a face full of excitement. At this moment, Li Fan took the token and said happily, this treatment is much better than in the previous life. In the world of immortal cultivation, the vast majority of cultivators are loners. Someone like He Zhenggao is indeed rare, not to mention he's being a bit too enthusiastic just because I showed a bit of talent and cultivation. The Heavenly Mirror suddenly spoke. Divine sense fluctuations recorded, independent space generated. Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Wanxian alliance. As a newcomer benefit, 100 contribution points are granted for free. You may use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, and Dharma treasures. The Heavenly Mirror began to introduce the relevant categories. Although I was already very familiar, I still listened carefully and compared it with the situation in my previous life. I discovered that after promoting to the late-stage Qi refining realm, the contribution points required to activate the auxiliary cultivation mode had increased from 10 points to 30 points per day. Following the same operations as in my previous life, I bought a storage ring and took out the gold, silver, jewels and that piece of the broken steel from the Taian orb to exchange them in the mirror. The Heavenly Mirror spoke, one batch of gold and silver exchangeable for 863 contribution points. Celestial Wonder broken steel, quality flawed, exchangeable for 1,968 contribution points. Subsequently, I took out that Liuli pearl obtained from the giant Liuli fish. The Heavenly Mirror spoke again, exquisite Liuli pearl, exchangeable for 850 contribution points. Looking at the exquisite Liuli pearl in his hand, Li Fan thought to himself, this exquisite Liuli pearl is equivalent to a weakened version of a Liuli pill. Although the effect is slightly inferior, it has the advantage of not being consumed. It will surely come in handy for future cultivation. I'll keep it for now. To earn more contribution points, I checked the bounty tasks posted by other cultivators in the mirror. My gaze swept quickly across them, and when I saw one of the tasks I stopped abruptly, my divine sense shifting slightly. Reviewing the task details, I had once seen this task objective in the consciousness of the Kangai Pearl. Thus I accepted the task. The task details were as follows. Due to the alchemy needs of Elder Chen of the Alchemy Hall, a supplementary ingredient called blue-blooded coral is required. A bounty is now offered to all members of the Wanxian Alliance. Those who provide relevant information that is subsequently confirmed will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Those who directly provide blue-blooded coral will be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points. At this moment, Li Fan spoke, I have a lead to provide. In the northwestern waters of the Congyun Sea, about 200 miles west of Ivory Island, I once saw this kind of coral on the seabed there. Regrettably, that coral was guarded by a sea snake. The specific strength of the sea snake is unknown, but even from a distance I could sense a lethal danger. I fabricated a story and submitted the task. With the efficiency of 10,000 Immortals Island, the authenticity of the information I provided was quickly confirmed. In just half a day I received the task reward. Ding confirmed, lead is valid. 1,000 contribution points rewarded. Curiously, however, the bounty task for the blue-blooded coral was not cancelled as a result. The task remained listed there. It seemed Elder Chen required a significant amount of blue-blooded coral. One could only wonder what kind of pill he was refining. I suppressed the slight flicker of curiosity rising in my heart and focused my attention on the most prominent item among the bounty tasks. 2 short lines of text without any redundant elaboration, yet the figure of 100,000 contribution points was enough to make any cultivator who saw it sway with excitement, unable to restrain themselves. Bounty task details, seeking the Cloud Water Call reward. 100,000 contribution points. Regrettably, this task had been listed for over a decade, and forget about completing it. No one even knew what the Cloud Water Call actually was. Furthermore, the person who posted the task was extremely mysterious, never having appeared to offer any explanation from beginning to end, as if to tell the world. Those who understand will know, and for those who don't, words are useless. In the current Congyun Sea, no one knew the whereabouts of the Cloud Water Call. Except for me. I recalled what Xiao Heng had once said. I intend to head to the ruins in the center of the Congyun Sea, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, to find a unique treasure of heaven and earth to achieve my Tao foundation. Li Fan smiled slightly, thinking Cloud Water Call. Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. The reason no one knew this secret yet was simply because the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had not yet manifested in the world. In my previous life, I only became interested in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace because of Xiao Heng's message, and thus I remembered this grand event that was soon to cause a sensation throughout the Congyun Sea. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace stood independent of the sea. Rumor said it was the most powerful sect in the Congyun Sea during the ancient period. When the great catastrophe of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace fell into internal strife, nearly slaughtering one another to extinction. The survivors activated the sect protecting array, isolating themselves from the world. Consequently, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had always been obscured by the array, hidden within a certain sea area at the center of the Congyun Sea. It would not be until Anchor Year 11 that the array would completely collapse, and the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, hidden for 10,000 years, would reappear to mankind. However, even having chosen reclusion, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace ultimately failed to escape the fate of destruction. When the first batch of Congyun Sea cultivators entered, they discovered that the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had long since become a desolate, ruined market filled with weirdness. At that time, the 100 or so cultivators who first entered the ruins mostly had only chi refining and foundation establishment cultivation. They had assumed it was merely an ordinary ruin, never expecting it to be teeming with various anomalies. Caught off guard, the group suffered heavy casualties, and in the end, fewer than 10 people made it out alive. Among these survivors was a man named Sikang Yi, who possessed only a late-stage chi refining cultivation and appeared utterly unremarkable. Everyone assumed he had only survived through sheer luck. No one expected that it was precisely this Sikang Yi who would turn in the Cloud Water Call, completing that bounty task for 100,000 contribution points. After collecting the reward, Sikang Yi left the Congyun Sea via a long-distance teleportation array, vanishing from everyone's sight. Since then, Sikang Yi never appeared again. Recalling what I saw in my previous life, I decided to first gather information regarding these uncanny sect ruins. Subsequently, I purchased a copy of the Sect Ruin Survival Guide. After obtaining it, I pondered silently. In the current cultivation world, all sect ruins worth exploring can be broadly divided into two categories. One category consists of those without weirdness, while the other consists of those where weirdness exists. In ruins without weirdness, one only needs to be careful of mechanical traps and arrays. Usually there is no lethal danger. However, if it is a ruin where weirdness exists, one must be extremely cautious. The so-called weirdness refers to peculiar phenomena within the ruins that cannot be explained by common logic. These anomalies seem as if they do not belong to this world, possessing their own unique rules. These uncanny rules are also ranked by strength. Based on intensity, they can be categorized as Chi Refining Level Weirdness, Foundation Establishment Level Weirdness, and Golden Core Level Weirdness. Once a cultivator falls within the range covered by such weirdness, if their cultivation is lower than the intensity of its rules, they must follow the rules of that anomaly. Once violated, death is certain. I carefully studied the Ruins Guide and felt much more confident. In my previous life, after the news spread that Sikang Yi had found the Cloud Water Call in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, and received 100,000 contribution points, countless cultivators rushed in one after another, uncovering countless treasures. Most of the rules within the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace were no longer secrets. Only the matter of how Sikang Yi had obtained the Cloud Water Call in the first place remained unsettled. If I wished to seize the Cloud Water Call in this life, the best method is to secretly shadow Sikang Yi and intercept him just as he is about to succeed. There are still 2 years until the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace opens. I can first secretly investigate information regarding Sikang Yi to know my enemy as well as myself, while also doing my utmost to improve my own strength. Currently, I only have one move, Incorporeal Killing Intent. I still need to study more offensive cultivation methods. Thus, I locked my gaze onto a pile of Chi Refining Stage offensive techniques within the Heavenly Mirror. Nether Spirit Illusion Art, a Chi Refining Stage technique. By visualizing and nurturing an illusion spirit within the mind, one can release it to confuse opponents during combat. Once the illusion spirit grows stronger, it can even infiltrate the sea of consciousness of others to launch direct divine sense attacks. Li Fan was somewhat surprised. The Nether Spirit Illusion Art was actually an illusion technique. This method seemed tailored specifically for me. Although I didn't know how my divine sense strength compared to other cultivators, after hundreds of years of reincarnation combined with the tempering of the Xuanwang heart refining incantation, it surely wouldn't be weak. Furthermore, If I used the prototype of Qian for visualization to nurture the illusion spirit, wouldn't the power and lethality of the spirit once formed be extraordinary? However, the price was too expensive, nearly equal to a foundation establishment stage technique. No wonder no one bought it. Regardless, I gritted my teeth and purchased the Nether Spirit illusion art. In an instant, my contribution points dropped to 1,321. With the technique in hand, I activated the auxiliary cultivation mode and simultaneously took out the exquisite Liuli pearl to begin practicing. Visualizing an illusion spirit cannot be done out of thin air. It must be based on an object that truly exists in the cultivation world. My thoughts drifted, and past images surfaced in my mind. I felt as if I had returned to that moment in my previous life when I witnessed the red flame incinerating the sea. A phantom gradually began to manifest within my sea of consciousness. Even with just an unformed phantom, I suddenly felt my body temperature skyrocket, and I was drenched in sweat. I forcibly operated the heart-refining incantation to suppress that parching heat and continued visualizing the silhouette of Qian. As the red flame illusion spirit gradually coalesced, my body temperature rose higher and higher. Suddenly, Li Fan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thinking, "The spirit of heaven and earth truly lives up to its reputation. Even an illusion spirit refined only from its prototype is unbearable. There must be some rule restriction involved that I do not yet understand. A spirit of heaven and earth is the manifestation of certain heavenly and earthly laws. If Qian represents laws related to fire, then what special meaning does the Kai red in Qian hold? Besides red flame, are there flames of other colors?" I immediately tried. My form and aura remained unchanged, but the color shifted from red to green. This time the illusion spirit formed successfully, but it was extremely weak, as if it were merely an empty shell without any power to harm an enemy. Try again. This time the color shifted from green to black. Just like the red flame, the black flame illusion spirit could not form. The difference, however, was that visualizing the black flame did not produce the scorching sensation of the red flame. Subsequently, I tried every color I could think of and discovered there were only 4 possible outcomes. The first was like the red flame, unable to form and causing a burning sensation during visualization. The second was like the green flame, able to form but like an empty shell, devoid of power. The third was like the black flame, unable to form but with no burning sensation during visualization. The fourth was the most special. The phantom was nearly identical to Qian, except it was blue and carried no burning sensation. Instead, it was replaced by an extreme low temperature. During the visualization process, my body felt as if it had fallen into an absolute zero frozen state, yet my consciousness reached a wondrous state. I felt as if I were in an out-of-body experience, coldly observing the various changes in my body like an outsider, without any emotional fluctuations. This was a state of absolute calm and logic. Simultaneously, the blue flame illusion spirit formed, my body temperature no longer rose, and instead vitality rapidly manifested upon my person. With a slight movement of my divine sense, the extreme cold on my body quickly vanished, instantly restoring my original appearance. I also withdrew from that state of absolute logic. Li Fan sensed his body and remarked, "This is the power of the blue flame." Under the long-term consumption of cultivation, my contribution points had dwindled to a mere 100 or so. Those thousands of contribution points seemed like passing clouds in those days, gone in an instant. Li Fan rubbed his temples with some frustration. The points were consumed far too quickly. He pondered silently that he had to ask He Zhenggao if there was any way to earn contribution points quickly. Subsequently, he sent a voice transmission asking, "May I ask fellow Taoist He if there is a way to earn contribution points quickly?" He Zhenggao laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, our Wanxian alliance is just like this. Newly joined cultivators often need to work for many years just to exchange for a single technique. However, since you were introduced to join by me, I shall naturally lend you a helping hand. It's just that this matter is inconvenient to discuss in detail via communication talisman. If you are willing, you can come to Liuli Island and we can talk in person." Li Fan thought to himself. He truly is a timely reign. But there is always a reason for everything. Afterward, he arrived at Liuli Island within the island protecting array. As soon as He Zhenggao saw Li Fan, he said heartily, "Ha ha ha, it seems you couldn't wait, fellow Taoist." He Zhenggao gave a casual slap, and suddenly the entire earth began to tremble. Li Fan was startled, thinking, "The mountains are sinking." Subsequently, he noticed something unusual above and suddenly stared wide-eyed. Within the island protecting array, the mountains were now like scattered stars suspended above his head. He Zhenggao asked, "Fellow Taoist, what do you think of my mountain river star array?" Li Fan praised, "The mountain river star array is truly extraordinary," He Zhenggao replied. The island protecting array of Liuli Island was precisely evolved from this mountain river star array that I personally arranged. Li Fan said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be so proficient in formations, fellow Taoist," He Zhenggao replied modestly. "Though I arranged it personally, there were naturally others who assisted. To be honest with you, my foundation establishment treasure was a mountain river 100 veins array map. therefore in the path of formations, I have a talent that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Speaking strictly of formations, setting aside cultivation, even a nascent soul stage array master might not necessarily best me. Li Fan was curious. So that's how it is. He wondered what matter He Zhenggao spoke of that required such a secret space for a detailed talk. He Zhenggao replied, "It's not actually a major matter, just that there are some taboos involved. I would like to ask you to go to the land of immortal extinction, on my behalf, leaving the realm." Li Fan thought, he wants me to go to the land of immortal extinction. Has he seen through me? He asked. For what purpose are you asking me to go to the land of immortal extinction, fellow Taoist? He Zhenggao then said. Though the land of immortal extinction is a small world for mortals, there are many valuable items within it that can be exchanged for quite a few contribution points. If we were to look for them personally, it would be far too time-consuming and labor-intensive, not worth the effort. But those powerful and influential mortals in the small world all want to find ways to return to the cultivation world, so Li Fan was puzzled. So, He Zhenggao continued, we can use this as a condition to have those mortals collect resources for us. It just so happens that the mortal realm has several types of rare treasures and even quite a lot of star sea shifting sands. Li Fan pondered silently. The mortal realm, smuggling, star sea shifting sands. The immortal who cooperated with the Tianbao Pavilion to profit from smuggling was indeed He Zhenggao. Star sea shifting sands were common materials for arranging formations, usually priced at about 2 to 3 contribution points per caddy. 50 caddies of star sea shifting sands would be close to 600 contribution points. He Zhenggao spoke again. For this kind of small world, harvesting a wave every dozen years or so can yield thousands of contribution points. If one holds several such worlds, isn't that equivalent to receiving thousands of points for free every year? Fellow Taoist, you only need to make a trip to the mortal realm for me, and bring back the resources I had them collect 10 years ago. Once these resources are sold, we shall split the resulting contribution points equally. Li Fan cupped his hands and replied, very well, I agree to this matter. Subsequently, He Zhenggao handed me a wooden boat extremely similar to the Taian orb, along with a spiritual talisman. Several simple arrays were carved onto the wooden boat. Though not as exquisite as the Taian orb, that spiritual talisman was an invisibility talisman more powerful than the breath-concealing talisman. No one below the nascent soul stage could see through it. Once preparations were complete, I headed to the mortal realm. I learned from He Zhenggao that at the center of this world was a massive volcano that erupted every 200 to 300 years, causing countless casualties. And now, the frequency of eruptions was becoming higher and the scale increasingly larger. The ruling class of the Great Li feared that one day the volcano would turn this world into a lava hell. Thus they tried everything possible to send their descendants to escape this place. When I arrived in the mortal realm, those mortals knelt and shouted respectfully, "Welcome, immortal." Li Fan concealed his figure, stood in the void and spoke. "The appointed time has arrived. Have your resources been fully collected?" The king here knelt on the ground. Reporting to the immortal, all items on the list have been prepared. Li Fan descended from the sky and said, "In that case, take me to retrieve them." Subsequently, under the king's lead, I inventoried all the resources, and after confirming they were correct, I took them all into my storage ring. This mission could be considered successfully completed, smooth and without any setbacks, a truly profitable deal. I handed the wooden boat carved with arrays to the emperor of the Great Li. Suddenly I thought of Xiao Heng. I then asked, "Where is Xiao Heng, the son of the Prince of Zhenan? Take me to see him." Through the emperor I learned that Xiao Heng was currently being fostered at Scholar Su's residence. Led by the emperor, I arrived at the estate. Everyone knelt before Li Fan as he spoke. "All of you rise." They respectfully bowed to the immortal. Li Fan asked in a clear voice, "Who is Xiao Heng?" One person replied. Reporting to the immortal, "This is Xiao Heng." At this time Xiao Heng was still very young, looking slightly different from the version Li Fan would meet later. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. He tapped his finger lightly on Xiao Heng's forehead and said, "I see this child possesses extraordinary talent. He is certainly no ordinary creature. I shall personally return to fetch him in 10 years. The people around him said in unison and with great respect, "Rest assured, immortal, we will take meticulous care of Xiao Heng." Suddenly, someone appeared and cried out, "I beg the immortal to save my younger sister." The child kowtowed again. "I beg the immortal to save my younger sister." Seeing this, his father was struck with terror. "Changyu, what are you doing? How dare you be so reckless?" This child was none other than Su Changyu, the one who in the previous life had died while testing the method to purge the immortal mortal Miasma. His father said in a panic, "My son is ignorant. I beg the immortal for forgiveness." The crowd knelt, pleading for mercy. "We beg the immortal for forgiveness." Watching this scene, Li Fan felt a surge of emotion. He remembered Xiao Heng mentioning in the previous life that Su Changyu had a sister with a persistent illness, and he had intended to look into it anyway. Thus he spoke, "Take me to see her. Let this be the only exception." Arriving at the destination, Li Fan examined the girl's condition. A moment later, I saw little sister Su in a basement. Her body was as hot as fire, and she lay on a jade bed surrounded by piles of ice. Subsequently, I injected a wisp of spiritual energy into her body. I was instantly shocked to discover that there was no immortal mortal miasma within her. Not only that, but what kind of constitution was this? After that wisp of spiritual energy circulated through her body, it was actually strengthened, and its attribute had changed, becoming completely different from the spiritual energy in my own body. The spiritual energy carried a scorching sensation. This was not the heat of flames, but a violent spiritual energy transformed from rage. Could this be the innate immortal body and a heaven-envied one? An innate immortal body is born without the immortal mortal miasma, making it extremely easy for them to harmonize with all types of cultivation methods and Taoist arts. Not only is their cultivation speed incredibly fast, but their techniques also receive a boost from natural forces. As for a heaven-envied one, they are born with divine abilities, yet because these abilities are too powerful, they suffer the envy of heaven and are born accompanied by calamities. If they can resolve these calamities, they can become even stronger through the tempering. Their cultivation speed may not necessarily be extremely fast, but they are nearly invincible against opponents of the same rank, and can even fight across major realms. To think that two such rare constitutions would appear simultaneously in a single child. With no miasma in her body, she was certainly an innate immortal body, and that power of rage constantly scorching her flesh was surely her innate divine ability. The rage within her was continuously consuming her life force. Even if she spent all day hiding in an ice cellar, it would be impossible for little sister Su to live to adulthood. No wonder Su Changyu was so desperate in the previous life, not even hesitating to personally test the method for purging the miasma just to become stronger. In his eyes, only by becoming a legendary immortal could he save his sister's life. Unfortunately, had she not encountered me, even if a golden core cultivator were to visit personally, they might not necessarily be able to preserve her life. With that, he performed the nether spirit illusion art, using its chilling aura to soothe the girl's internal heat. In an instant, the scorching pain vanished, replaced by a wave of warmth and comfort. The girl revealed a smile. Li Fan thought to himself, "This can ensure your safety for 10 years. If I can return alive from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace in this life, I will naturally come looking for you." I walked out of the basement and asked Scholar Su about little sister Su's situation. Scholar Su hesitated for a long while before stuttering out the truth. It turned out that little sister Su was not Scholar Su's daughter but rather his younger sister, the daughter of Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was much younger than Scholar Su. Last year, when she became pregnant at only 16, it caused a massive uproar in the Su estate. An unwed pregnancy was already a disgrace to the family, and what angered old Master Su even more was that Su Yuqing refused to say who the child's biological father was until the day she died. The Su family wanted to get rid of the child, but Su Yuqing protected the fetus with her life. Thus, little sister Su was born. Su Yuqing was already physically weak, and she passed away only a few days after childbirth. Not long after, little sister Su also fell ill with a strange disease. Her whole body became scorching hot, and nothing but ice water could provide relief. The Su family had searched for all the famous doctors, but they were all helpless. That is, until my arrival today. Li Fan pondered secretly. Was she born from a response to heavenly mandate? Perhaps that is the only way to explain why her talent is so high. But according to the trajectory of history, even a genius of the heavens cannot escape death when faced with calamities. How many geniuses like little sister Su are there in this cultivation world who ultimately pass away nameless like commoners? When the matter was finished, I returned to Liuli Island and handed the storage ring to He Zhenggao. He Zhenggao seemed dazed. He casually took the ring, his eyes fixed on an ancient mirror in front of him. That mirror looked quite similar to the heavenly mirror. Following his gaze, I saw a line of small characters displayed on the mirror. Spirit Bone Grass, current price 15 contribution points per stock. He Zhenggao was currently in a state of extreme anxiety. "Rise, come on, rise faster," Li Fan asked in confusion. "Fellow Taoist He, what are you doing?" He Zhenggao sighed. "You wouldn't know, fellow Taoist. A few days ago, I received definite news that the small island where the spirit grass is grown was attacked by a sea beast, and over half of the spirit bone grass on the island was destroyed. Before the news could spread, I wanted to make a killing, so I spent a massive amount of contribution points in the heavenly mirror to hoard a large batch of spirit bone grass. At first, the price did rise slightly, but before I could sell, the price suddenly plummeted, falling all the way from 25 points to 13 points. It's practically a total loss. Fortunately, the price has recently climbed back up to 15 points. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Li Fan said, "Then why doesn't fellow Taoist He take the opportunity to dump all the spirit bone grass? At least you could recover some of the cost." He Zhenggao cried even harder. "How can I do that? I've sunk nearly 100 years of savings into this. I have to at least wait for it to rise back to my entry price before I get out," Li Fan thought to himself. This man is beyond help. Just then, He Zhenggao stared at the mirror, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Why is it falling again?" 13, 12, "It's still falling," Li Fan said. "It'll rise back eventually, right?" Returning to Wanxian Island, I investigated the root of the matter. It turned out to be a trap set by True Lord Qingmu to harvest those cultivators who wanted to profit from the situation. It was true that the spirit bone grass had been destroyed, but once the news was confirmed, many people entered the market wanting a piece of the pie. What they didn't know was that the Wanxian Alliance had recently discovered a grotto heaven that had been sealed for 1,000 years. The wood attribute spiritual energy there was extremely dense, rare spirit plants were everywhere, and spirit bone grass was as common as weeds. Li Fan thought to himself, it seems impossible for fellow Taoist He to break even. This market is truly treacherous. On this trip to the mortal realm, He Zhenggao gave me 1,171 contribution points as my share, which was enough to sustain me for a while. I was in no rush to enter seclusion and instead inquired about Xiao Shuyuan. I heard this man had extensive connections in the Wanqian Alliance's talisman hall and could procure large batches of invisibility talismans. It was a good chance to buy some talismans and incidentally look for information on Sikong Yi. Subsequently, I arrived at a shop with a crooked sign. This was the commercial district of Wanqian Island, and the shop's name was Qianli Hall. A furious roar came from inside. I'm telling you, no matter how much these invisibility talismans drop in price now, the transaction must follow the agreed-upon price. What, you dare break the contract? You won't even take back your deposit? He threw down a token and said indignantly. Another one who thinks I, Xiao Shuyuan, am an easy target. It's over, it's all over. I, Xiao Shuyuan, never make a losing trade, and yet here I am stuck with so many invisibility talismans in my hands. Just then, Li Fan spoke. How much for the invisibility talismans? Hearing someone wanted to buy, Xiao Shuyuan turned his anger into joy. 10 contribution points each. How many do you want? 20 off for more than 10, 50 off for more than 100. What would I do with so many? 5 or 6 are enough. At this moment, Li Fan was in an invisible state, making his appearance difficult for ordinary people to discern. He continued. Besides, your price is wrong, isn't it? The best quality invisibility talismans in the heavenly mirror are only 20 points right now. Why are you selling these defective ones for so much? Xiao Shuyuan wiped away his sweat and said, 8 points each. I can't go any lower. Drawing talismans has its cost too. Li Fan produced spirit stones and replied, fine, give me 6. I'll pay with mid-grade spirit stones. Keep the change, but I also want to look for information on a cultivator. Do you take that kind of work? Xiao Shuyuan agreed repeatedly. He was about to lose everything anyway. Why would he refuse more business? Name, cultivation level. Li Fan smiled and said, Sikong Yi, mid-stage qi refining. Xiao Shuyuan patted his chest in a guarantee. Rest assured, a mere qi refining cultivator. I can definitely find his background for you. It's just the bounty. Li Fan said, he's only in the qi refining stage. I assume it won't be expensive. Xiao Shuyuan gave a sly smile. This line of work always carries a bit of risk, let's say 80 contribution points. Li Fan bargained. 40 points, not a bit more. Xiao Shuyuan looked pained. Fellow Taoist, your bargaining is too ruthless. It has to be at least 60 points, right? Otherwise I'll really be making a loss. Li Fan insisted. 50 points, take it or leave it. Xiao Shuyuan felt helpless. Fine, it's a deal. Pay a 10-point deposit first. Once there's a result, I'll notify you through this communication talisman. Leaving Qianli Hall and returning to the heavenly mirror space, I activated the auxiliary cultivation mode, deciding to train the nether spirit illusion art to the late-stage qi refining level. A month later, in the waters of Yanqing Island in the eastern Congyun Sea, I took on a mission to hunt red flame sharks to test the power of my technique. In the deep sea, I concealed my aura and followed a pack of red flame sharks. There were more than 10 sharks in total, currently besieging a lone crimson throne whale. Li Fan immediately performed the nether spirit illusion art blue flame illusion spirit. A burst of blue flame shot out from his position, instantly freezing the surrounding red flame sharks and that crimson throne whale. Most of these sea beasts only had qi refining stage cultivation and were completely defenseless against a divine sense attack. The power of the blue flame illusion spirit was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly Li Fan noticed something strange. His eyes went wide. A massive beast came crashing through the waves, opening its giant maw to swallow those red flame sharks. Li Fan remembered a bounty mission. Hunt the dragon whale, reward 2,000 contribution points. His heart skipped a beat. This is that dragon whale. The mission description mentioned that this exotic beast had once destroyed the island region where spirit bone grass was grown. And at that time, even a Foundation establishment guardian could do nothing to it. That remained the case until a Wanqian Alliance Golden Core cultivator arrived. Even after taking a full-strength strike from a Golden Core cultivator, this dragon whale hadn't died. It had only escaped into the deep sea with heavy injuries. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Something a Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't do. It doesn't mean I can't kill it. How could he let a prey worth 2,000 contribution points snatch away his trophies? Li Fan brought out the heavenly mystery jade ring golden chapter and prepared to act. But he once again felt as if countless eyes were peeking from the surroundings, he thought secretly. It's that feeling of being watched again, though the pressure this time is much smaller than the last. After applying the incorporeal killing intent to the dragon whale, I activated an invisibility talisman and followed it in secret. Over the next 20 days or so, the dragon whale was attacked by countless other exotic beasts and grew exhausted. It was already in its death throes. Seizing the moment when its consciousness grew blurry, I released the blue flame illusion spirit once more to deliver the final blow. I dismembered the carcass and collected the contents of its stomach into my ring. Inside there were actually quite a few liuli pearls. After confirming there were no lingering effects, I quietly departed and returned to the heavenly mirror. I surrendered the dragon whale's carcass and exchanged all the derived materials for contribution points. I allowed myself a small smile, thinking, my expendable contribution points have now reached 2,770. This amount should be more than enough to select a satisfactory cultivation method. Currently, I lack a technique for concealing my aura and tracking others. While such techniques are relatively rare, for the chi refining stage, my points are definitely more than sufficient. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the Huan Zhen Alliance were all struck with astonishment, whispering in disbelief. A late-stage chi refining cultivator like Li Fan, who is this guy? Wasn't it said that the dragon whale could withstand even the attacks of a golden core master? How could this Li Fan possibly kill it? Is it possible he's hiding his true cultivation? He really is only at the late stage of chi refining. I've already had someone confirm it. Not long ago, he was introduced to our Huan Zhen Alliance by He Zhenggao. How on earth did he do it? Does he possess some peerless treasure? Just then, someone stepped forward to interrupt the speculation. Stop guessing, latest news. This kid simply had extraordinary luck, someone followed up with a question. Fellow Taoist Zhu Peng, what do you mean by that? How could a stroke of fortune like this be accomplished purely by luck? Zhu Peng replied. At first I didn't believe it either, but the facts speak for themselves. The carcass of that exotic dragon whale was sent to the Heavenly Mystery Hall, and after a personal analysis by Elder Gongsun, the conclusion was this. Before its death, the dragon whale had fought at least 3 deep-sea behemoths of the same level. Most of the wounds on its body were left by those monsters. By the time it breathed its last, the dragon whale was already exhausted. Even if that kid hadn't acted, it wouldn't have lived much longer. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to exude jealousy. The luck of this chi-refining brat was actually good enough to reach such a level. Elder Gongsun's analysis could not be wrong. It was truly enough to turn eyes red. That was a full 2,000 contribution points. After a period of searching and comparison, I finally settled on my target technique, the shadow-following art. This method is exceptional for tracking and concealment. Once an opponent's aura is locked, one can follow them like a shadow, making it nearly impossible for them to notice. Furthermore, one can hide in the darkness like a literal shadow, catching others completely off guard. Its price was 1,800 contribution points. Li Fan thought to himself, such a miraculous effect is truly extraordinary. Without hesitation he purchased it. Just as I was preparing for seclusion to practice, I suddenly received a communication talisman from He Zhenggao. Fellow Taoist Li Fan, good heavens, I never imagined the person who hunted the dragon whale was actually you. I thought it was just a cultivator with the same name and realm. It wasn't until people came to ask me about your background that I confirmed you really killed that dragon whale. Li Fan gave a dry laugh. Hey, it was merely luck, He Zhenggao continued. Good, this counts as venting some frustration for me. You have no idea, these past few days, whenever I close my eyes, my mind is filled with images of the spirit bone grass price plummeting, Li Fan responded. It truly was a matter of luck. I was performing a task and happened to stumble upon that dragon whale fighting several other behemoths. That's how I managed to pick up such a bargain, He Zhenggao lamented. Luck is a part of strength as well. With your extraordinary talent and fortune, fellow Taoist, you are destined for great things. It just so happens I have a favor to ask. I wonder if I should bring it up, Li Fan asked curiously. Oh, what is it? He Zhenggao spoke. I would like to ask you to guard Liuli Island on my behalf for a period of time. What do you think? Li Fan's face again showed a trace of doubt. Guard it for you? He Zhenggao sighed. Because of that spirit bone grass business, I sank most of my savings from the past few years into it. Now I'm getting further and further away from that nascent soul technique I wanted to exchange for. I simply can't accept it. It just so happens that recently, several fellow Taoists discovered an ancient cave dwelling and invited me to explore it with them. According to them, the dwelling was sealed before the Great Catastrophe. There must be countless treasures inside and very likely some rare techniques. If I can find something, it might make up for some of my losses, so I plan to take a gamble. Li Fan asked, how long would I need to guard it? He Zhenggao smiled. Not long. At shortest a year or two, at longest 3 or 4 years will suffice. Hearing this, Li Fan replied apologetically. I'm sorry, I fear I cannot help with this. I have a premonition that a breakthrough is imminent. I must head out to find my fated opportunity within the next 2 years. I truly cannot stay on Liuli Island for long. He Zhenggao expressed his regret. In that case, I'll have to find someone else. And I wish you a swift breakthrough to Foundation establishment. The communication talisman went silent. I immediately activated the auxiliary cultivation mode and began to comprehend the shadow-following art. Under the dual blessing of the enlightenment state and the exquisite Liuli pearl, it took me less than 10 days to practice the shadow-following art to the great perfection of the chi refining stage, consuming 100 contribution points in the process. Within the heavenly mirror, I simulated a tracking battle against a late-stage chi refining cultivator. With the aid of the shadow-following art, my speed was greatly enhanced, and a subtle connection was formed with my locked target. When the opponent accelerated within a certain range, my speed would increase accordingly, and I could even continuously travel and flicker through the shadows on the ground. It didn't take long for me to catch up to the figure ahead. After the tracking test ended, I was very satisfied with the effects of the shadow-following art. Now, everything was ready. I only awaited the delivery of Xiao Shuan's intelligence and the official opening of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, 2 months later at the Qianli Hall on Wanxian Island. Xiao Shuyuan, the efficiency of your establishment is far too low, isn't it? It's just investigating a minor qi refining cultivator. How could getting some intel take this long? Xiao Shuyuan looked hurried as he pulled Li Fan to a corner and whispered, "Keep your voice down." It was a bit slow, but there was a reason for that. Li Fan looked suspicious. Xiao Shuyuan continued, "To be honest, the difficulty of this task exceeded expectations. That 50 contribution point fee we agreed on before was truly too little. To get this done I had to personally request help from a senior at the late stage of Foundation establishment." Li Fan's expression darkened. "What, do you intend to hike the price on the spot?" Xiao Shuyuan was startled and waved his hands quickly. No, I just hope you can add a little bit more." Li Fan didn't care to waste words. He turned to leave. "Farewell." Xiao Shuyuan hurriedly blocked him. Fine, consider me afraid of you. We'll stick to what we said, 50 it is." Li Fan turned back, handed Xiao Shuyuan several spirit stones and said, "These plus the deposit from before make exactly 50 contribution points." Xiao Shuyuan looked miserable. "Is it easy for me to earn this little bit of money from you? The intelligence is all in this jade slip. Go ahead and verify it." Li Fan took the jade slip to check and immediately discovered some information that puzzled him. 2 people. According to the intelligence Xiao Shuyuan collected, Sikong Yi usually lived in seclusion and rarely showed his face. He also had a close friend named Bai Li Chen, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of qi refining. The relationship between Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen seemed extremely close. Every time they went out they were almost always inseparable, following each other like shadows. These two stayed on Wanxian Island year-round, and aside from taking missions to accumulate contribution points, they rarely left. Furthermore, during Xiao Shuan's investigation the two had mysteriously vanished once. After leaving Wanxian Island they had completely lost all trace, and no one knew where they went. Li Fan was filled with doubt. Who exactly is this Bai Li Chen? Why do I have no memory of him at all? Could it be that this person later died within the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? He left in a hurry, his doubts deepening. He hadn't expected another variable to emerge. His current preparations didn't seem thorough enough. But fortunately, time was still sufficient. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuyuan stood where he was, watching Li Fan's departing back, frowning as he muttered, "A mysterious guest of unknown origin and a secretive duo of missing persons. The motives are truly impossible to fathom. I'll just have to see what kind of ghost you're all playing at." A year later, Anchor Year 11 in the Central Sea area of the Congyun Sea. The ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace were about to manifest, and more cultivators were gathering at the center of the sea. Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen were naturally among them. The man on the left was indeed Sikong Yi, and on the right was Bai Li Chen. Li Fan was also among the crowd at this time, his expression slightly excited. Suddenly a massive spiritual energy vortex appeared above. The vortex expanded continuously, and then a colossal spatial gate opened within it. After a flash of intense light, Li Fan instinctively squeezed his eyes shut. Bursts of conversation drifted out from within. "The war at the front is critical. All the major sects have suffered heavy casualties. As the leader of the immortal sects in the Congyun Sea, our Cloudwater Heavenly Palace cannot afford any failure. Countless fellow disciples have already shed their blood on the battlefield. Before departing, the sect master issued a decree ordering us to recruit disciples extensively from the outside. We must not fail his expectations. Fortunately, this trip has yielded a bountiful harvest. By now, the group of cultivators from Wanxian Island had been teleported inside. Everyone was terrified. What's going on? Where on earth is this? I remember we were just in the Sea of Clouds vortex. And what's with these clothes we're wearing?" At that moment a man in white appeared before the crowd. Someone bolstered their courage and asked curiously, "Hey, you in the white, did you bring us here? Who are you? What are your intentions?" The white-clad man spoke. My, you've finally woken up. Now all of you stay quiet. I have a few important things to instruct you on," a cultivator shouted defiantly. "Stop the nonsense, speak up. Where exactly is this?" As soon as the words fell, a sharp glint flashed in the white-clad man's eyes, and he said, "It seems the newcomers this time are not very obedient." As he finished speaking, the head of that cultivator was instantly sliced into several pieces. The remaining cultivators were scared out of their wits by the sight. The white-clad man spoke again. Finally some peace and quiet. I'll continue then. My name is Qin Tang, and I am the chief disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's Dharma Transmission Pavilion. You are to address me as Senior Brother Qin. You are all outer disciples I've recruited from the outside this time. In the coming months, as long as you pass my assessment, you can officially join our Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. The following points you must remember well. First, you must maintain absolute respect for me, your Senior Brother Qin. You must obey my instructions unconditionally. Second, at this point the cultivators below began to whisper via voice transmission, "Does any fellow Taoist know what the situation is? We've encountered an anomaly. I fear this Cloudwater Heavenly Palace has already fallen into a ruined sect shrouded by a weirdness. Is this Qin Tang dead or alive? Everyone don't panic. The weirdness has its own operating rules. As long as we follow this Qin Tang's words, there shouldn't be danger for now. Li Fan looked toward the other side, thinking, those two actually look quite composed, as if they had long expected to encounter an anomaly, or perhaps they have a trump card for self-preservation even when facing a weirdness. Just then Qin Tang clapped his hands, his instructions finished. He spoke, it's getting late, I'll take you to rest first. The assessment officially begins tomorrow morning. All of you follow me. At this, several timid cultivators, driven by extreme fear, actually tried to flee by force. This place is too sinister, we can't stay. Staying means certain death. Better to look for treasures elsewhere in the ruins. Watching this, a cold smile played on the corner of Qin Tang's mouth. In an instant, those few people were transformed into piles of minced meat on the ground. The remaining cultivators transmitted privately. What a bunch of fools to think they could run after knowing they've encountered a weirdness. It's practically seeking death. Strange. Among those people there were clearly Foundation establishment cultivators, yet after their deaths there wasn't the slightest celestial phenomenon. Under the shroud of a weirdness there are independent rules. Most of our past common sense has become invalid. We must be doubly careful. Subsequently, the crowd followed Qin Tang into the depths. Qin Tang spoke, all right, everyone will rest here tonight. Gather at the square promptly tomorrow morning. Now go and choose your own rooms. Qin Tang looked at the crowd and added with a smile, remember to sleep early. After Qin Tang left, I chose a room not far from Sikong Yi and his companion. I lay on the bed and operated the Xuanwang heart-refining incantation to clear my mind of distractions. Seeing me fall asleep instantly, the other cultivators in the room also forced themselves to enter dreamland. But not everyone was perceptive enough to sense the impending danger. Many were still whispering to their companions, looking excited and unable to sleep. Time ticked away, minute by minute. Suddenly, all the lights in the room were extinguished, and the surroundings fell into a deathly silent darkness. Qin Tang's voice echoed eerily. It seems this batch of newcomers really isn't very obedient. I clearly said to sleep early. It would be bad if you delayed tomorrow morning's assessment. Since you can't sleep, let me help you. Before the words had even finished, several streaks of sword chi shot out and several cultivators were instantly decapitated. The hair-raising sound of cutting echoed incessantly. Who knows how many cultivators died before they could even scream. It was only then that everyone present finally understood. Qin Tang's words, remember to sleep early, were by no means a casual remark. Many cultivators tried to resist, but they couldn't even raise a ripple, dying silently. Qin Tang sighed. This job is truly exhausting. If it weren't for the fact that the sect master and the other senior brothers and sisters have all vanished, it wouldn't be my turn to act. Boring, truly too boring. Better to go drink. For those who suffer from chronic insomnia, this rule of forced sleep would likely strike a chord. If there is no burden in the heart, one naturally sleeps as soon as their head hits the pillow. Otherwise it is extremely difficult to fall asleep, and one wakes up very easily. Furthermore, since cultivators are accustomed to using meditative seclusion to replace sleep, sleeping itself becomes a difficult task. Therefore, even knowing sleep or die, many cultivators were still unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, Qin Tang returned again, bringing another wave of slaughter. The next morning when I woke up and walked out of the room, I saw remains scattered everywhere. Xiao Shuyuan had failed to make it through this ordeal. His head and body were separated, lying there silently. I dared not delay and headed straight for yesterday's square. With the painful lesson of last night, the surviving cultivators no longer dared to wander aimlessly. The crowd gathered obediently in the square. The group was now sparse. Surprisingly, fewer than 2/3 of the cultivators had survived. Even before the trials had officially begun, such heavy casualties had already been inflicted. The survivors felt extremely pessimistic about what was to come, their faces etched with worry. Only Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen remained composed. Qin Tang praised while drinking. Fine wine, truly fine wine. It seems everyone is here. Let us officially begin the first trial. My master once said that 3 things are most important in seeking the immortal path: talent, disposition, and luck. Master believed that among these 3, talent is paramount, but I believe that disposition is the most vital. Therefore, the 3 trials I have arranged are all related to one's disposition. As Qin Tang spoke, he led us to a small 3-story building. The floor we were on was filled with bookshelves, displaying a dazzling array of various cultivation techniques. A single thought surfaced in the minds of all the cultivators present. I've struck it rich. Even just taking a few books out would be worth over a decade of ordinary bitter cultivation. Though the techniques on the shelves were mouth-watering, no one dared to act recklessly, deterred by Qin Tang's previous display of power. Qin Tang then spoke, the path of disposition lies in focus, courage, and constancy. This first gate tests your level of focus. There are a total of 36,541 volumes of techniques here. In the coming period you must transcribe these techniques. The time limit is 3 months. After 3 months, I will evaluate you based on the quantity and quality of your transcriptions. Several cultivators thought to themselves, they're actually letting us transcribe so many techniques at will. If I can just remember a few, even if there are no other gains from this trip, this adventure will have been worth it. Qin Tang spoke again. Now begin, I hope you do not disappoint me. As soon as he finished, he waved his hand and several sets of desks and chairs appeared out of thin air. Qin Tang stretched. I'm going to catch up on some sleep first. Last night really wore me out." With that, he leaned against the wall and fell fast asleep. His snoring began to rise, growing louder and louder. Witnessing this, the cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators scattered and began searching for techniques. "Quick, find the manuals, we must find the strongest one," someone exclaimed. "The Golden Ape Blazing Fire Art, a fire attribute technique that can be practiced all the way to the nascent soul stage. This one, and this one too, they're all nascent soul techniques. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm really rich this time." Li Fan sat there, merely transcribing the techniques mechanically, thinking to himself. "I paid no mind to those crazed cultivators. I simply picked up a scroll and began to copy it, making no attempt to study the contents. I simply wrote word for word because I knew these techniques were all illusory." Previous generations of cultivators had explored this place and reached a definitive conclusion. Within the trial, no matter how one records the techniques, all records will vanish into nothingness once one leaves the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Among the cultivators here, although some might have guessed the truth, how many could resist the temptation and refrain from studying them closely in the face of nascent soul-level arts? As they transcribed, they often gained insights as they wrote, stopping frequently to look back and study. One or two even directly indulged in the mysteries of the techniques. Unable to bring themselves to write for a long time passed day by day. Mechanical transcription was, after all, a tedious and exhausting task, and under Qin Tang's pressure, no one dared use spiritual power to take shortcuts. Soon some could not hold out and were forced to stop and rest. Some would close their eyes to rest for a moment and then immediately continue, while others would only resume once they had fully recovered. As for me, I did not stop for even a moment. There were 2 or 3 others as tireless as I was. They seemed to possess excellent endurance, likely due to the techniques they practiced. I, however, was purely gritting my teeth and holding on. I was well aware of Qin Tang's evaluation criteria for this stage. Besides the quantity of transcriptions and the number of errors, there was an extremely important judging factor: the duration of continuous effort from the moment the pen was picked up until it was set down. As Qin Tang said before, this stage tested focus. Once transcription began, stopping for any reason would be viewed as an interruption of focus. I didn't think about anything else, forcibly suppressing the exhaustion throughout my body. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Tang woke from his dream and stretched comfortably. "Ah, what a good sleep. Time is up, let me see how you've performed." Looking at the group of people who had long since stopped writing, he clicked his tongue repeatedly. Tisk tisk tisk, each generation is truly worse than the last. However, when he looked toward Li Fan, he paused slightly. Wait, a hint of satisfaction appeared in his eyes as he murmured, "Interesting." He clapped his hands and smiled. "The first trial is over. Rest tomorrow. The second trial begins the day after." With the clap of Qin Tang's hands, I felt a momentary blur before my eyes. In an instant, I was back inside the building where we had slept previously. Qin Tang's figure did not follow. The cultivators finally relaxed, exchanging words with excited expressions. This was truly a massive opportunity. I memorized as I copied and managed to remember 15 techniques, mostly at the golden core level, and even a few nascent soul ones. Someone threw cold water on them. What's the use of remembering so many? Better to worry about making it out alive first. You can't put it that way. To be fortunate enough to glimpse the mysteries of a nascent soul technique, I would have no regrets even if I died tomorrow. Some cultivators also began to covet the belongings of those who had died earlier. Unfortunately, after a search, their faces were filled with disappointment. Someone said, "Forget it, I already looked. After being killed by that Qin Tang, their storage rings and magical treasures all vanished completely. Not a thing was left behind." Li Fan looked toward where Xiao Shuan's body lay. Just as he was preparing to go back to rest, he was surprised to find that after 3 months Xiao Shuan's corpse had not decayed into bone. Instead, it had turned into a piece of withered wood. A man walked up to Li Fan and explained, "That was just a puppet, not his true body. It's a common trick of Xiao Shuan's. Don't be surprised, fellow Taoist." Hearing this, Li Fan realized what had happened. He cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Many thanks for the guidance, fellow Taoist. I am Li Fan. Are you also a member of the Wanqian Alliance? From your tone, you seem quite familiar with this Xiao Shuyuan," the man replied. "I am Chenin. I've been with the Wanqian Alliance for over 30 years. I wouldn't say I'm familiar with Xiao Shuyuan, but after staying on the island for a long time, there are things you naturally come to know. Xiao Shuyuan opened a general store on the island that sells everything. Rumor has it he has connections with the upper echelons of the Wanqian Alliance and can occasionally procure good goods. He also frequently deals in intelligence. But that kid never puts himself in danger. He always uses puppets to lead the way." Li Fan pondered for a moment. "Greedy for wealth and afraid of death? I see." Chenin laughed loudly beside him. "Haha, your summary is incisive, fellow Taoist. Greedy and cowardly. Those 4 words couldn't be more fitting to describe Xiao Shuyuan. However, I truly admire your non-stop transcription over these past 3 months. I just wonder, what was the deeper meaning behind your actions? In terms of transcription speed, you surely couldn't compete with those who took regular breaks once fatigue set in toward the end. I wonder if you could enlighten me." Hearing this, Li Fan didn't hide anything. "I wouldn't call it deeper meaning, just a bit of intuition." Since Qin Tang said the first trial tests focus, I figured that being without distracting thoughts and undisturbed by external things is what defines supreme focus, physical fatigue. Does that not also count as an external disturbance? If one stops because of it, is one still focused? It's just a humble opinion, take it for what it's worth. After hearing this, Chen fell into deep thought. I said no more and went straight to my room to rest. On the morning of the third day, Qin Tang appeared again, reeking of alcohol and muttering, "Fine wine, truly fine wine," he then said to the group. "The second trial begins today. This time we test your courage. The immortal path is vast and distant, filled with countless hardships and obstacles. Do you have the courage to face them? I shall wait for you on the other shore. Use your courage to cross this great sea." As soon as he finished speaking, a beach appeared before the crowd. Qin Tang's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only his voice echoing from afar. Everyone looked at each other. One person emboldened themselves and walked toward the sea. As they stepped out, the seawater instantly condensed into ice. Seeing someone take the lead, the others also rushed toward the sea in a hurry. Bai Li Chen followed closely into the water, while only Sikong Yi stood on the shore for a long time, hesitating to move. I gathered my resolve and slowly stepped onto the water's surface. Beneath my feet, water condensed into ice, and the figures of others gradually vanished from my sight. In the blink of an eye, I was alone on the vast ocean. I walked forward step by step as the sun and moon cycled above me, rising and setting repeatedly. I knew not how much time had passed, but the scenery within my sight remained completely unchanged. This ocean seemed to have no end. Even though I knew the answer beforehand, a sense of powerlessness and hesitation inevitably grew in my heart. At this moment, I could feel the thickness of the ice beneath my feet beginning to decrease. I immediately dispersed the doubt and fear in my heart and stepped forward firmly. The ice beneath my feet instantly thickened again. This gate tested courage. Not just the courage to face external forces, but the courage to face one's own heart. Walking for so long upon the sea without seeing the shore, would you begin to doubt? Doubt if you had taken the wrong direction? Would you feel anxiety? Anxious about whether this sea truly had an end? Would shrinking fear take root in your heart, causing you to lose the courage to move forward, or perhaps leading you to give up in despair? Step by step I walked, also questioning my own heart, casting aside all distracting thoughts and simply thinking as I walked. Crossing the sea on ice was just like the path of immortality. The road ahead is shrouded in mist and the end is nowhere in sight. Time flowed as if this walk would go on forever, never stopping. Even knowing the trial would eventually end, my heart wavered countless times because this journey across the sea was simply too long. My hair turned gray, and my back became hunched, yet I never once stopped my forward progress. Whenever my heart wavered, I would once again firm my resolve and take the next step. Not until my body became too aged to support itself did I finally collapse weakly to the ground. My vision blurred, but before my consciousness faded, I finally saw it. On the shore not far ahead, Qin Tang stood there alone. He raised his wine gourd toward me, a trace of a smile on his face. In an instant, everyone had been teleported back to the hall, the place where they had first seen Qin Tang. Qin Tang spoke. "It is easier to enter the 9 serene river than to cross the ocean within one's heart. The second trial of courage is over. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, we will conduct the final trial." On the morning of the third day, Qin Tang appeared in everyone's sight as usual, but this time he was not drinking. He was no longer drunk and his spirit seemed much improved. Qin Tang spoke loudly. "Today is the final trial. On the path of cultivation there will always be countless hardships or temptations. Can you always maintain that heart of constancy? And never change your original intent? Let us wait and see." Amidst Qin Tang's words, the vision of the crowd went dark as they lost consciousness. In a small village amidst the mountains and forests, I lay on the roof watching the sunset, always feeling that I had forgotten something in my heart. Having grown up in the village since childhood, working at sunrise and resting at sunset, this life had continued for 15 years. Though the days were plain, they were happy. If I could live like this forever, it seemed there would be nothing wrong with it. Below, Li Fan's mother shouted loudly, "Fanner, Fanner, come down and eat." Li Fan remained in deep thought above, a constant throb in his heart telling him that I must never spend this life so mediocrely. I didn't move an inch at my mother's call, looking up at the starry sky, until night fell and the stars filled the sky. I felt so insignificant beneath that celestial expanse. I watched for an entire night, and as dawn was about to break, a sudden realization struck me. Li Fan rushed into the house and shouted, "Mother, cancel my engagement to the girl next door. I won't be getting married. I'm going to seek immortality." With that, regardless of my mother's protests, I packed a simple bag and embarked on the journey to find immortals. 6 months later, while exploring deep in the mountains, I unfortunately lost my life to a tiger in front of a ruined Taoist temple. Amidst the flickering firelight and the cries of others, my heart was filled with confusion. A disciple asked through sobs, "Eldest brother, master is dead. What should we do now that we've left the Chuyan temple?" Other disciples were debating. "What else can we do? Everyone should just divide up the temple's things and go down the mountain. We thought there were real immortals on the mountain. That's why we went through so much hardship to come up and join. Who knew that old Taoist was a fraud? Yeah, how could a real immortal die so easily?" Li Fan thought to himself, was Master a fraud? The crowd looted the temple until it was bare, leaving me alone on the mountain. I felt that things might not be as everyone thought. Perhaps immortals truly existed. For the rest of my life I stayed in the temple alone, watching the clouds roll and unroll. The The sun and moon cycle. I spent my days meditating on the Chuyan heaven treading chapter left by my master but never made the slightest progress, eventually passing away while clutching onto my regrets. On the other side, Li Fan was currently undergoing a tribulation. Below, the disciples were observing the tribulation clouds, wondering why they had gathered for so long without descending. The power of this heavenly tribulation is quite a bit stronger than when the sect master ascended back then, isn't it? Of course, in terms of pure combat power, Uncle Master Li can be called the #1 person in our Lishan sword sect in 1,000 years above. Li Fan smiled and said, "A mere heavenly tribulation, what is there to fear?" He then confidently swung his sword, unleashing a flash of sword light. The sword chi tore through the void and shot straight toward the tribulation above. With just that one strike, the heavenly tribulation was completely dissipated. The clouds vanished, leaving the crowd below in awe. Uncle Master Li had split the tribulation clouds once again. The immortal gate appeared and Li Fan flew into it toward the immortal realm without hesitation. However, I discovered that all the Lishan seniors who had ascended earlier had actually been murdered by unidentified enemies. I cultivated while searching for the culprit behind the scenes, but 100 years passed without success. During an exploration of an ancient hidden realm, I was betrayed by a fellow companion and fell amidst shock and resentment. 1,200 years ago in the northern immortal domain, after I unified the Azure Heaven immortal domain, I began a bloody conquest. Over these years I took the heads of 5 immortal kings, earning the peerless and fearsome title of Fan the Heavenly Emperor. Now only the northern realm remains barely clinging to life in the entire immortal domain. At this point Li Fan asked, "Qin Tang, you seem to have something to ask me. As my confidant, just speak your mind." Qin Tang smiled and said, "The Emperor's power is now overwhelming, and the immortals of the immortal realm tremble at his name. Why does the Emperor show no intention of stopping? What exactly is it that the Emperor so bitterly pursues? After unifying the immortal realm, what are the Emperor's plans?" Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, what I pursue is nothing more than the word longevity." Hearing this, Qin Tang showed a look of doubt. With the Emperor's current cultivation, does it not count as longevity? Barring accidents, it shouldn't be difficult for the Emperor to live for another few million years, right? Li Fan smiled again. Can a lifespan of 1,000,000 years be called longevity? What I want is to be atop the immortal tower, sharing the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Qin Tang was extremely shocked upon hearing this, then a satisfied smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he directly revealed the truth. There is no need for further testing. The trial is officially over. Qin Tang was quite pleased. A variable had appeared in this test. Even though I constructed layer upon layer of illusion worlds, I fear I could not extinguish this person's determination to move forward. If Master were here to see such a prodigy, he would likely be very happy. But unfortunately, thinking of this, he looked at the crowd below and spoke. "All 3 tests have concluded. Among you, some performed beyond my expectations while others were truly pathetic. My uncle Master, the sect master, once told me that our Cloudwater Heavenly Palace values quality over quantity when recruiting disciples. That being the case, half of you may stay." The crowd below was terrified and began to stir. "What do you mean by that?" Everyone felt a secret panic. They had been so focused on recording the techniques earlier that they barely finished transcribing a few books. Some had fallen after only a few steps in the second test. They were certainly dead now. Others had done nothing but indulge in pleasure while in the illusion. "I suspect I'm among the half Qin Tang intends to kill. Since death is certain either way, let's fight him." With that, a group of terrified cultivators charged at Qin Tang. Watching this scene, Qin Tang remained calm and composed. As the group reached him, he raised his hand, his gaze turning sharp. "Qin Tang, chief disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's Dharma Transmission Pavilion, requests your guidance." Instantly, countless phantoms charged from the direction of the ancestral hall toward the cultivators. The disparity in strength was vast. The phantoms swept through everything in their path. Qin Tang spoke, "But my uncle Master is strict. My master once told me that in all things, one must not go to extremes. If you can survive against your own mirrors, I will no longer trouble you." Half of the cultivators fell into a bitter struggle, while the other half, myself included, retreated to safety. The Blue Mirror's moves were extremely ruthless, and they were tireless and indestructible. Many cultivators died miserably at the hands of their own mirrors. Cultivators continued to fall as the survivors struggled bitterly. Seeing that they too would not last much longer, in despair they began to curse Qin Tang. One man roared, "Wake up! What disciples are you recruiting? The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was destroyed countless years ago. What master or uncle master, when the great catastrophe descended, didn't everyone turn to slaughtering their own fellow disciples?" Hearing this, Qin Tang's heart was filled with doubt. Slaughtering fellow disciples, he clutched his head and sneered. "My Cloudwater Heavenly Palace is united from top to bottom. We honor our teachers and love our juniors. We would not hesitate even to sacrifice our lives for our fellow brothers. How could there be internal slaughter?" Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. He murmured to himself, "The great catastrophe, the great catastrophe, The Great Catastrophe. Qin Tang's gaze became exceptionally terrifying. As the catastrophe descended, a massive amount of resentment and killing intent surged around him. The blue mirrors began to be shrouded in black chi, continuously charging and slaughtering the cultivators. As the black shadows swept past, all the remaining cultivators were instantly turned into dead souls. Black chi lightning streaked across the sky as Qin Tang continued his ceaseless murmuring, "The Great Catastrophe, the Great Catastrophe." The few remaining survivors began to shout in terror, "What is going on? Those people are all dead. Why haven't these mirrors vanished? Oh no, they're coming for us. These mirrors simply cannot be killed. What do we do?" At this time, Qin Tang was still clutching his head and repeating, "The Great Catastrophe, the Great Catastrophe." Just then a hand patted Qin Tang on the shoulder. He looked back in confusion to see Li Fan smiling as he handed Qin Tang a gourd of wine. "Senior brother Qin, just drink the wine, pay it no mind, there is no great catastrophe at all." Qin Tang took the wine gourd and asked in confusion, "No great catastrophe?" Li Fan replied, "Correct, there was never any great catastrophe to begin with." Qin Tang murmured, "No great catastrophe, no great catastrophe, no great catastrophe." His eyes regained their luster and his gaze cleared. He tilted his head back and took a long swig of wine, laughing as if nothing had happened. "Haha, you're right, there was no great catastrophe at all." As he spoke, the mirrors gradually dissipated and the survivors were left reeling from their brush with death. Li Fan pondered silently. He had relied on the solution for Qin Tang's loss of control from his previous life, otherwise things would have certainly turned out poorly this time. Suddenly, Li Fan was startled. "What is going on?" Two faint traces of killing intent had abruptly locked onto him. Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen, yes, it was the killing intent of those two. Facing their killing intent, I pretended not to notice, while secretly using incorporeal killing intent to reverse lock onto them. Qin Tang spoke loudly from below. "The trials are over, you may leave." He then looked at Li Fan. "You leave too." Li Fan, however, spoke with a smile. "Senior brother, you still owe me a gourd of fine wine." Qin Tang froze, his eyes widening before he burst into laughter. "Haha, you're right, I do indeed owe you a gourd of fine wine." He extended two fingers and tapped them on Li Fan's forehead, saying, "Cloud Water Illusion Dream Art, this is the summary of my life's ultimate skills and my own original Heartblood technique. I hope you do not let it gather dust." Li Fan's figure began to dissipate, but he did not forget to bow. "I will certainly not fail your trust, senior brother." In an instant, Li Fan was teleported outside, leaving Qin Tang standing alone. He looked forward and murmured, "Uncle Master." "Master, senior sister." With that, he tilted his head back and took another long swig of wine. After an unknown amount of time, I gradually regained consciousness. Ahead was a magnificent gate with the 4 characters Cloud Water Heavenly Palace written on it, and below the gate stood a stone statue. The statue was tattered and covered in scars, its heart area pierced through to reveal a large hole, but the features of Qin Tang could still be discerned from its blurred face. Li Fan stood before Qin Tang's statue for a long time before taking out a gourd of wine. He walked to the statue and set down the wine gourd. Having finished this, he turned and departed. Thick mist shrouded everything within the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, making it difficult to discern directions. Most of the cultivators who woke up by the statue left the palace, and the few who entered further to explore vanished into the mist. I operated the shadow-following art, moving rapidly in the direction locked by the incorporeal killing intent to find the traces of Sikong Yi and the others. Soon I found them. I concealed my aura not far from them. I followed behind. Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen seemed very familiar with the layout of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. They bypassed one mist-shrouded building after another with a clear goal, heading deeper inside. Suddenly, the two split up and ran in opposite directions. Li Fan pondered secretly. "A lure-away tactic. It seems I've been discovered." I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to pursue the direction Sikong Yi had gone. Before long, Sikong Yi arrived in front of a magnificent nearby building that emanated a dense aura of death. He looked back with a sinister, cold smile, and then charged straight inside. Li Fan followed closely behind, sneering in his heart. "Interesting. Is he trying to use a dead zone within the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace to kill me? If that's your plan, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." He then flew inside without hesitation. As Li Fan stepped in, he saw countless white bones before him. The Demon Refining Tower, one of the most dangerous places in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. In the 10 years the palace had been open, no cultivator had ever returned alive from the Demon Refining Tower. In the previous life, it wasn't until Anchor Year 21 that an alchemy master risked his life to enter and finally deciphered the bizarre rules within. Eerie winds blew through the tower, which was filled with the smell of decay and stench. I made my way to the top and actually found someone there clutching his head and murmuring, "My brothers and sisters are all fighting at the front, and I'm the only one who can't help at all. I must refine pills, only then can I enhance their strength. For every extra pill I refine, my brother's chances of survival increase by a sliver. But all the demons in the refining tower are dead. There are no materials for alchemy. What should I do?" At this time, several captured people were already hanging on the wall. Sikong Yi was waiting silently among them, along with 2 others. Suddenly, Li Fan was also instantly bound by a rope that appeared out of nowhere. One of the others shouted in terror, "How can this be? I clearly chose to leave. Why was I locked up here in the blink of an eye? Help, I clearly left the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. How was I captured again?" The green-haired youth below spoke, I wonder what the medicinal properties of this batch of pills are like. I just happened to catch a few little bugs to use for testing. He then looked at the captives and said to himself, which bug should I choose? The group began to show terror, not knowing who would be the unlucky one. The youth pointed a finger at someone ahead and said, let's go with this one. The one the youth was pointing at was none other than Sikong Yi. His face had already turned deathly pale. Li Fan thought, I want to see exactly how this Sikong Yi dares to lure me into this dead zone. The youth's palm suctioned, and Sikong Yi was instantly pulled toward him. Suddenly, Sikong Yi's body actually shrank in a bizarre manner, gradually becoming the size of a worm. He curled up in the gaps between the youth's fingers, his body shaking violently from fear as he gasped for breath. The youth took out a pill even larger than Sikong Yi and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Because the pill was so large, the corners of Sikong Yi's mouth were torn open, and his body twitched incessantly. A moment later, the pill had been completely stuffed into Sikong Yi's stomach. Li Fan was secretly shocked. Why did Sikong Yi offer no resistance at all? The two other youths imprisoned nearby were also scared witless by the sight. At that moment, Sikong Yi's body actually began to dissolve. The youth casually tossed Sikong Yi down and sighed. Sigh, it seems the pill test has failed again. The medicinal properties must have been too strong. Li Fan's brow furrowed. Sikong Yi had actually died just like that. Where had things gone wrong? Had the trajectory of events changed in this life because of my tracking? No, Sikong Yi clearly lured me into this demon refining tower on purpose. How could he lose his life so easily? He knew this was a dead zone. Did he really intend to trade his life for mine? Wait, the incorporeal killing intent had locked on outside the tower again. Sikong Yi had died inside the tower, yet he respawned outside. Was it an external incarnation or some kind of puppet? Neither felt right. It seemed the secrets surrounding Sikong Yi were far deeper than I had expected. But as long as I was watching him, the secrets would eventually be revealed. With the incorporeal killing intent lock, I wouldn't have to worry about them running away, but for now I had to find a way to escape this demon refining tower. The youth spoke again. Shall we try these two pills again? The remaining people trembled with fear. The youth then murmured to himself, never mind. Since they were refined in the same batch, the properties should be about the same. With that, the youth swallowed the two pills himself. The cultivators above thought in terror, if I had known, I'd have rather died at Qin Tang's hands. At least that would have been quick. Li Fan meanwhile pondered silently. This weirdness swallowed the pills yet remains completely unaffected. At that moment the youth took out another pill and said, next let's try this one. He looked up at the few unlucky people and continued, which bug should I choose to test this pill on? The chosen person, just like Sikong Yi before, flew eerily into his hand, transforming into a human-faced bug. The weirdness gripped the bug with one hand and held a black pill in the other, stuffing it directly into its mouth. Once the pill entered the belly, it seemed to be consumed. The bug's abdomen began to contract, and countless tiny black dots continuously crawled out from within its stomach. After these black dots emerged from the body, they did not fly off randomly but instead settled on the human-faced bug to gnaw greedily. Soon, the human-faced bug was devoured completely. The weirdness let out a sigh and sucked the dense cluster of black dots into its own belly. The youth sighed. Sigh failed again. Soon the third round began, and once again I was not chosen. The weirdness dug out two pink pills and fed them to that human-faced bug. Amidst the sound of explosions, the bug transformed into a cloud of pink mist. Within the mist, agonized faces continuously surfaced, yet ultimately, amidst the weirdness's murmurs, it sucked all the misty clouds into its body, finally ending that eternal agony. Now I was the only one left in the demon refining tower, and the weirdness was planning to use me to test a pill at that moment. Li Fan spoke up instinctively. Junior brother Chong, I heard you've run out of alchemy materials. The youth answered subconsciously. Yes, alchemy materials are indeed insufficient. I haven't refined a pill in a long time. Suddenly, the youth's eyes went wide and he shouted in terror. So it's senior brother? I thought it was a bug. Senior brother, I am truly sorry. I'll let you down right now. The youth immediately untied the ropes from Li Fan's body, and a trace of a smile appeared at the corners of Li Fan's mouth. The youth clutched his head and said, trembling, I've messed everything up again. It's always like this. I can't refine pills well, and my cultivation progress has been slow, dragging everyone down. Li Fan smiled and comforted him. Don't say that, junior brother Chong. The pills you refine are very effective. Everyone loves drinking them. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes lit up and he said with joy, Really, senior brother? Does everyone really love eating the pills I refine? Li Fan then countered with a question. Do you mean you don't even believe senior brother's words? The youth waved his hands in panic. Of course I believe senior brother's words, but I have no more alchemy materials. I can't refine the pills everyone loves to eat anymore. Hearing this, Li Fan smiled and said, It doesn't matter, refine me into a pill, then everyone will have pills to eat. The youth froze on the spot. Senior brother, you, Li Fan continued. Though I entered the sect early, I lack talent, and my cultivation has always been low. Our senior brothers and sisters are all busy killing enemies at the front, yet I can't help with anything. Whenever I think of this, my heart feels immense pain, and I hate my own incompetence. So refine me into a pill. That way I can at least help a little. Hearing these moving words, the youth's tears fell uncontrollably. So senior brother feels the same as I do, but senior brother is far greater than I. You would rather sacrifice yourself to help our seniors at the front while I only know how to hide in this tower. No, I absolutely cannot watch senior brother sacrifice himself. At that moment, the youth seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up and he said happily, Senior brother, I can give you pills. As long as you eat the pills I refine, your strength will surely not be too weak. Then you'll be able to go to the front to help. Refine pills, I want to refine pills. With that, he began to rummage through his own body. A moment later, he took out 2 pills, handed them to Li Fan and said with a smile, Senior brother, here are the pills. Li Fan reached out but he didn't take the pills. Instead, he brushed aside the youth's clothes and a horrific sight appeared. By now a large portion of the youth's flesh and blood was gone, revealing white bones and flowing blood. Li Fan's brow furrowed, thinking that he was actually using his own flesh and blood to refine pills. Is this what a weirdness is? Bound by obsession between life and death, between clarity and delusion. They can only follow set rules, repeating them endlessly in an eternal cycle. Qin Tang was like this, and so was this bug Taoist. At that moment the young bug Taoist pointed to the pills again and said, Senior brother, pills. Li Fan shook his head. My aptitude is too poor. I fear even if I eat these pills my cultivation won't improve much. So I absolutely cannot eat these. Save them for seniors with better aptitude and greater utility in the future. But there is one thing I would like to ask junior brother's help with. I wonder if you are willing. The young bug Taoist nodded happily. I am willing, senior brother, whatever request you have, just say it. Li Fan then said, I want to learn your bug catching method. A weirdness has its own rules. If one does not follow those rules, death is certain. But if one figures out the rules, not only can one remain unharmed within the weirdness, but one can also gain many benefits. In Qin Tang's trials, if one's scores in all 3 tests were decent, one could use a gourd of fine wine to ask for Qin Tang's guidance before leaving. Based on the specific performance in the trials, Qin Tang would either help improve one's cultivation or teach a technique. Here with the bug Taoist, if one chose to swallow the yellow pill, one could obtain the bug Taoist's alchemy art. However, this alchemy was no ordinary path, it was the path of bug pills. As more and more bug pills were refined, the refiner would gradually become like the bug Taoist. Therefore I did not choose the yellow pill as a reward but instead selected another item whose value was not at all inferior to the bug Taoist's head. The bug Taoist rubbed his head and said, Senior brother, that bug binding net is just something I use for play. Why do you want to learn this? Li Fan replied, Our seniors are killing enemies at the front. It's inevitable that some blind bugs will harass them. Though my strength is meager and I cannot personally take to the battlefield, if I learn junior brother's bug binding art, I can also set up arrays on the sidelines and help our seniors clear away these eyesore bugs. The bug Taoist had a sudden realization and clapped his hands, saying, I never imagined this bug binding net could be used in such a way. Senior brother, here I shall give this bug binding method to you. Instantly, 4 wings sprouted from the bug Taoist's back and blood gushed out like a spring. Without a second thought, the bug Taoist plucked a wing from his back. With a sickening tear, the blood gushed even more violently. Watching this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a bit heart-stricken. The bug Taoist held the wing out to Li Fan and said, Senior brother, for you. Instantly, Li Fan obtained the bug binding, innate divine ability. That transparent wing transformed into several streaks of light and sank into my body. Simultaneously before my eyes, the world seemed to be filled with countless crisscrossing fine lines. As long as the opponent's realm was lower than mine, once the bug binding ability was activated, I could suppress them instantly. After obtaining the divine ability, Li Fan turned to leave, saying, Junior brother Chong, I have already learned the bug binding method. I'm going to the front now to look for our seniors, take care. The bug Taoist said, Senior brother must be careful and must return safely. Li Fan departed, leaving the bug Taoist standing there alone, his expression desolate as he murmured, Our senior brothers and sisters are all busy killing enemies at the front, yet I can't help with anything. I must refine more pills, that way I can work hard to enhance their strength. Walking out of the demon refining tower, I sensed that Sikong Yi and his companions' positions were very close to the central area of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, the Tai Hall. They seemed to have slowed down for some reason, moving toward the central area at a snail's pace. In an instant I seemed to understand their destination. In front of the Tai Hall, Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen were passing through a thicket of swords below. Every step they took was extremely difficult. Both were panting heavily, their steps staggering. As it turned out, looking from above, countless invisible sharp swords were piercing through their bodies, making it difficult for them to move an inch. The Sikong Yi ahead thought, once I cross this sword mound I'll reach the Tai Hall. With every step forward, a phantom corresponding to the residual sword beneath my feet pierces my body. Though it doesn't cause physical damage, the pain is deep in the marrow. Every step requires a long pause before I can continue. The thing I have been bitterly pursuing is right before my eyes, within reach. No matter how painful it is, I must persevere. Just then, Li Fan also arrived at the sword mound. Sensing someone's arrival, both Sikong Yi and Bai Li Chen were scared witless. They turned their heads, their faces pale, as they cried out, It's you? How is this possible? Li Fan stood there with his arms crossed, revealing a meaningful smile. Sikong Yi shouted in disbelief. Impossible! How could you possibly come out of that ghost of a place alive? Li Fan also began to step into the sword mound. With the first step, his body was pierced by a sword shadow. Li Fan gritted his teeth and thought, it's truly as the rumors of the previous life said. Though the sword shadow piercing the heart doesn't cause a wound, the pain is bone deep. If one cannot withstand this pain and falls from the sword hilt, they won't die but will be teleported back to the start. But if one tries to jump directly over the sword forest from above, they'll get to experience what 10,000 swords piercing the heart feels like. Subsequently, Li Fan performed the blue flame illusion spirit, and a pale blue aura circulated through his body, alleviating the sharp pain brought by the sword shadow. Li Fan thought to himself, with the blessing of the blue flame illusion spirit, my body temperature is extremely low. Though I still feel pain, I can maintain absolute calm. No external object can disturb me. Li Fan's pace grew faster and faster, and the frequency of the sword shadows piercing his body increased accordingly. But not only was there no painful struggle on his face, it actually carried a smile. Both Sikongyi and Bai Chen cried out in shock. What, is he even human? The two also accelerated their pace, letting the pain drill into their hearts. They absolutely could not let him catch up. Hurry! A sword shadow instantly passed through Sikongyi's body, making him scream out in pain. Arg, the two endured the intense pain to speed forward. Damn it, he's following too closely, we can't stop at all. By now, Li Fan was right behind them. After an unknown amount of time, Sikongyi and Bai Chen finally crossed the sword mound, and the sword shadows gradually dissipated. Bai Chen gripped a token tightly and shouted urgently. Bai Chen, 165th generation personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, requests an audience with Patriarch Taiyi. Li Fan was startled. A personal disciple, how is that possible? Suddenly the ground began to vibrate violently as a massive head burst from the earth, opening its maw to let out a powerful roar. Immediately afterward, a colossal blue snake also appeared. Both were struggling to break free from the ground's constraints. Then another blue snake head appeared. The entire hall was actually sitting on the back of a giant tortoise. A moment later, the Dharma image of the giant tortoise and the blue snake were fully revealed before the crowd. Li Fan remained standing at the edge of the sword mound thinking, is this the Patriarch Taiyi of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? After all these years, is he still alive, or has he turned into a weirdness like Qin Tang and the Bug Taoist? There was no information about this Patriarch Taiyi in my previous life. I'd better observe from a distance first. At that moment, Patriarch Taiyi spoke. You are Bai Chen, a personal disciple of my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Bai Chen knelt and answered respectfully. Reporting to Patriarch Taiyi, this disciple is the descendant of Mai Fuyun. Patriarch Taiyi's gaze shifted slightly. Fuyun? It lowered its head slightly and spoke again. It is indeed the aura of Mai Fuyun. I didn't expect that boy's descendant would still remain in the human world, so why have you awakened me? Bai Chen spoke respectfully once more. This disciple makes bold to implore the Patriarch to bestow the Cloudwater Atlas. Patriarch Taiyi asked back in confusion. Cloudwater Atlas, what is that? Let me think. Oh, so it's that thing. It's not actually anything extraordinary. Back then, Hane said this item could only be given to a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Since you are Fuyun's descendant, it is reasonable to give it to you. Bai Chen was ecstatic and kowtowed to thank the Patriarch. Just then, Li Fan stepped forward and shouted loudly, Wait! Patriarch Taiyi and Bai Chen's group all looked back with suspicion. Sikongyi looked at Li Fan in confusion, his face written with anxiety. As the sword shadows on Li Fan gradually dissipated, he cupped his hands and smiled. Disciple Li Fan, also a personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, also implores the Patriarch to bestow the Cloudwater Atlas. Sikongyi shouted in anger, Where did this fraud come from? The disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace have long since below. Bai Chen sneered. Patriarch Taiyi, please be discerning. This person absolutely cannot be a personal disciple. At this, Patriarch Taiyi's eyes glowed again as it leaned in to examine Li Fan closely. A unique aura emanated from around Li Fan. Patriarch Taiyi appeared very satisfied. Cloudwater Illusion Dream Art? I didn't expect that boy Qin would actually have a successor too. Good, very good. Li Fan smiled, cupped his hands and replied, Precisely. My cultivation method was personally taught by senior brother Qin Tang. Naturally, I count as a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Seeing Li Fan's smug appearance, Sikongyi and Bai Chen grew increasingly furious yet were left speechless. At this point, Patriarch Taiyi spoke once more. You are a personal disciple and this boy is also a personal disciple. Both of you want the Cloudwater Atlas. It is indeed a bit difficult in that case. According to the sex rules, the two of you shall compete. Whoever wins, I shall pass the Cloudwater Atlas to them. Afterward, Patriarch Taiyi shook his head vigorously and countless long swords appeared out of thin air, plunging into the ground to transform into a small dueling platform that trapped Bai Chen and Li Fan within. Patriarch Taiyi spoke again. Disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace should treat one another with brotherly love. Your duel must be for sparring purposes only. Let it be stopped at the point of contact. Begin. Li Fan cupped his hands and replied, Rest assured, Patriarch, I will certainly leave junior brother Bai with his life. Hearing this, Bai Chen broke into a cold sweat, his face filled with anxiety. He immediately performed his moves, and layers of sword shadows manifested behind him. Seeing this, Patriarch Taiyi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's the sea-calming sword technique. He has already refined 21 swords. Though not yet at great perfection, it has begun to take shape. On the other side, however, Li Fan directly unleashed the bug-binding art he had learned from the bug Taoist in an instant. Bai Li Chen was pinned down by a crushing pressure, unable to move an inch. He thought in terror, "I actually can't move." Patriarch Taiyi was even more stunned by the sight and blurted out, This is actually that little bug's bug-binding art. I never expected he would pass this technique to an outsider." Standing aside, Sikong was also greatly shocked, thinking, "This move is clearly identical to the technique used by that bizarre Taoist in the Demon Refining Tower. Not only did he escape that Taoist's hands, but he actually learned his divine ability. Is he truly a personal disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? Impossible. Who on earth is he?" Seeing the smug smile on Li Fan's face, Sikong grew increasingly restless. "This won't do. This person is far too mysterious. If I fall into his hands, there will be no good end." Suddenly he let out a great shout and actually forcibly swapped bodies with Bai Li Chen, then roared frantically in his mind, "Escape!" Witnessing this sudden turn of events, Patriarch Taiyi was also moved. This is..." Li Fan was even more startled in his heart. "He can actually swap bodies?" The Bai Li Chen knelt on the ground and said, "My skills are inferior. I admit defeat. I shall yield the Cloudwater Atlas to senior brother. I beg Patriarch Taiyi to send me out of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace." Patriarch Taiyi asked back, "You wish to leave this place?" He then nodded in relief. Leaving is good, leaving is good." Bai Li Chen's body then gradually began to dissipate. Before departing, he looked back once, a trace of resentment in his eyes. Meanwhile, Sikong original body twisted and shriveled before Li Fan, then eerily vanished into nothingness. Li Fan let out a cold snort in his heart. HMPH, playing that trick of feigning death to escape again. "Want to run?" With the incorporeal killing intent locked on, "Neither of you can escape my palm." He then spoke up and asked, "Patriarch Taiyi, I wonder what kind of cultivation method junior brother Bai Li Chen just used. It seemed quite profound." Patriarch Taiyi replied, It looks familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. I'm old now and my memory is poor. I can't remember. While I still have it in mind, I shall give the Cloudwater Atlas to you." With that, a streak of light flew toward Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the object before him, doubt in his heart. "This is the Cloudwater Atlas? Is this thing really worth 100,000 contribution points?" He then cupped his hands toward Patriarch Taiyi and said, "Patriarch Taiyi, please also send me away from here. I have urgent business to find junior brother Bai Li Chen." Patriarch Taiyi nodded in response. Leaving is good, leaving is good." Li Fan's body also gradually dissipated. The scene shifted, returning to the Congyun Sea. Li Fan followed the position locked by the incorporeal killing intent, pursuing Sikong at full speed. The incorporeal killing intent remained poised but unreleased, yet it continuously interfered with the opponent. He could sense that under the interference of the killing intent, the opponent's speed plummeted. Meanwhile, as he operated the shadow-following art, his speed not only did not slow down but grew faster and faster, catching up to the two in an instant. Seeing that Li Fan had actually caught up, Sikong roared in terror and anger, "Who on earth are you? We already gave the Cloudwater Atlas to you. Why do you still haunt us like a relentless ghost?" He thought to himself. "This person is truly bizarre. Right now our only choice is to split up and run for our lives. But how could Li Fan give them the chance?" He sneered. "Let's see where you run this time." Soul locking chain. A black chain shot out from Li Fan's palm, lunging straight for Sikong and his companion. In an instant the two were bound tightly together. This was a Dharma treasure Li Fan had specifically customized for 958 contribution points. With the two connected by the soul locking chain, they could not pull too far apart. Li Fan took out an array map and said coldly, "I'll add the Greenwood Sub-Fire Array. I exchanged 1,500 contribution points for this. Neither of you has reached Foundation establishment yet. Today you will surely die." Sikong roared in fury. "Who are you?" Li Fan responded flatly. "Who I am is not important. Since I have seized your opportunity, I cannot allow you to survive. Now what interests me more is exactly how many times you can return from the dead." With that, he immediately activated the Greenwood Sub-Fire Array. The array talisman in Li Fan's hand instantly ignited, and a massive array manifested beneath Sikong feet. Green flames instantly engulfed Sikong, accompanied by shrill, agonized screams. In just a moment he was completely incinerated to ashes before Bai Li Chen's eyes. Li Fan stood with his hands behind his back, calmly watching the scene. Suddenly a surge of blood aura swirled and coalesced on the spot, and Sikong body manifested once more. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with terror. Li Fan's brow furrowed and he thought, he really can revive? He then activated the Greenwood Sub-Fire Array again. "I don't believe you can keep coming back to life forever." Under the repeated incineration of the Greenwood Sub-Fire, Sikong died and revived time and time after. Eventually, Li Fan discovered the pattern. Every time he revived, his cultivation would drop by one realm: late-stage Qi refining, mid-stage Qi refining, early-stage Qi refining. Under Li Fan's continuous torment, Sikong cultivation had plummeted from late-stage Qi refining to early-stage Qi refining. Sikong completely broke down at this point, pleading, "Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. I beg you, stop torturing me. I can't revive anymore. If you activate the array again, both he and I will have our souls extinguished. The technique I practice is called the heaven-stealing sun-switching art. It allows for the refining of a special type of avatar that differs from ordinary ones. These avatars possess independent appearances, auras, souls, and even cultivation realms. If the bones of a deceased cultivator are added during refining, or if the essence blood of a living cultivator is mixed in, one can steal a portion of the target's original talent and providence. It was only by chance that I discovered the remains of a Cloudwater Heavenly Palace disciple that I refined this avatar, BALA Chen. Through this avatar I not only obtained a technique called the Sea Calming God Sword, but also learned some of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's secrets from back then. Afterward I discovered that 100,000 contribution point bounty task. The target was exactly the Cloudwater Atlas within the palace. So when the palace reappeared, I rushed over immediately. I intended to use the Cloudwater Atlas to exchange for 100,000 contribution points and rise to greatness from then on, but I never expected to encounter you. Who on earth are you? Why did you target me? A trace of mockery curled at the corner of Li Fan's mouth. Hey, he then spoke, you are in no position to ask me questions. He activated the Greenwood sub-fire array once more, and Sikong Yi was swallowed by flames again, letting out a shrill scream. In the sky, the magnificent voice rang out once more. The Qi-refining cultivator Sikong Yi, having practiced the Tao in the Congyun Sea for 35 years, has been slain by the Qi-refining cultivator Li Fan. The Qi-refining cultivator BALA Chen, having practiced the Tao in the Congyun Sea for 3 years, has been slain by the Qi-refining cultivator Li Fan. Today their paths are severed and their Tao is returned to heaven. At that moment an object drifted down before Li Fan. He caught it to examine it. It was the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching Order. Li Fan wondered. The Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching Order? The holder of this order is the sect master of the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching sect. As he gripped the token, a flood of information poured into his mind. The Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching Order was the ultimate treasure of the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching sect, a lineage that was an extremely mysterious inheritance from ancient times. The Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching sect had no fixed sect location, and there was only a single successor in each generation. This token was personally refined thousands of years ago by the 38th generation sect master, Sikong Yu. The token had infinite miraculous uses and contained a vast storage space within. Once refined, the token could ignore spatial distance, allowing for free travel between the main body and the avatar. Most crucially, through the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching art, Sikong Yu had transferred the entire life essence of both the main body and the avatar onto the token, as long as the token was not destroyed. Even if both the main body and the avatar were killed, one could reshape the physical body using the essence blood accumulated within the token over time, thereby achieving rebirth. For thousands of years, by relying on this bizarre token and technique, the successors of the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching sect could retreat safely regardless of the danger they encountered. However, the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching art was not without flaws. It had several fatal shortfalls. For instance, the main body and the avatar could not be too far apart. The greater the distance, the more severely the avatar's strength would be weakened. If the limit distance was exceeded, the strength would even plummet to the early stage of Qi refining. Furthermore, since the life essence was anchored to the token, those of the Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching sect would have a portion of their remnant souls bound within the token after death, unable to find release. These remnant souls often retain some important memory fragments from their lives. In times of crisis, the master of the token could release them to defend against powerful enemies. Li Fan probed the token with his divine sense and saw that the massive space within was completely empty, save for Sikong Yi and a remnant soul whose features were no longer discernible. Within that empty space, Li Fan's divine sense transformed into a giant hand, grasping the two remnant souls and reading their lingering memories. He also finally understood how the 1,000-year-old Heaven-Stealing Sun-Switching sect had fallen into such a state. The entire matter started with Sikong Yi's nominal martial uncle, Sikong Bo. On a distant continent, Sikong Bo was originally only a Foundation establishment early-stage cultivator. To gather materials for refining an avatar, he happened upon a 5- or 6-year-old child in a small mountain village. That child was actually an innate immortal body. Not only was he immensely strong, but his cultivation speed was also frighteningly fast. At that age he had already reached the great perfection of Qi refining and was preparing for Foundation establishment. After a period of secret observation, Sikong Bo discovered the child's luck was exceptionally good. Every time he went into the mountains alone to hunt, he would bring back various treasures of heaven and earth. If he could plunder this child's fortune, the refined avatar would surely be extraordinary. Thus, one night while the child was fast asleep, Sikong Bo attempted to seize his essence blood. He never expected that this child had already been targeted by a nascent soul powerhouse. That nascent soul powerhouse's lifespan was nearly exhausted, and knowing that a breakthrough was hopeless, he had been searching everywhere for a target to possess. By chance he encountered this exceptionally gifted child, and used an extreme method to transform himself into a celestial wonder, waiting only for the child to establish his foundation to perfectly merge with him. Sikong Bo's attempt to plunder the essence blood enraged the nascent soul powerhouse. The powerhouse revealed his true form, transforming into a green willow to kill Sikong Bo on the spot. Although it was a celestial wonder transformed from a nascent soul cultivator, its strength was greatly diminished, and while Sikongbo only had a foundation establishment cultivation, he possessed secret techniques passed down for 1,000 years. The two sides fought bitterly for a long time, both sustaining heavy injuries. Just then the child suddenly appeared. His expression was cold, a world away from the innocent 5 or 6-year-old child he was before. His entire cultivation had reached the peak of chi refining, ready to step into foundation establishment at any moment by merging with a celestial wonder. The green willow realized something was wrong and tried to flee, but it was too late. During the days it had been dormant, the child had already placed layers of restrictions upon it. At that moment the restrictions erupted, and the child instantly sucked the green willow into his body, refining it in a moment. Witnessing this scene, Sikongbo was scared witless and turned to flee. The child naturally would not let him go. Although he had only just entered foundation establishment, the child displayed the poise of a grandmaster in every gesture. Every move and strike targeted Sikongbo's vital points. Moreover, the opponent seemed to know Sikongbo's background like the back of his hand. The two pursued and fled. Sikongbo was critically injured and near death. With no other way out, he could only choose to release all the remnant souls of the sect's previous generations from the heaven-stealing sun-switching order. He used them to block the child for a moment. Those remnant souls did indeed cause some trouble for the child, and Sikongbo seized the chance to flee far away. Looking back from a distance, he saw a bolt of purple lightning descend from the sky, shattering all the remnant souls into oblivion. Overwhelmed with terror, Sikongbo fled frantically, all the way to the distant Congyun Sea, but his injuries were far too severe. Not long after arriving at the Congyun Sea, his lifespan reached its end. Before dying, Sikongbo found Sikongyi, took him as a disciple, and after hastily handing over the technique and the token, he passed away. After reading all of Sikongyi's memories, Li Fan smiled. If he hadn't met me, Sikongyi would have surely succeeded in taking the Cloud Water Atlas to exchange for 100,000 contribution points, then left the Congyun Sea via a long-distance teleportation array before anyone could react. No, wait, perhaps he wouldn't have left the Congyun Sea at all, but only feigned departure before everyone, and then hidden somewhere in the Congyun Sea through the heaven-stealing sun-switching art. This method is quite good. Perhaps I can emulate it in this life. After all, the temptation of those 100,000 contribution points is simply too great. There is another point worth noting. According to the memories just now, a large portion of so-called celestial wonders are actually transformed from cultivators after death. That a cultivator returns their Tao to heaven after death is by no means an exaggeration. Through the transformation of the world, various unique wonders are formed, drifting between heaven and earth. Unable to harmonize with the creation while alive, one is still put to use after death. This is the attitude of this world toward cultivators. This trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace has yielded truly bountiful rewards. The pressure was mounting, and I needed to spend some time back on Wanqian Island to process everything. By the time I returned via the teleportation array, the news of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace's reappearance had already spread. Look, the ancient Eerie sect has returned to the world. Exclusive intel on the gentle senior brother's late-night misdeeds, top-secret information for only 10 contribution points, fair prices for all. Xiao Shuyuan was only selling information regarding Qin Tang's first trial, but because it was first-hand intelligence, he was still selling it at a high price of 30 points per copy. Cultivators were buying it in droves, and Xiao Shuyuan made a massive profit. I returned to the heavenly mirror space and began to inventory my gains. The Cloud Water Illusion Dream Art taught by Qin Tang, the bug-binding supernatural ability, the Bug Taoist Cloud Water Call, as well as Sikongyi's Sea-calming Divine Sword and Heaven-stealing Sun-switching order. The Cloud Water Illusion Dream Art has infinite miraculous uses and will be vital for my upcoming plans, so I must practice it. As for Sikongyi's things, the Sea-calming Divine Sword can be practiced all the way to the Golden Core stage. At great perfection, it allows one to condense 108 Sea-calming Divine Swords within the Dantian. In a duel, it can fire 100 swords at once, and for group combat, it can be combined into the Sea-calming Sword array. It is a top-tier killing technique of extraordinary power, but there is no rush to practice it. It is now Anchor Year 12. In my previous life, Red Flame incinerating the sea occurred in Anchor Year 34. Back then, I was still hesitating whether to participate in such a major event, but now I possess multiple opportunities. If I utilize a clone along with the Cloud Water Illusion Dream Art, I might be able to stir the winds and clouds in the Congyun Sea even if I am on a distant continent. Finally, regarding the Cloud Water Call, if I hadn't received this item personally from Patriarch Tai, I likely wouldn't have believed that this was the legendary Cloud Water Call. Perhaps some secret truly is hidden within it, but if it cannot be deciphered, holding on to it is no different from holding trash. It's most appropriate to exchange it for 100,000 contribution points. It would be too conspicuous for my main body to turn in the quest, so I should refine a clone first. Fortunately, most of the materials for refining a clone are not particularly expensive. With everything ready, I left Wanxian Island and followed Sikong Yi's memories to the deserted island where he refined his clones, only to run into Xiao Shuyuan. I immediately used an invisibility talisman to hide my aura. At this moment, Li Fan, still invisible, spoke. "What are you doing?" Xiao Shuyuan jumped in fright. "Fellow Taoist Sikong." Li Fan was also startled, thinking, "Hey, he's mistaken me for Sikong Yi." "Perfect," thus he spoke. "You previously sent someone to shadow us because you wanted to sneak into my cave dwelling while I was away." Xiao Shuyuan hurriedly defended himself. "A misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. May I ask where fellow Taoist Bailey is?" Li Fan wasted no words and directly released fire to burn Xiao Shuyuan, who let out scream after scream. After Xiao Shuyuan vanished completely, Li Fan remarked, "There's a scorched smell in the air like burnt wood." As expected, it was another puppet. I entered the deserted island and stopped before a seemingly ordinary coconut tree, touching it lightly. After the aura verification, I felt a suction force and followed the gravity into the tree. Although it was a cave dwelling, it was quite rudimentary, but I was only borrowing the place and didn't mind. I took out all the materials, held my breath, and began to cultivate. For this clone refining, I didn't plan to expend too much effort to seize another cultivator's fate. In my plan, this clone is merely used to deceive others, attract attention, and retrieve those 100,000 contribution points. Bones, organs, skin, and hair took shape one by one, and then I adjusted the clone's appearance. A moment later, a dull-looking face appeared before me. Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad for my first time refining a clone." Next was the final step, severing the link between the main body's fate and the clone's fate. He pressed two fingers together and gave a light shout, and the clone became its own entity. Li Fan's consciousness within the clone thought, "An extra body, a completely new perspective, this feeling is wondrous." The clone then cupped its hands and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." At this, Li Fan said, "From now on you shall be called Lin Fan." Lin Fan replied, "Yes." The clone Lin Fan's realm was one minor stage lower than mine, possessing only a mid-stage qi refining cultivation. I handed the Cloudwater Call to the clone and controlled him to join the Wanxian Alliance, while the two of us returned to Wanxian Island separately. In the eyes of others, we had never made contact. Lin Fan entered the Heavenly Mirror and took out the Cloudwater Call, choosing to complete the 100,000-point task. The Heavenly Mirror then spoke, "Unable to verify the authenticity of the Cloudwater Call. Please wait." After a while, the Heavenly Mirror spoke again, "Detected a request from the task poster to access your personal space. Do you accept?" Lin Fan replied, "Accept." Immediately following, a man wrapped in a white robe hiding his entire body appeared within Lin Fan's space. Lin Fan cupped his hands. "Greetings, Senior." The white-robed elder, emanating a mysterious aura, spoke, "No need for such restraint. I am but a wretched old man who should be dead but isn't." Lin Fan thought secretly, "This white-haired old man looks somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him. I can't sense a single trace of a cultivator's aura from him. He's like a mortal, without a doubt." The opponent's cultivation was extremely high, far beyond my current range of perception. The white-robed elder asked, "Are you the one turning in the Cloudwater Call?" Lin Fan took out the Cloudwater Call and said, "Precisely. Please inspect it, Senior." The white-robed elder was very satisfied. "Good, it is indeed this item." Holding the Cloudwater Call, the elder lamented, "Hane Tai Fuyun, it has been a long time." Lin Fan was greatly shocked. From the sound of those words, this elder was actually a figure on the same level as Patriarch Tai. It was unknown how many years ago the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was destroyed, yet this person had lived from then until now. After the Great Catastrophe, cultivators were often targeted by the malice of heaven and earth and could not live as long as ancient cultivators. Surviving past 1,000 years is already extremely difficult. Just what level of cultivation is required to live this long? Afterward, the elder asked me about the current state of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. I described Qin Tang transforming into a stone statue, the bug Taoist refining pills with his own body, and Patriarch Tai being riddled with residual swords. The elder sighed, "Alas, were it not for special reasons I could not have stood by and watched the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace suffer. That you were able to walk out of the palace alive shows you have some wit and alertness." Lin Fan cupped his hands and replied, "It was merely luck." Stroking his beard, the elder added, "I have another commission. I wonder if you are willing?" Lin Fan replied, "Please speak, Senior." The elder handed a stone statue that looked exactly like him to Lin Fan and said, "When you have time, make a trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace on my behalf and leave this item there. Since I cannot enter in person, let this stone statue stay by their side for me. As for the reward," he then tapped his fingers on Lin Fan's forehead. A massive amount of memories flooded into Lin Fan's mind. A moment later, the elder's fingertips moved away. A massive flood of information poured into my mind, making me feel dizzy, as if my head were about to split. By the time I regained my senses, the elder's silhouette within the heavenly mirror had vanished. The 100,000 contribution points had already been credited. Unexpectedly, the elder had also given an additional reward. The Heavenly Physician Immortal Scripture. This wasn't a cultivation method, but a medical scripture. The volume of information was immense. Even if I only read it once, it would take at least a dozen years. It included research not only on human physiology, pathology, diagnosis, treatment, and medicine, but even covered various flora and fauna between heaven and earth, making it truly all-encompassing. This massive precious database was something the elder had passed to me with a casual gesture. Lin Fan was ecstatic. Good things are indeed good things. Unfortunately, studying it consumes too much energy, so it can only be set aside for now. I dared not neglect the elder's commission, especially since he had already paid the reward in advance. Thus I made another trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. I had thought that entering again would mean re-experiencing senior brother Qin Tang's illusory dream trial, but I unexpectedly appeared directly at the main gate of the palace. Perhaps it was precisely because of this jade statue that I didn't enter Qin Tang's illusion. The moment I took out the jade statue, it spontaneously flew into the sky, gradually melting and vanishing like ice and snow. A moment later, nothing unusual happened within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Lin Fan thought secretly, I suppose this mission counts as finished. It was a bit too simple and smooth. I have no idea what that jade statue was for, and I can't see any hidden mechanics. I could only leave and return to the heavenly mirror. I looked at the balance of over 100,000 contribution points in my account and fell into deep thought. I had originally intended for the clone to use the points to exchange for the techniques and treasures I needed and then hand them to the main body. But after meeting that white-haired elder, I dismissed that idea. For now, it seems best for the clone and the main body not to have any contact at all. Although the clone cannot buy things for the main body, these 100,000 contribution points won't go to waste. After all, the most precious things in this world are various forms of knowledge, including cultivation methods. When the clone browses various knowledge, it is equivalent to the main body seeing it. Thus, I controlled the clone to purchase information related to the cultivation world and began to memorize it. Meanwhile, my main body took advantage of the night to travel to Liuli Island via the teleportation array. He Zhenggao should have not yet returned from exploring the cave dwelling. I concealed my form and slipped into the home of Zhang Baoba, the captain of the Shangyuan. It is now 22 years before the red flame incinerating the sea. My clone is refined, and some clues can be laid out in advance. Subsequently, Li San activated the Cloudwater Illusion Dream Art. At this moment, Zhang Baoba was in a deep sleep when he suddenly woke with a start. He looked around and murmured, "This is Liuli Island." He was drenched in sweat, thinking, could all of that have just been a terrible nightmare, but how could a dream be so realistic in the dream? I went out to sea once and fished up a corpse, then discovered a book. Even though it had been soaked in seawater, the writing was still clear. It was the sea-calming divine sword. It was because of this technique that in just a dozen years within the dream my cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. I cultivated all the way from a mortal to the chi refining stage, and already had hope of establishing my foundation. Unexpectedly, a red transparent figure suddenly appeared above the Congyun Sea, holding a faint but scorching flame in his hand. It was this very flame that over the next dozen years gradually baked the entire Congyun Sea dry. My friends, my family, my hometown, everything around me was destroyed. The Congyun Sea became a desolate land with no way in or out. Scorching flames descended from the sky, burning Wanxian City to ashes. The nightmare ended there. Was this really just a dream? How could I, a mortal, have such a vivid dream? Wanxian Island, the heavenly mirror, those things hadn't even appeared in my imagination before, let alone that cultivation method. Suddenly, Zhang Baoba cried out, "Wait, the sea-calming divine sword, all of that wasn't a dream. I've been reborn. In the strange tales I've read before, there truly were stories of being reborn decades back after death. I never expected that one day it would happen to me. No, I must calm down and recall what happened in my previous life." A moment later, Zhang Baoba clutched his head in deep thought. "No, my head is filled with that red figure. I only remember a few major events from my past life. But that was enough." He looked at his wife sleeping soundly on the bed and made a silent resolve. "There are still over a dozen years before the tragedy happens. In this life I must prepare early to protect my loved ones and my hometown." Meanwhile, Li Fan was still outside Zhang Baoba's house. Zhang Baoba's supposed rebirth was naturally the effect of my Cloudwater Illusion Dream Art. Using the future I actually experienced as a template, fabricating a dream to deceive a mortal is more than sufficient. Unfortunately, my current power is still shallow, and the construction of the illusory dream still has many flaws. To increase the dream's credibility, I even invested heavily by including the contents of the sea-calming divine sword up to the foundation establishment stage. This was precisely to have Zhang Baoba push the Wanxian alliance to confront that red flame on my behalf, naturally to prevent Zhang Baoba from being terrified by the red flame's power and choosing to flee directly. I used psychological suggestion within the dream to instill in him a sense of responsibility to protect his family and friends and prevent the tragedy. Simultaneously, I slightly adjusted the red flame's strength so that it didn't look invincible but rather like something that could be defeated. Afterward, Li Fan departed thinking secretly, "The results look good for now. I'll have to come back every once in a while to reinforce it with the Cloudwater Illusion Dream Art." I unleashed the incorporeal killing intent to secretly lock onto Zhang Baoba, preventing him from fleeing, and then prepared to return to Wanxian Island. Just then, Li Fan sensed something unusual. A house was still brightly lit. Li Fan was puzzled. In the dead of night, most residents of Liuli Island have already fallen asleep. The island is pitch black. So why is Manager Zhao's estate brightly lit and covered in white funeral banners and mourning attire? Subsequently, he appeared within Manager Zhao's home. On the memorial tablet it clearly read, "Tablet of the late immortal He Zhenggao." Li Fan was in disbelief. He Zhenggao was dead. He then asked how did fellow Taoist he die. Manager Zhao replied respectfully, "Reporting to the immortal, I heard that while immortal he was exploring a cave dwelling. He unfortunately triggered a mechanical trap. It has been 56 days since he met his end." Li Fan's heart was filled with doubt as he recalled what He Zhenggao had said previously. Just recently, several fellow Taoists discovered an ancient cave dwelling nearby and invited me to explore it with them. According to them, the dwelling was likely sealed before the Great Catastrophe, and there must be countless treasures inside, perhaps even several cultivation methods. Li Fan grew increasingly puzzled. Meeting He Zhenggao was something that should have happened over a decade later, and back then he was alive and well. Why had he perished at this time in this life? This meant that in the previous life He Zhenggao had not participated in this cave exploration. The reason for the change was that his life savings of contribution points had been completely wiped out in a failed investment. To exchange for a nascent soul stage technique he had decided to stake everything on one gamble, and the reason he lost his fortune was because the island region producing spirit bone grass was destroyed by the exotic dragon whale, leading him to believe there was an opportunity to make a fortune. In other words, none of this happened in the previous life. So what was the cause that led to the exotic beast attack? Li Fan suddenly realized something. He had found many partially digested liuli pearls in the dragon whale's stomach. Liuli pearls were the primary material for refining liuli pills, and consuming liuli pills could produce an effect similar to spirit awakening. This dragon whale had gradually developed intelligence precisely because it had swallowed a large number of liuli pearls. By a stroke of luck it encountered the medicinal island where spirit bone grass was grown. The grass was likely of great benefit to it, so the dragon whale launched a surprise attack. It devoured most of the spirit bone grass on the island. The reason it was able to swallow so many liuli pearls was that in the previous life, when I transformed into the vast sea, I saw the skeleton of a massive liuli fish with a colossal exquisite liuli pearl glowing within the remains. Therefore in this life when I passed by, I casually killed the leader of that liuli fish school. Without their leader, the school was like a dragon without a head, left with no choice but to be devoured by the dragon whale without any ability to fight back. In this sense, a single unintentional act of mine had indirectly caused He Zhenggao's death, and perhaps more than just He Zhenggao alone. By killing the liuli fish leader, I rendered the school unable to resist predation, allowing the dragon whale to swallow enough pearls to develop intelligence. Once the dragon whale awakened its intelligence and improved its cultivation, it destroyed the spirit bone grass of an entire island. The destruction of the grass, further exacerbated by people operating behind the scenes, led countless people to ruin. The ultimate result was the premature death of several Foundation Establishment cultivators. It turns out that even killing Foundation Establishment cultivators is this easy. This is the correct way to utilize the killing intent of heaven and earth. The scene shifts to Li Fan's clone within the heavenly mirror. Lin Fan was still in secluded cultivation. As a clone his mind was clear and he thought, to kill one does not need to act personally. Possessing the foresight of Huan Zhen, I can take a life from 10,000 miles away through a layout spanning several years across time and space just as I did with He Zhenggao. Had it not been for He Zhenggao's accidental death, it might have taken me a long time to realize this. Life and death are interlinked. Within the manager's estate, Li Fan lit 3 sticks of incense and stood before He Zhenggao's memorial tablet in deep thought. Fellow Taoist He, you certainly died a clean death. Travel well, I will surely not mistreat you in the next life. At this time, Manager Zhao asked in confusion, does this immortal seem to have a deep friendship with immortal He? Li Fan sighed and replied, immortal He and I knew each other for about 40 years. He often looked after me. I was away on business and didn't know he had passed. Seeing fellow Taoist's tablet today is a profound surprise. Manager Zhao stroked his beard and sighed. Since receiving news of immortal He's demise, I have maintained this morning hall for 26 days. And you are the first and only immortal to come and pay respects. Before this, over a dozen immortals came to the island, but they were either looking for his relics or competing for the post of guarding Liuli Island. Now that the new guardian immortal has arrived, I fear my position as manager will not be preserved. I have been unable to fulfill immortal He's final request from before his death and my heart was filled with immense guilt. Fortunately, I have met you today. Li Fan asked with curiosity about the final request. Manager Zhao replied, precisely. Before his death, immortal He gave me an item and instructed me that if he should ever meet with misfortune, I should hand this item to the first fellow Taoist who came to pay respects after his death. Li Fan's doubts arose again. Why would he entrust something to a mortal like you? Manager Zhao replied, I shall not hide it from the immortal. In my youth I happened to save immortal He's life by chance. Originally he wanted to lead me onto the path of cultivation, but I feared the hardships of the immortal path and only wanted a job. I have served by immortal He's side all these years and enjoyed his deep trust. This box contains immortal He's legacy, but as for its specific purpose that is beyond my knowledge. Manager Zhao then produced a token. Gripping it, Li Fan thought, this is a Wanxian Alliance Spirit Access Permit. But what is special about it? He then turned to leave, saying, I will speak on your behalf to the new guardian. As for whether you can keep your post, I cannot guarantee it. Manager Zhao immediately knelt and kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you for the immortal's great grace. After Li Fan left, Manager Zhao let out a long sigh of relief, thinking, finally, I've gotten rid of this hot potato. That man didn't lie. And he was indeed the first to come and pay respects. Handing the legacy to him counts as fulfilling the immortal's instructions. O immortal, you practiced cultivation your whole life only to die even earlier than me, with no one to even collect your corpse. It truly was meaningless. Meanwhile, Li Fan met the new island lord. I entered the island protecting array and saw the new guardian, telling him that Manager Zhao was an old acquaintance and asking if he could keep his position as the island's treasurer. After all, it was just a mortal's job. The other party pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After the two sides exchanged communication talismans, I hurried back to the heavenly mirror. After a search, I finally figured out the purpose of that permit. Besides serving as proof for entering Wanxian Island, the permit also acted as a token for retrieved stored items. The items were not stored in the heavenly mirror, but rather at a place in the northern Congyun Sea called Orchid Island. To investigate the purpose of the talisman, I dared not delay and immediately rushed to Orchid Island, eventually retrieving He Zhenggao's legacy. It was a jade slip. Inside was He Zhenggao's unfinished final work, providing a detailed explanation of the 100 Veins array map. The book recorded various unique insights of He Zhenggao, as well as some of his innovative concepts regarding formations. Accompanying the book was a message left by He Zhenggao. In this life I loved only formations. I studied them painstakingly for decades through many hardships, to barely complete most of this detailed explanation of the 100 Veins array map. This exploration of the cave dwelling should theoretically carry little risk, but one must always fear the what if, should misfortune occur. My death is not worth pity, but I fear that the work of my life, the detailed explanation of the 100 Veins array map, will be like a pearl covered in dust, buried forever. Thus I have laid this backup plan, hoping that the fellow Taoist who obtains this talisman will hand this detailed explanation to any formation master on Wanxian Island, in the hope that they might complete it on my behalf. Finally, He Zhenggao unintentionally revealed his true feelings. The technique I practice is called the sitting mountain art. Its greatest feature is sitting on the mountain to watch tigers fight, reaping the rewards of their toil. He then mentioned the various wonders of the technique he practiced. But unfortunately, practicing this method is truly too difficult. Were it not so, I would not have needed to risk exploring that ancient cave dwelling just to change my cultivation method. Sitting mountain art, fellow Taoist you've truly given me a difficult problem. Reaping the rewards of others? I never expected such a technique to exist in this world. Unfortunately, he only mentioned it in passing and left no manual behind. I wonder if fellow Taoist's remains can still be recovered? The sitting mountain art is simply too suitable for me. It would perfectly utilize the advantages of Huan Zhen's foresight. It would have been one thing if I didn't know about it. But since I now know its mysteries, I am determined to practice this technique, and no one can stop me. Thus I began to inquire for information about the ancient cave dwelling where He Zhenggao met his end. All 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators in He Zhenggao's group had perished. Only one golden core cultivator had narrowly escaped alive. That cave dwelling was located near an undersea volcano. Because the volcano had been dormant, the dwelling had never been noticed. It wasn't until a recent sudden eruption that a passing cultivator discovered the hidden dwelling. According to the information they held, it was merely the cave dwelling of a golden core cultivator named Perfected Tianyang from the ancient period. Logically, when exploring the dwelling of a golden core cultivator, it shouldn't have been difficult for He Zhenggao's group to retreat safely even if they couldn't return with a full harvest. But after venturing deep inside and triggering a restriction, they discovered that this Perfected Tianyang's cultivation was extremely extraordinary. What he practiced was actually the mechanical arts that had long been lost since the ancient period. Over a dozen mechanical flint puppets were activated instantly, surrounding the group. Only the golden core cultivator named Zheng Xiaoyun managed to fight his way out while heavily injured. The remaining 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators all died miserably at the hands of the mechanical puppets. This unexpected news did not discourage people from exploring. On the contrary, it made their enthusiasm surge. Setting aside the priceless mechanical puppets within the cave, the inheritance left by the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators was enough to make many eyes red with greed. I heard that a second exploration team is currently assembling, and the leader this time is a nascent soul powerhouse. True Lord goes on. Li Fan smiled slightly. He didn't know if this exploration would succeed, but since those being deployed were all high-level cultivators at the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stages, he would no longer join the fray. No matter how many treasures there were, they surely wouldn't compete with me for fellow Taoist's remains. Perhaps I can post a bounty task. Unlike the techniques exchanged from the Wanxian Alliance, the sitting mountain art was a legacy from before the Great Catastrophe. If no copy was left behind, it meant the technique might have been lost. By performing the heaven-stealing sun-switching art, I have hope of reconstructing these lost techniques from a cultivator's remains. I'll focus on bringing back fellow Taoiste's remains first. I need to do some tasks to earn contribution points before I can post a bounty, and refining the clone must also be done personally. This kind of task is best handled by the main body personally. Thus I selected a bounty task and used my memories from the previous life to provide intelligence, successfully obtaining 1,000 contribution points. Once the points were in hand, I immediately posted a task with a bounty of 500 points. In the task I claimed to have a friendship of over 40 years with He Zhenggao and that our relationship was excellent. Unable to bear seeing his corpse left in the wild, I was posting the bounty to find and bring back his remains for burial. Before long the task was accepted. Having handled all this, I continued practicing the cloud water illusion dream art. To ensure Zhang Baoba did not deviate from the trajectory or the growth path I had set for him, I needed to reinforce his illusory dream every so often. Currently, Zhang Baoba was still just a mortal, so controlling him was effortless. Once Zhang Baoba officially became a cultivator, I would have to break through to the second layer of the cloud water illusion dream art to continue influencing his thoughts. 3 months later, Liuli Island, on the Shangyuan, Zhang Baoba had already gone out to sea with the ship, his gaze constantly fixed on the seabed. Suddenly his eyes went wide and his expression became somewhat agitated. Zhang Baoba leaped into the sea, causing the crew on the ship to shout in anxiety. After diving for a long time, Zhang Baoba approached the seabed. A set of withered bones appeared before him, exactly as in his memory. He approached the skeleton, took the bundle from its chest and opened it. It was indeed the sea, calming divine sword. Zhang Baoba's gaze grew slightly dim as he thought, just like in my memory, it really wasn't a dream. I truly have been reborn. I cannot delay any longer. I must improve my cultivation as quickly as possible. Only then can I stop that catastrophe. But a chi refining cultivation will surely not be enough. My status would be too low to win the trust of others. I must reach at least foundation establishment, or even the golden core realm. Li Fan, watching Zhang Baoba's every move from above, smiled slightly. As expected, his fate has undergone a wondrous change. The path of cultivation is often one step faster, every step faster. In this life, under my push, he has begun his cultivation over a decade earlier. With his fate changed, it is like sailing with the wind. The strong remain strong. Perhaps you really can give me a surprise. Zhang Baoba, I very much look forward to your performance. Feeling refreshed, I flew leisurely toward Liuli Island. Just as I was preparing to return to Wanxian Island via the teleportation array, someone unexpectedly appeared. This person was the new guardian of Liuli Island, Wu Wenqing. Seeing him appear, Li Fan asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Wu Wen, what business brings you to me?" Wu Wenqing replied with a dark expression, "Something terrible has happened. The cave exploration team led by True Lord Gozan has been completely wiped out, and even True Lord Gozan himself failed to escape." Li Fan asked in confusion, "How could this be? Wasn't it said to be just a golden core cultivator's cave dwelling? How is it that even a nascent soul grandmaster has perished there?" Wu Wenqing replied, "No one knows the specifics. The entrance to that dwelling has been temporarily sealed. In the entire Wanxian Island there are only about a dozen nascent soul cultivators. To lose one now is a devastating blow, not to mention that in the 2 explorations before and after, 4 golden core and 13 chi condensation cultivators also lost their lives." Li Fan thought to himself that Wu Wenqing's anxiety seemed to stem from something deeper. But since he was unwilling to speak, it was not my place to pry. After a few pleasantries, I returned to Wanxian Island via the teleportation array. After some inquiries, I finally understood the reason for Wu Wenqing's distressed expression. It turned out his patron was the fallen Lord Xuanzhen. It was through this connection that he was able to secure his position as the Warden of Glass Island. Now, before he could even settle into the position, his backer had collapsed. Li Fan stroked his chin and calculated. If even a nascent soul powerhouse had perished, that dwelling was indeed treacherous. It seemed Taoiste's remains wouldn't be retrieved anytime soon. I thought the matter would end there, but a few days later things took a turn. The Wanxian Alliance discovered a rule of Master Tianyang's cave dwelling. The mechanical puppets within possessed a peculiar trait. They were weak against the weak and strong against the strong. This trait surely had a limit. As Master Tianyang only possessed a golden core cultivation during his life, weak against the weak meant if a chi condensation cultivator entered the dwelling, the puppets would only display chi condensation strength. Wouldn't I be nearly invincible among those in the chi condensation stage, with the insect binding technique and the blue flame illusion crystal? I could leave those puppets with no way to fight back. No, if these mechanical puppets truly just adapted to the weak or the strong, the Wanxian Alliance could have secretly gathered a group of late-stage chi condensation cultivators to storm the dwelling and bring all the puppets back. There must be something else eerie about the puppets in this abode. The Wanxian Alliance was hesitant, and I wasn't the only one who understood this logic. Yet in the end, some still harbored delusions of grandeur. Believing themselves to be the chosen ones, they formed a group of over 30 people and began the third exploration of the Tianyang abode. 10 days later, this expedition team returned in a pathetic state. They tearfully recounted their ordeal in the dwelling. Those puppets were far too strong. Their bodies were made of unknown materials and were indestructible. Any spells cast upon them were ineffective. Leaving not even a scratch, their physical toughness was originally capable of withstanding nascent soul-level attacks. Li Fan pondered to himself, how did this dwelling's story end in his previous life? After joining the Wanxian Alliance in his past life, he had never heard of the Tianyang abode. Evidently, the dwelling had already vanished by then. In truth, there wasn't a lack of solutions. One could use human wave tactics to stall the puppets and delve deeper into the dwelling for opportunities, but no one was willing to risk their life for another's gain. Thus, fewer and fewer cultivators fixated on the Tianyang abode, and I began to settle down to cultivate peacefully. Half a year later, in the 13th year of the anchor, Li Fan noticed that the formless killing intent locking onto Zhang Haobo showed signs of weakening. In less than a year, Zhang Haobo had broken through from a mortal to the Qi condensation stage. Impressive indeed. Even faster than I imagined. Perhaps he really can achieve the Golden Core stage before the Crimson Flames Burning the Sea event. 3 months later, Li Fan sensed another transmission. Wu Wenqing's voice came through the jade slip. Fellow Taoist Li Fan, do you know that a remarkable figure has appeared on Glass Island recently? Li Fan replied, oh, pray tell. Wu Wenqing answered, look for yourself. He then sent Li Fan a recording of a battle against the puppets, and the person in the image was none other than Zhang Haobo. The technique he was using was the sea-settling divine sword. Several puppets were charging toward Zhang Haobo, yet he stood his ground with a calm expression. With a flick of his fingers, water spiritual qi swirled around him. With his palm facing upward, the water qi shot out like meteors, striking the puppets directly. Then his figure blurred as he narrowly dodged a puppet's thunderous punch. After watching the footage, Wu Wenqing asked, fellow Taoist Li Fan, what do you think? Li Fan frowned. Those 17 puppets were clearly from the Tianyang abode. To take on 17 puppets alone and retreat unscathed, this person is. Wu Wenqing laughed and replied, haha, this man is named Zhang Haobo. A little over a year ago, he was just an ordinary mortal. After breaking through to the Qi condensation stage a few months ago, I introduced him to our Wanxian Alliance. Upon hearing about the Tianyang abode, he headed there alone. At first, I didn't understand what he was trying to do, but later I realized he was using those 17 puppets to hone his techniques. I heard that initially he could only last a few breaths, but his endurance against them has been growing steadily. The footage I sent you is already 2 weeks old. Tisk tisk, if this man doesn't fall prematurely, he surely has the potential to reach the summit of the great Tao. Li Fan smiled and thought, one usually needs the foundation establishment stage to condense 24 sea-settling divine swords, yet Zhang Haobo did it right after entering Qi condensation. Is he naturally compatible with this manual, or is there another reason? Interesting. On a whim, I immediately set off for the undersea volcano. Many cultivators had gathered around the volcanic vent, indifferent to the boiling seawater or the volcanic eruptions. All their attention was fixed on Zhang Haobo, who was meditating in the distance. Someone remarked, in his first battle after advancing to the mid-stage of Qi condensation just now, he didn't seem to last as long as before. What do you know? Didn't you see that the power of his moves was about the same as when he was in the early stage of Qi condensation? He's clearly still adapting to his newfound strength. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the sea surged madly toward Zhang Haobo. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open and dived straight into the volcano. The crowd exclaimed, he's going back in. The scene shifted to Zhang Haobo, heading deep inside, facing the massive puppets. Sensing an intruder, several puppets moved instantly, their massive fists descending like Mount Tai pressing down. Zhang Haobo leapt and successfully evaded. Immediately, he unleashed the sea-settling divine sword, with countless water swords circling him. The onlookers were struck with awe. What is he doing? The rotation speed of his water swords is several times faster than before. Didn't he only have 24 water swords? Now it looks like there are thousands. Countless sword chi rays were launched by Zhang Haobo, flying straight at the puppets. The water swords struck the puppets, yet they remained unscathed. Seeing this, the crowd was puzzled. Is this Zhang Haobo really just at the mid-stage of Qi condensation? What technique is he practicing? It's too powerful. I heard he's only been cultivating for a year. Truly a heaven-sent genius. Fellow Taoist, charge. I see those puppets are being suppressed and can't even lift their heads. This is our chance to find the treasures in the abode. I'm not so sure. Although fellow Taoist Zhang's move is terrifying, it must be extremely taxing on his essence, and won't last long. I fear he won't endure as long as last time. Li Fan was also observing, thinking to himself that Zhang Haobo's move was the ultimate technique of the sea-settling divine sword, the water dragon's roar. It had a wide range, high frequency, and immense power, but it required massive spiritual energy, usually only possible at the foundation establishment stage. For Zhang Haobo to use it at the mid-stage of Qi condensation was truly extraordinary talent. The water dragon's roar was destined to be brief. Yet he looked completely confident, seemingly unconcerned about running out of spiritual energy. Why, just then, an immense amount of water spiritual chi surged from the seawater. Li Fan's heart jolted. This is pure water attribute spiritual energy. Li Fan's figure blurred as he activated the shadow-following technique and dashed into the interior of the abode. I moved like a phantom, plunging into the volcanic crater before anyone else could react. As I moved, more people noticed the anomaly in the spiritual energy. Water spiritual chi, spiritual resonance. I get it. Zhang Haobo has a water spirit physique, the crowd finally realized, that as long as he was on the ocean he never had to worry about spiritual energy. No matter how fast he consumed it, the abundant water spiritual chi around him could replenish it at any time. Charge, fellow Taoists. The chi condensation cultivators woke from their daze and scrambled into the crater, desperate for a stroke of luck. I was one step ahead, having already passed through the volcanic lava and entered the Tianyang abode, bypassing the puppets engaged with Zhang Haobo. I swept my divine sense around, trying to find traces of He Zhenggao's remains. But forget a complete corpse. I didn't even see a storage ring. I could only barely distinguish the remains of a few cultivators. The cultivators behind me were catching up. Time was tight, so I decisively collected all the remains. Just then an ancient mechanical voice echoed within the abode. Tianyang. Immediately, cracks began to appear on the puppets. The cultivators present were horrified. What's happening? Weren't these puppets able to withstand nascent soul attacks? Why are they breaking? Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhang is actually a powerhouse hiding his cultivation? The voice spoke again. In this life never. The fragments were enveloped by a strange force. Weak, the shards hurtled in one direction and began to merge. Li Fan was shocked. Not good. Zhang Haobo was also stunned. What's going on? They're combining. The voice rang out once more. Li Fan rushed forward, grabbed Zhang Haobo's hand and turned to run. Don't just stand there. Fellow Taoist Zhang, let's go. The voice echoed again. In Tianyang's life I was second to none. The fragments had merged into a giant, half-formed palm. I sprinted all the way, finally leading Zhang Haobo to a distant safe area. Zhang Haobo said, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, otherwise I might have lost my life here today." Li Fan thought that was close, almost messed up my plans. However, on the sea surface above the Tianyang abode, heaven and earth shook, as if the entire Congyun Sea was trembling. The energy erupting from within grew more violent, and the voice once again shook the heavens. Tianyang's life, a mechanical puppet, buried deep within the ley lines for thousands of years and absorbing earth-fire spiritual energy day and night, now rose from the Congyun Sea. Countless red flying stones streaked across the sky like lines of fire, shooting in all directions. The puppet's voice rang out again. Second to none. Suddenly, another voice spoke. Fellow Taoist, please stop. An inverted giant mountain, dozens of times larger than the puppet, appeared out of thin air above its head. The mountain's peak pressed down like a diamond drill. The puppet used its massive frame to desperately hold up the mountain. A voice came from it. In Tianyang's life, it exerted all its strength, actually lifting the giant mountain by force. The Tianyang puppet strained, hoisting the inverted mountain. Suddenly, countless phantasms of great mountains manifested in the sky. The weight of the mountain above instantly multiplied. The Tianyang puppet was pressed down again, displacing the surrounding seawater and creating massive ripples that spread outward. The puppet continued to struggle. Not weak, the puppet's lower limbs shattered inch by inch under the horrific pressure. Under the impact, the ground was continuously leveled. The voice continued to roar. Then any man, second to none? The puppet was crushed by the inverted mountain. But it wasn't over. Deep within the Congyun Sea, the ley line fires erupted again. The puppet transformed into a fire dragon from below, charging straight at the mountain, roaring. Tianyang's life, the fire dragon soaring from the seabed, smashed the inverted mountain to pieces. The voice still echoed, second to none, but the inverted mountain also reformed. The puppet and the mountain clashed in a stalemate. The voice of the one controlling the mountain spoke. Interesting. As expected of a successor of the ancient body transformation Tao, to possess such strength after thousands of years with only golden core potential. Just then, a lazy female voice rang out. The world suddenly darkened. The sky seemed to tear open a huge hole, revealing a starry night within. Another voice said, "If you want to fight, then find another place." The puppet looked up toward the source of the voice as a massive suction force pulled it into the high sky. Its unwilling roar was deafening. The master of the inverted mountain spoke. "Fine, let's find another place to fight to our heart's content." Subsequently, the inverted mountain also began to be sucked into the spatial rift above. In an instant, both the puppet and the giant mountain vanished completely. The spatial rift slowly closed. The shattered sky mended, the stars faded, and the scorching sun reappeared. The world fell into a dead silence, returning to its tranquil state. Li Fan recalled the scene just now and mused to himself. Those two who appeared must have been soul transformation cultivators of the Wanxian Alliance. Such magnificence was truly something to aspire to. Looking at the still trembling Zhang Haobo before him, Li Fan thought that the illusions created by the Cloudwater Illusory Dream Manual were ultimately no match for a first-hand experience. If one hadn't truly witnessed crimson flames burning the sea, They would surely be overwhelmed by the residual pressure of this soul transformation clash. At this thought he asked, "How do you feel, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Zhang Haobo replied with a look of dejection. Originally, having ascended from a mortal to the mid-stage of qi condensation in just a single year, he had felt somewhat smug. But now, having witnessed the true power of those with great divine abilities, he realized that in their eyes a qi condensation cultivator was no different from an ant. Li Fan consoled him. "Taoist Zhang, there is no need to lose heart. The road ahead is long. There is no saying you won't become one who possesses such grand divine abilities in the future." With that, Li Fan turned to leave. Zhang Haobo called out behind him, "I still do not know your name, Taoist. I shall not forget this life-saving grace and will surely repay you in the future." Li Fan looked back and smiled. "If fate permits, you will know in time. Until we meet again." Thinking of the crimson flames burning the sea, Zhang Haobo mused to himself, "If that red figure burning the sea was already so formidable as a soul transformation cultivator, can I really defeat him?" He looked up at the sky, his resolve firm. No matter what, he would do everything in his power to stop it. I returned to Wanxian Island, where news of the earth-shattering battle at the Tianyang abode had already spread. Cultivators could be seen everywhere discussing the event. Judging from the current situation, the destructive power of battles between such high-level powerhouses is terrifyingly horrific. Once they engage, it is bound to draw immense attention. Furthermore, the malice of this world toward cultivators has always existed. Before the crimson flames burning the sea event, various calamities must have occurred, yet whether in my past life or this one, rumors among cultivators almost never proactively mention such things. Is everyone deliberately avoiding the subject, or has it been forgotten? I immediately searched for keywords: historical events, heavy cultivator casualties, and catastrophic events. The results, however, sent a chill down my spine. No matter how I searched, the Tianquan mirror displayed absolutely no results. Doubts filled my mind, and I casually took out a communication talisman to ask several cultivators I had befriended. The answers I received were almost identical. It seemed as if such things had never happened, or rather, they simply couldn't remember. Li Fan fell into deep thought. If mortals can remember wind disasters, how could the memory of cultivators be inferior to theirs? To remember disasters and breed vigilance in one's heart should be a principle of cultivation. Yet now this principle is reversed. Recalling the founder of Wanxian Island, he marveled in his heart. "Defy heaven and earth to prove my longevity." Now, from these abnormal signs, I have finally glimpsed a hint of the methods of a longevity celestial. This formless, subtle power that influences and changes all cultivators in the world is far stronger than mere destructive force. In this cultivation world, golden core cultivators are generally honored as Zhenren, nascent soul cultivators as Zhenjun, soul transformation cultivators as Xianjun, Dao integration cultivators as Xianjun, and finally, the supreme powerhouses are called longevity celestials. The world's longevity celestials are mostly elusive, and ordinary cultivators hardly even know how many there are. Yet all cultivators under heaven live under the influence of their authority. Longevity is the ultimate goal I pursue through constant reincarnation. But at this moment, I am still far from that goal. Staying grounded and progressing one step at a time is what I must do now. A few days later, Li Fan was still meditating and cultivating within the Tianquan mirror. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "My clone Lin Fan has emerged from seclusion. His state of mind has settled. Let me experience the divine abilities he realized this time." All things in the world are interconnected, linked from birth to death. If death is the target, one can reverse trace from countless connections to sense the most fragile and fatal link of life. By severing this thread of vitality, one can stealthily induce the death of the intended target. This is the divine ability my clone realized, the life-death link. Additionally, my clone mastered another divine ability, heavenly vision and earthly hearing. This is an upgraded version of formless killing intent. While the previous version could only lock onto a target's position with heavenly vision and earthly hearing, one can observe the target locked by formless killing intent from the perspective of heaven and earth. Surprises continued to follow. I immediately tested the heavenly vision and earthly hearing technique, calming my mind to sense the formless killing intent locked onto Zhang Haobo amidst the vast blue waves. Zhang Haobo stood suspended in the air, 24 water swords rapidly weaving around him to form a profound formation, with water dragons manifesting according to the changes in the sword formation. At that moment, Zhang Haobo let out a low shout. Burst instantly. Those water dragons charged toward their target and exploded. The water dragons, transformed from the water swords, bombarded a massive area before Zhang Haobo like a violent storm. In an instant, countless water columns were stirred up on the sea surface, a magnificent sight. On the Congyun Sea, Zhang Haobo possessed near infinite spiritual energy, and he practiced the same move over and over again. From the perspective of heaven and earth, I saw not only the surface phenomena, but even the path of spiritual energy circulating within Zhang Haobo's body, the flow of energy within the techniques, and even the operational logic of this enhanced water dragon's roar formation, all laid bare before me, although there is still a significant distance from actually mastering it. If I watch enough, won't I naturally master it? At this moment, Zhang Haobo was still repeatedly practicing the same move. With a surge of emotion, I withdrew from the state of heavenly vision and earthly hearing. Since I began my cultivation, a question has always stood before me. My aptitude is mediocre, and even if I repeat it countless times, I fear I lack the comprehension to break through the later great realms. On what basis can I compete with those geniuses? Today, I finally have an answer, a path to the heavens that belongs solely to me, which others can never replicate. Huan Zhen, the mountain-sitting art and heavenly vision and earthly hearing. What if their aptitude is high? Under my gaze, a lifetime's worth of comprehension will become mine. Though there are many heroes under heaven, they must eventually fall into my snare. The journey of the madman Li Fan in today's video temporarily pauses at chapter 56 of the original work. From a mortal with nothing, he has gambled 10,000 lifetimes just to finally touch the threshold of immortality. If you found this journey captivating, don't forget to hit like and subscribe to support BALA Manhua Recaps. Your support is the greatest motivation for me to continue uncovering and bringing you other masterpiece cultivation stories on this channel. There are still many more heaven-defying journeys waiting for you. Go explore them right now.